think everyone's here. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E he aki ana, te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora. Mōrena everyone, and welcome to our Planning, Environment and Parks Committee. I appreciate that everyone's had a bunch of things on this morning as well, so thank you for being here, and there are a number of people online. First of all, we've got absence from Mayor Wayne Brown and Councillor Fletcher, both overseas. We've got lateness from Councillor Foley and I think Deputy Mayor Simpson as well. They're both doing Auckland War Memorial director interviews, and they won't be too far away, so that's on council business. Councillor Turner believes he will have to leave around 2 p.m-ish on council business. All right, Councillor Turner is staying on council business. Cool, so that's not an apology anymore. Could I have a mover for that? Member Henare is on an apologies. He's a late apology. Cool. Kia ora, thank you. So Member Ashby, would you like to move that? Councillor Philippine, second. Aye. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. Perfect.
Councillor Leone's name correctly. Sorry? Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see Councillor Leone's early departure. So. That's all right. We'll remove Councillor Leone's name from the apologies, Councillor Leone. Confirmation of the minutes. Councillor Ferry, would you like to move? Councillor Leone, second.
Did you get me online?
Yes, we don't have to announce who's online, but you're there. Was that Councillor Walker?
Yes.
Yeah, we will have you in the minutes that you are attending. Apologies, but there are a number online. So, kia ora, Councillor. Cool, yeah. So we're past the apologies point now, but Councillor Williamson, I know, has an agenda run through downstairs, so he'll be here soon. Kia ora.
So Councillor Ferry moved the confirmation of minutes. I didn't hear. Thank you.
Councillor Leone second. All those in favour? Aye. There were no petitions. Public input. We have 2 public inputs today. First up, we have Conservation Volunteers New Zealand. Kiri Huddleston will come up to the table and she has a presentation. Kia ora, Kiri. If you just, your button is on the right there. Yep, and just kia ora. So you'll have the, you know the drill, 5-ish minutes, and that'll include some questions. I'm sure there'll be a lot of interest in your presentation, so thank you so much for being here. Just get the presentation up. It's not. We had it working before, so. Sorry about this.
One moment.
This is not cutting into your 5 minutes, I promise. All right. I think that will be more painful for all of you. Yeah.
Sorry, we're just sorting. One moment. It's okay.
Right. I think we have your presentation on. Oh no, we only had the other one. Sorry.
It's okay.
Trusting that the technology, it was working this morning. Oh, there we go. So right, your 5 minutes will start now, and if you click them through, and if it doesn't click through, we'll click them through for you. Just let Sandra know. Thank you.
All right. Ata Marie koutou, ko kiri toku ingoa. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kiri, and I'm the Auckland Manager, Conservation Volunteers New Zealand. Thanks so much for having me here this morning. I'm going to talk to you quickly a little bit about who CVNZ is and what we do, and then I'd like to highlight one of our programs that we've been running in Tamaki Makaurau, which is benefiting our parks and reserves and also the wider community. And yeah, hopefully I can show how much value it adds, not just environmentally but socially, and how a small input from council to run the programme can have that wider impact, basically.
Kia ora, Kiri. Kiri, you don't need to hold the... Yeah, there you go. If you want to turn it, just click it when you want to turn it off.
I was thinking, I was like, oh, how do people do this?
Yeah, so no, you don't need to hold on. Thank you.
So CVNZ is an environmental charity and not-for-profit. We operate nationwide now, so here in Tamaki Makaurau, Te Whanganui Atara, Otutahi and Punakaiki. Our vision is an Aotearoa in which all people act as kaitiaki, nurturing nature and each other for generations to come. A whakatauki that kind of resonates with our organisation is He Roringa e Oti Ai, which loosely translates to mean by many hands the task is complete. And that really touches on our belief that everyone has a responsibility to help protect Te Taio, our environment, but also speaks to the huge volunteer input our organisation sees. Although we do have work crews across the country, we couldn't achieve what we do without our volunteer input. So this is just a slide showing our achievements to date for 2022. I won't go into too much detail as I know I only have 5 minutes. But yeah, we're pretty happy with those outcomes, and we're hoping that 2023 will see some even bigger and better outputs. So the programme I wanted to talk to you about today was Connecting People in Parks, or CPP for short. It's generously funded through 5 local boards in central Tamaki Makaurau. It's been running for about 10 plus years now, which is really cool. And it's sort of split into 2 main sections. So one is our Tuesday volunteer sessions. So every other Tuesday we'll go out into a park and reserve across one of those 5 local boards. We'll run a volunteer event and we'll teach them about conservation through like weeding or tree planting or removing litter and things like that. So we're helping protect Te Taio and we're connecting people to their local parks. The other aspect of it is the predator control network. So we operate in around 35 parks across those 5 local boards now and have approximately 150 volunteers who trap regularly with us. So they're maintaining those trap lines and rebaiting them, things like that. So again, yeah, connecting people to their local parks and spaces, teaching them about why predator control is so important. And hopefully through both of those veins, we're inspiring people to become those kaitiaki that we want to see. So in 2023, to try and put a value on the programme, I thought I'd start with volunteer hours given. So for the Predator Control Network, you can see that nearly 3,000 volunteer hours were given in around the 34 weeks that they trap in, which if you use the living wage value, comes out to about $70,000 worth, which is pretty crazy. And then the Tuesday volunteer session side of things, over 600 hours were donated, equating to around $16,000. So if we combine those two, it's nearly $87,000 worth, which is pretty amazing. And you know that doesn't really include the time behind the scenes, organising and promoting it and reporting and things like that. But of course, it's not just the volunteer hour value, it's that ecological value that it has on our parks and reserves across Tamaki Makaurau. So, you know, we can quantify that through litter collected, and then the area weeded and the predators trapped, as well as like various other tasks that they might get involved in. But, you know, we can't really quantify necessarily the species that it protects and the trees and native plants that helps save through all the activities they do. So I just wanted to highlight that despite not being able to put a monetary value on that. And of course, last but not least, it has a huge social value. So, you know, we've got people out there learning new skills, connecting to nature in their local spaces, each other. They're gaining a sense of purpose. The community groups that we often help support when we run the Tuesday sessions are feeling supported. And so I just included a few quotes there to show I'm not making it up. So Wendy John, Friends of Oakley Creek, said, "Thanks for a great effort today. The team did a great job and got heaps done." Yeah, I'll not read out the other quotes, but I'll leave them there for you if you'd like to look through. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to say kia ora and let you know we're here, and we hope to continue doing this amazing mahi with the help of our awesome volunteers, and you know, maybe there's even room to do more going forward. Yeah, kia ora.
Kia ora, Kerry. Thank you very much. Very succinct presentation. Thank you for all the work you all do. It's crucial that we have groups like you and organisations like all the people that are involved with it, supporting the work in our parks and reserves and neighbourhoods. We could not be doing it all, as you say, through local councils or government funding, but it is important that we acknowledge if it was being funded that way, what that cost would be. So thank you for acknowledging all of that, and hope you're all joining in with the Climate Festival, I'm sure, with events that are happening at the moment. Right, do we have any questions? Kia ora, Councillor Bartley.
Oh, kia ora. Apologies for lateness. I don't have a question. I just wanted to acknowledge the work that you do and the volunteers as well for all their work. Especially I know the Orake lot, they come over and help out in Mongakiki Tamaki. So I do want to acknowledge them, the Eastern Songbird crowd as well, for what they're doing and helping out in my area. So thank you very much.
Kia ora.
Do you have Councillor Ferry?
Oh, kia ora, and thank you for that. It was really succinct and effective summary of the work and the difference. I just want to know a little bit more about how you work with other community groups. So, like I'm aware of, you've got Wendy Johns up there. I'm aware of a number of groups in my area that you do work with. How does that sort of happen?
Kia ora. Yeah, good question. So often it's the local rangers for the different parks that know of other groups that are working in the area, so they'll often put us in touch with them and ask if we can help them out. So yeah.
So it's kind of the council staff who are helping to make some of those connections. Is that?
Yeah, and I know in one of our other programs, for example, the Migrant Conservation Program, our coordinator Chin Chin did a lot of work reaching out to various groups in the area, and kind of just did it that way as well. So yeah, but if there's other groups out there that you can think of, do let us know. We're happy to work with whoever.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Probably just one last question from me. Is there anything that we can be doing right now to help support or improve all the work you're doing? I know there are sometimes issues with aligning with contractors, or obviously funding is always something I'm sure you'd need or want, but is there any feedback right now that we can do to enable more of the things that you're doing?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm like, put me on the spot. I think just knowing that we're there and, reaching out if there's any ideas that you come up with and you think, oh, who could help support, initiate that or make that happen. We're here and happy to kind of have conversations, and we can make new programs, and I think it's all about trying to connect all the work that's happening out there already, because we're just one group, and if we can combine that effort, we can have wider, bigger impacts, and we don't always know about everything that's already happening. So maybe if there's a way to connect us even better, that would be wonderful. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bartley, would you like to move?
Yes, I'd love to move.
Councillor
Thank
Ferry,
you.
second. Right. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Well, thank you very much, and you're welcome to stay for as long as you like, but appreciate you coming in and presenting to us. Thank you. Next up, we have our friends of Hunua and Southern Regional Parks, the update on the Kokako Management Project, management area. We have, is it Miranda and Mary? Kia ora, both of you. If you've got your mics there, if you just want to introduce yourselves, and the presentation is up for for you to click through, and we'll click through if it doesn't work.
Great,
Kia ora,
thank
thank
you
you.
very much. Thank you. My name is Miranda Bennett. I'm the Senior Ranger for Conservation in Southern Regional Parks, and I'm the Project Manager for the Hanua Kokako project. I've got Mary Whitehouse with me today, who's representing our Hanua volunteers. The Hanua Kokako Recovery Project started way back in 1994 when it was discovered that there was only one breeding pair in the Hanua Ranges. The project was jointly established by Auckland Regional Council and Department of Conservation. For the next 30 years, council and dock staff, contractors and volunteers have worked tirelessly to protect these precious birds, not only for Hanua and the people of Auckland, but also as part of the National Kokako Recovery Project. Today, the project spans an area of 2,000 hectares within Hanua Regional Park and is home to a population of over 500 kokako. The project has been recognised by the National Kokako Recovery Group as achieving this population milestone of 500 individuals, and as being genetically robust. Hanua is only the second mainland population to achieve this status for kokako recovery. We are immensely proud of this achievement, and that our project holds almost a quarter of the national population for kokako and has been instrumental in bringing the species back from the brink of extinction. So today we're bringing you a conservation success story and a celebration. The last 30 years has been a hard slog, with staff and volunteers committed to year-round animal pest control, targeting the main predators of kokako, possums and rats through trapping and baiting. We are grateful for those who realised the plight of the kokako, the need to act, and for those that championed and secured funding for the project, including Councillor Mike Lee when he was a regional councillor. Today, the project is well supported and funded through Council's Natural Environment Targeted Rate. The Kokako Management Area, affectionately known as the KMA, will be celebrating 30 years next year. Nearing this milestone, our volunteers felt it was important to record the history of this significant project. Stories of the Kokako Management Area has been written by Hanua local Lenny Van Houten. This amazing history not only reflects the last 30 years, but also goes back to the 1930s and 40s to record the tales of kokako. The book has been a great way for those involved to reminisce and acknowledge the multitude of people who have contributed and been involved. We can't go into all the wonderful details today, but we can say that this history has already brought a lot of joy and pride to our volunteers, staff and the wider community. And we've brought some copies today which we'll leave with the chair. In July, around 60 volunteers and staff associated with the history of the project came together to celebrate the project and this new book. The next step for us is to celebrate the book with a wider audience, and we're going to be holding a celebration event in November 24th at the Botanic Gardens with council and dock staff and other representatives. And we very much hope that some of your committee members will attend this. The success of the Hanua project is greatly attributed to the passion, commitment and hard work of our volunteers, with many thousands of hours contributed to the project's history. We currently have 30 regular volunteers who attend weekly baiting and trapping days. They're an amazing bunch of people, and I'm going to hand over to one of them now to tell you about her experience.
Good morning. My name's Mary Whitehouse. I've been a volunteer on the Kokako program since 2006. So 17 years. I've not only seen the amazing increase in the kokako, but also a lot of other species as well, tomtits, kaka and other birds. I didn't even hear a kokako for 6 years. In fact, I thought it was a hoax. I thought they're just getting us up here to, put some bait lines in and do things in, yeah, okay. Anyway, eventually I heard one, and it's amazing now. Every week when you go, you can hear them. Can't always see them, but you can actually hear them. And I can't say I've been going every week for the 17 years, but, there's been sometimes when I have gone on holiday, things like that. And the amazing thing is that the eradication of goats, as well as the control that we do for the rats, the stoats, the weasels and the possums and all those other things, the thing that struck me most is the growth in the understory. And you notice it when you go back to a line that you haven't done for some time, and suddenly you go, gosh, I can't get through here anymore. It's all grown up. And the density of the bush, and that in turn is attracting a lot more species other than just the birds, which is the thing that was the flagship of the project, but there's all this other side issue. And we know that there are bats, and we know that there are Hochstetter's frogs, but we don't see those because they're pretty hard to see. Hochstetter's frogs are really small. Now, why do people volunteer? The red lines there, that's some of the lines that we cover on the 2,000 hectares. Sorry, I haven't got at the tip of my tongue how many bait stations we've got and how many traps we've got and how many kilometres it is, but I do know it's a lot, and it is hard work. We go up and down and so on, but we also have really rewarding things. The middle ones show an area that we call the cafe, but new people go thinking, oh, there's a cafe up there. You get there and well, it's a hut. And so on. But that's me a few years ago. On the left, we found a baby ruru, morpul, so we took it out of the bush, and about a year later, it fledged. Somebody looked after it. It got fledged, and off it went on its merry way again. So that was really rewarding. And most people, why do they volunteer? I think they start because they like a day in the bush. They like to go to somewhere that other people don't go. And some of them are from tramping groups, most of them are not. Most of them are people who hear about the project one way and another and go, I'd like to do that. And I think although it's hard work, the hanuas are up and down and narrow trails, and it's often overgrown, and any of you who haven't been there, it's pretty tough work. Lots of sliding around in weather like this, tripping over roots, crossing little streams and so on. And I think and what's so rewarding is that at the end of the day, when you can compare notes with people, say, how many did you see today? Or how many did you hear today? And that sort of thing. And it's a real privilege for us volunteers to work there. And also, the number of people that we tell about the project and they go, oh my God, that is so amazing. And long may we continue to be so. And wouldn't that be nice? I mean, the other thing, actually, I have to say too, is that the 1080 drops that we've had in the hanuas have made a huge difference, because we see the numbers go right down of the predators and then back, they gradually come back again, and then we hit them again, and each time it goes down. We tell people about the projects and just spread the word, and everybody goes, wow, that's fantastic. And long may, as I say, may it continue. And what about predator-free hanuas before 2050? Be really nice. Thank you for the opportunity to enthuse about this project.
Kia ora, thank you very much. You can see definitely the enthusiasm from both of you. And from my perspective, whenever I post about, on social media about this project, people are just astonished at what has happened in quite a short amount of time, restoring the whole Ngāhere, really. As you speak about it, all those spin-offs, not just the kōkako, but the other species and the understory, which is kind of bringing back that kind of prehistoric bush, really, which is, I think we wish we all had that in our neighbourhoods, but I think what you've all done with leadership, with obviously council and government support, but without that volunteer base and the people to excite other people, I think you've cracked it on many levels, because it's about bringing people together in the community, the social output as well. But I think what also is so tangible, the effort put in has shown results, and I think that gives other people gives other people hope for their bush or their local area, because they can see the change. The numbers going from 20 something to almost 500 birds that we know about is quite amazing. There's almost no room for the kōkako now.
No, they are. They spread out. And
Yeah.
then we have to go, oh Lord, we've got to put some more lines in and we've got to go
Yeah.
further and further. So yeah, the days get longer.
But I think also it's been great to see this time. We had no, touch wood or superstitious things, but that there wasn't the pushback on the 1080 that there has been in decades gone by, and I think you can also tell the effort put in to try and avoid it with all the trapping and all the work. It can't just be done by that. You could work for or have 2,000 volunteers and you'd still never be able to do it. So I think showing that you're trying your best to avoid the chemical use, but acknowledging that there has been an integral and important part of the restoration of the species, but getting rid of those introduced species as well. Kia ora, Councillor Baker, you question, comments?
Yeah, just a comment, and apologies for being late, but great to see you, Mary. And I guess because it's in the Franklin area, the knowledge of this project is fairly deep, and so I really do want to acknowledge everyone that's involved. To the volunteers, Mary and my daughter is one of the volunteers, so from school. So they attract people from wide and far. So I just want to acknowledge you and to thank you very much. And it is a sensational project that's just gaining, and great to hear your comments about 1080. Simon Randall, who's a former local board chair, and no one around this table who did his degree in that sort of stuff, once described it as the most, whilst it's ugly, it was the best thing available, and it's the only thing available. So it's great to hear you talk about the impact of that, because we often get the negative stuff of that sort of stuff. So congratulations, and thank you so much for looking after the range.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and can I endorse Councillor Baker's sentiments, and I want to thank you both and all your friends and your fellow volunteers for your passion and commitment to keeping with this job and succeeding so brilliantly. Can I just say that it's an unusual project. Normally in local government, councillors, politicians approve initiatives that officers put before them. This was somewhat different. In late 1992 and early 1993, over that Christmas holiday period, there'd been a census of the kōkako and the hunuas. There'd been previous such counts every 2 or 3 years, and the trend was going down. And so I was a newly elected chairman of regional parks, and the agenda item was that the report be received. And in the 1980s, I'd driven around in my car with a Save the Kōkako sticker in the back window, but I'd never ever seen a kōkako, of course, like most New Zealanders. But I was pretty well versed in conservation biology, just having come out of Auckland University. So I put in a B in the recommendation that the Auckland Regional Council intervene and actively protect the Hunua kōkako. The General Manager of Regional Parks at the time, Mr. Phil Dew, raised his eyebrows, but I was the chairman, and the idea was strongly supported by staff, particularly on the ground ranger staff, and by Brenda Green, the scientist, and later, of course, Dr. Tim Lovegrove. And there was a tremendous amount of hard work went in at the start, and a lot of that work was carried out by Ranger Hugh Downham. It's a 2-hour walk up to the trig at Koakoanui, and it started off with a hut with a dirt floor. But Hugh Downham did a lot of the back-breaking work, building tracks, steps, and all the rest of it. And so he was an exemplar for all the hard work of staff and volunteers. So again, I just want to thank you. It was a great, that particular council became the first local body to actively be involved in protection of endangered species. I contrast that to what happened on Great Barrier Island, Aotea at the same time. There was another race of kōkako there, which was also declining, because no one was able to intervene, as we were in the Hunuas, that race of kōkako, which may be a bit different, may have been a bit different from the North Island kōkako, because it was isolated for 10,000 years, is now functionally extinct. So that's what would have happened had local government not stepped in with the Hunuas. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Good, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Chair. Good to follow Councillor Lee. Good on you for supporting this when you were in that role. That's so good to hear. Picking up on what Councillor Baker said about whilst they're ugly, they're the only thing available. Sounds like my dating life. But I wanted to ask a question. If I wasn't a councillor, I wouldn't really know about this because I don't go hiking or trekking. And it's usually when it comes up in a report, it's just a line in the report. So it's so good to have you here in person talking about it. But how do other people know about it so that they can, support this work? Like, can you actually go there and see the kōkako?
They're starting to get into areas which are more publicly accessible. So Pigot's Camp is not too far a walk, and that's probably the best location. But what we're hoping is, as this population grows, it will get to the more accessible areas. Unfortunately, the area they were protected in which the kōkako loved is very much in the centre of Hanua, which is more of an experienced hikers sort of trip in. But yeah, we're hopeful they will spill into areas that the public will get to. We did trial a couple of years ago some guided walks for the public, and they were very popular. Unfortunately, COVID came along and kind of stopped all of that. So it's something that we'd like to restart again with our rangers, is taking people in and showing them the kōkako and providing a more available experience for the public.
It's cool. If you do more walks, I'd love to do one.
Or maybe we should do a councillor's walk.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Good for TikTok. Big audience on TikTok.
Love it.
Could I just add something to that? We do also have to work with water care and manage a lot of the area, and we have to actually go through that area. And a lot of those tracks, particularly when it was forested, which they're now planting natives, but when it was forested, it was not accessible to the general public because the gates and things were locked. So we had special dispensation to go through to get to the area without having to walk the 8 kilometres first. Was that? It used to be. It was 8 kilometres to get to where we had to start the work. Now we don't have to actually walk there.
It's okay, we can drive you that bit.
Cool. Right, so thank you very much again. And, just want to acknowledge not only the volunteers, Mary, please pass on our regards to everyone involved, but also Miranda, I know that you yourself probably do far more volunteer hours on top of your paid role at council for this work. I know that it's a lot of nights and weekends. And
it's a passion project.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But I think you're a testament to many of the council whānau who go above and beyond outside what a job is expected of them. So thank you and the team for the passion and the focus in this area. Right, I'll get Councillor Lee, would you like to move, and Councillor Baker second?
Very happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Cool. Thank you very much. Thank you both for coming and giving us another taste of the awesome work going on in Hunua.
Please read the book, the
Yes.
stories.
Thank you for the book. We'll ensure that gets around to everyone for them to take a look.
Thanks.
Kia ora. All those in favour? Any opposed? No, wouldn't think so. Right, next up there was no local board input. We'll go to, there's no extraordinary business. We'll go on to just acknowledgements now. Sure. We have two staff acknowledgements. first of all, and neither can make the meeting, but we did acknowledge Dawn briefly yesterday, but I do just want to have it on record, our acknowledgements of Dawn Mackay, who is until Friday, our Manager of Growth and Spatial Strategy. She's retiring, she's leaving council after 27 years of service in local government in Auckland. She also did 3 years of local government in Hawke's Bay. Prior to amalgamation, Dawn did stints in most of the previous councils, and these roles she gained a lot of solid understanding of planning issues around the Auckland region. Since amalgamation, Dawn has made a huge difference, and her stamp is in the space of regional spatial planning. She's also developed Auckland's first infrastructure strategy, which was adopted by council as part of the first LTP. In terms of spatial planning, Dawn has led the development of the rural urban boundary, the future urban land supply strategy, the development strategy, and under the new legislation, the future development strategy. She will leave a lasting impact on Auckland's future. I actually shouldn't have said retiring up there, because Dawn prefers not to say retiring. She doesn't like that word, but she's going to take it slower and focus on other passions, such as jewellery design, and also her, I think, grandchild she was talking about yesterday. So I know Dawn hopefully will be listening or will be passed on to her, but I just want to acknowledge Dawn and her work. I don't know if Councillor Darby might want to say something too, or Megan, but phenomenal amount of work for the where we are as a city, but also the future. And I hope Dawn ensures her family, because she is pretty humble, I'm sure her family and friends should know the fantastic work she's done for the city, and the work she's done will be seen for future generations. So kia ora and thank you, Dawn. Maybe just a round of applause for Dawn, even though she's not in the room. Kia ora. And second, unfortunately, you'll know her well, Vanessa Blakelock is leaving. She's unfortunately unwell today. She can't make the last meeting of the PEP committee. We will miss her a lot. She's leaving on 12th of September, is it? She's obviously the executive officer for the Chief Planning Office and supporting Megan, and she's taking up a fantastic opportunity as the Partnerships Director at DIA based in Auckland, so she will have a lot to do with us, we hope. And she'll be leading key issues affecting the sector in support of the Minister of Local Government. Vanessa joined Auckland Council in 2014 as a Principal Strategic Advisor in the Strategic Advice Unit, becoming a team leader later that year. Vanessa led a team of strategic advisors in complex submissions with central government and strategic work across the organisation, working on the 2015 LTP and the refresh of the Auckland Plan. And Vanessa was appointed in 2019 to be Megan's executive officer. Throughout the last few years, Vanessa has been deeply involved in all things relating to planning and the work of this committee and previous committees last term. She is an energizer bunny and will be missed. I really, really, really appreciate her advice and support and her humour as well. Some of that will go, won't talk about that. Some of the jokes we might have after a very long day at a planning committee, but I am very sad to see her go, but very excited for her role. Unfortunately, she can't be here today, but just want to acknowledge Vanessa and all she's done for our city. Just want to check there's no one else who wants to. Right. Don't think we have to officially approve, but another round of applause for Vanessa. I'm sure she'll be watching the live stream and future live streams, even though she's not here. But kia ora, Vanessa. Thank you. Right. We'll move on to. I've gone back in time now. It's awkward to acknowledge people when they're not in the room, but I think it's still important. Right, we go to item 8, which is our Auckland Plan 2050 Annual Monitoring Report. We've got Karen and Denise. I was looking up expecting Jacques, and you were definitely not Jacques, Denise, so sorry.
ko Karen Kirk tōka o ingoa, and I'm here with Denise O'Shaughnessy, my manager, and the rest of the team from our Strategic Advice Unit. They all had input into the report. This is our Auckland Plan 2050 Annual Monitoring Report. Obviously, we report on this quite regularly. And basically, the report is to be formally received because we normally make this report public and we post it up on our website. We have a very short presentation, basically to provide some context for the Auckland Plan and how it relates to the work that you're currently doing on the long-term plan. So basically, the Auckland Plan 2050 was the Auckland Plan was adopted in June 2018, and we've had quite extensive engagement with Aucklanders across the region. This plan sets our long-term strategic direction for Auckland, and the plan was reviewed in 2022 to reflect new data and incorporate new strategic direction set by the Council since 2018, particularly around climate. Now, the annual monitoring report uses 33 measures to assess general progress and identifying key trends across the Auckland Plan's 6 outcomes. So they're very high level outcome measures. Now, the Auckland Plan, next slide please. Oh, sorry. The Auckland Plan 2050 is a plan for all Aucklanders, so many of the actions required are not within Council's control, but are the responsibility of others, particularly government and also other NGOs and community organisations. Since then, Mayor and Councillors have provided more detailed political direction to the Council group on strategic priorities to inform this year's long-term plan. And the political direction clearly articulates Council's vision for Auckland, but it also clarifies what Council's role is in delivering on that vision. And we brought our 3-yearly report to the committee in March, and that described in more detail progress on the overall outcomes for Auckland, and that's in the matrix there on the left. Basically, we identified a number of areas or opportunities for greater progress, and we then distilled these down into 4 strategic priorities listed there on the right. And I think these are well aligned with the LTP guidance from the Mayor and Councillors. One of these was urban greening. This incorporates the work of the Open Space, Sports and Recreation Joint Political Working Group on the refresh of the Open Space, Sport and Recreation Policy. Also considering green spaces as part of our response to create a more climate resilient city, and also considering the role of other actors and entities, particularly developers, and using our regulatory powers more effectively. In terms of thriving and resilient communities, this aligns with the vision for a beautiful, thriving and safe place to live, and it includes new approaches to the provision of public services and amenities, including work on alternative sustainable funding models. It also includes work to address our core challenge of targeting investment to our communities of greatest need. In terms of resilient infrastructure, we're doing a lot of work in that area, including the work on flood recovery and resilience, work around climate mitigation and adaptation, and on sustainable transport, it's all about making better managing the transport network, making the most of our existing assets, and maximising the benefit of any new spend. So this would incorporate the work around, for example, the Auckland Integrated Transport Plan and reducing emissions from transport safety, from transport and improved road safety. So we're taking the report as read, so open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Do we have any questions. Councillor Filipaina, and member Ashby.
Malo e lele, ladies, Tongan Language Week, and thank you, Chair. I see in number 6 in the report, it's got the Auckland Plan 2050 was created as a living plan and is able to reflect emerging or changing issues, provide updated data and evidence. When was the last time that, because you've said it's a whole of Auckland plan, when were the whole of Auckland consulted on the objectives, and have they been consulted on the objectives since 2018 when the plan was adopted?
Through the Chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Filipaina. So 2018 was the last time we did a major consultation in terms of the broader outcomes of the Auckland Plan. Obviously with the future development strategy, which is a key part of the Auckland Plan, there's been consultation on that. So the update we did in 2022 was more about updating for new information and new strategic direction and making sure that was all incorporated. With the resource management reforms and the requirement for a new regional spatial strategy, we'll need to consider the future of the Auckland Plan alongside that. So that's something that we're actually working on at the moment and thinking about what the options are.
To the Chair, supplementary, do you think that the whole of Auckland should be consulted in regards to the plan?
Through the Chair, the resource management reform, so the regional spatial strategy will actually require consultation, so I think there will be opportunities to do that. We just need to think about, because there are different requirements from what we currently have in the legislation, we just need to think about how that works, but there will definitely be platforms for engaging with Aucklanders on those broader outcomes in the future.
Chair, there might be a question either to yourself or to Megan. In 2012, when the first Auckland Plan was done, we indicated that it should be looked at every 6 years. 2018 came along. There was no indication in the 2018 plan that we should have a look at it. Based on the changes that have happened, including COVID, and as a result, the impact it has on the whole of Auckland, are there any plans to end up looking at and consulting with the whole of Auckland on the whole of Auckland plan in 2024? And I mean, I'll save my comments to why I've asked that part, though. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Very good question, and I have asked for advice on this because of the bills that have been approved, 2 weeks ago through Parliament. We are the only and the first to do a full spatial strategy, the Auckland Plan, but because of the changes to the law, we will have to move now to this new system, which may mean the Auckland Plan doesn't exist, or it's a pumped up Auckland Plan, the regional spatial strategy to comply with the law, and the team are now working on how that, because it's only just passed, but next year we'll have to either look at refreshing the Auckland Plan or creating the new regional spatial strategy to align. So the issue is how those two, they're coinciding at the same time. So how we do this new thing. The awkward thing is, and what our presentation or submission was, is that the law changes but doesn't really consider Auckland as different or already ahead of the game. So that is our issue, is that where does staff continue the normal process, or how do we fit into the new process at the same time? So there may be a slight lag, am I right, Megan?
Yeah, look, just confirming both Denise and Councillor Hills, there are options available to us. The Auckland Plan will not continue like it is forever. We will need to morph it into this regional spatial strategy. We need to understand what that means. So I think to answer your question, Councillor Filipaina, I can't be absolutely certain that a full Auckland-wide consultation will happen in 2024. It will happen, but we need to understand what these options are about these two kind of documents now, and how the council wants to take them forward.
Thank you. Reserve my right to speak. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Yeah, I mean, from my view, the Spatial Planning Act is more outcome focused, environment focused, te ao Māori focused, but we were already doing a lot of those things, so how we build that remains to be seen, how that rolls out. But I guess we don't want to do two processes, one next year and then have to change to a whole new plan the year after. Be pretty tough on the teams, especially, and the city. But good point. Member Ashby, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation and the work in the background. Just a couple from me. Just thinking of the diagram there and the flow through, really my question's around how the plan and the measures in relation specifically to Māori outcomes, how does that inform the direction and funding of council towards addressing those metrics? So not just the Māori identity and wellbeing, but of course they're sprinkled throughout those different outcomes. So is that included in that diagram on the right of this presentation? I guess, could you just speak to how those Māori, specifically Māori outcomes are addressed, where their indicators are down or they haven't moved, but that's not necessarily a good thing? And the only other question was, are you or how are you communicating the findings back to iwi and mātā waka groups, just to keep them informed so that they can, they've got plans of their own as well. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yes, yes, the outcome plan is quite different because it's required to provide the basis for alignment of council's other strategies and plans. So we tend to implement the Auckland plan through our council adopted strategies, and this would include the Māori outcomes framework. That's very much a key implementation strategy plan. Our measures are outcome measures, so you'll tend to find that a lot of the measures that help implement or progress towards the outcome are included in these supporting strategies. So our monitoring and reporting framework is very much aligned with the Māori outcomes framework, as well as monitoring frameworks for the other strategies that you'll hear an update on progress today. In terms of annual progress, there wasn't much movement in our Māori measures. We included a new one to support the Māori decision making around Māori turnout in local elections, but you'll see that hasn't really moved from the new baseline. It's about 25%. So yes, there's scope for improvement there.
The second part of the question. I was just going to ask the second part of the question. We can certainly send this report to iwi if that's useful.
Thanks, Member Ashby. And we do that. Often people do ask what the point of the Auckland plan and other plans are, but this does influence everything throughout the organisation, plus all our other plans. So it does, as our Māori outcomes work stream through the 10-year budget, we'll need to consider this and how we continue to build on those Māori outcomes across the whole of the organisation, including CCOs. Sorry, Councillor Bartley.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you. Thank you for this report. I see it as justification for the function of council that focuses on community wellbeing. But as you say, the political direction seems to be moving that this is the responsibility of others. So I'm just wanting to know, do you think it can be used as an accountability tool for the others, mainly like central government? And is there any buy-in from central government on our Auckland plan so that we can use it as a measurement against their outcomes?
That's something that we have struggled with. Certainly when we were developing when we were doing the refresh of the Auckland Plan in 2018, it wasn't ideal timing. It coincided with the election, so that there was a limit to what office officials could say and get involved. However, saying that, when the plan was adopted, there was buy-in from central government. I think the Auckland Plan suffers a bit from, we often see a lack of momentum because it's a bit of a time from when the plan was adopted, and keeping that momentum going is quite challenging. So that's why we're thinking about options around the refresh of the Auckland Plan and possibly how that fits with the development of a new regional spatial strategy. I do know that there has been work around the development of regional priorities with central government, particularly in the social wellbeing space. But I must admit, Council isn't particularly involved in that process at the moment.
Thank you. Do you know, do you think it's something that we need to work on to ensure council stays in that process?
Yes, very much so, because delivering on social wellbeing very much depends on that partnership approach with government and our social providers, of course.
Kia ora, Councillor. And government agencies and other organisations do use the Auckland Plan and feed into and try, we feed back the other way. So it's a living document throughout, and obviously we need to use it to put pressure on agencies who maybe are responsible or are more responsible, or we could partner with on these issues. Kia ora. Councillor Turner.
The Chair, maybe comment. I'm not sure how to frame my question. Okay, thank you. I didn't understand the 570 pages, and it's hard to get to grips with it all. I presume it's much like the Waitaki Ranges Heritage Area Monitoring Report, which I know intimately, so I can then go through the monitoring report and see where it has and hasn't hit the targets that I believe we're trying to measure. So I looked at this and I just ran through it sort of section by section and ended up just going to the trends at the bottom. So you have pages of writing and then 2 lines of trend, which is just a little red arrow down or a little green arrow up. And, how does this yearly mammoth amount of work, and it is a mammoth amount of work, I give you that, actually become a Swiss Army knife that we can use as a tool and whip out the different blades necessary to achieve the improvements we have to have?
Sorry about that. I think our report is about 100 pages or so, but we do have a summary, and when we post it up on our website, we have the full document plus a summary graphic, infographic, which makes it easier for the public to understand. Yes, we do use the Auckland Plan, particularly around advocating to central government. For example, we always share a copy with the Auckland Policy Office. They of course do their own monitoring, but you'll find there's very similar issues that are identified, and then this forms the basis of joint action or the identification of regional priorities. I must say, I don't think that work has fully developed into a list of actual regional priorities. I think there's opportunity for that to develop going forward.
But it has, it even talks about baseline data there, but that too is all over the place, from like just 1 year to 5 years, and in many cases it doesn't actually establish a... So please, and I don't want to hold everyone up, but, you know, one figure in my head, I know it's an Auckland Transport figure, but, you know, only $4 million spent on footpaths, 100 years of requests ahead of us at that spending. I was looking in here to see those trends of where we're going forward to improve those sorts of figures. Am I out of step here with this, with what this thing's supposed to do?
It is measuring outcomes at a high level, and there are only 33 measures in the report, so we don't measure everything. Every 3 years we take a deeper dive and look into a wider range of data, which is the report that we brought to you in March, which is to act more to inform the LTP. It is true that there's a range of data. Some of it is only available every few years, but we're reporting annually, so we don't always have that data to hand. And that's why we're considering all the time how we can improve our reporting processes and make them more effective, and whether an annual report is what's the most effective way to do that. So we'll continue to look at that over the next few months to think about what might be the most effective reporting tool, so that you have the information you need to identify those sorts of things.
So, Mr. Chair, my comment is we should be aiming at measuring at the level the public see, and then we can engage with the public with the issues and the levels. Thanks.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Got a few questions. First of all, in respect of housing, and especially housing affordability, is there any monitoring done on the number of affordable houses actually being built? The reason I'm asking that question is part of the Auckland plan is to try and ensure that, but my gut tells me, based on my understanding, is that we're actually going in the opposite direction. That is, the number of houses being built are more expensive, and it may well be that the actions of the government in the Auckland plan have made matters worse. So coming back to my question, do we have any figures on affordable homes? And I do understand that there is this percentage, housing costs as a percentage of household income, but that's not answering my question.
It's quite difficult to measure homes being built. So we have kind of two proxy measures in the reports. One is number of consents, and certainly the number of consents are still very high in the Auckland region. And the other measure we use is those developments receiving code of compliance. And that's probably a more accurate measure of number of houses being built. But again, it's still quite high from the most recent figures we've looked at.
Okay, so given that this information, a supplementary question, given
I'm just going to give you that the last figure, I think, was 19, in the last 12 months was 19,200 consents with about 19,000 with about 15,000 code of compliance. So it's roughly 80% of consents are being built, but obviously it's hard to measure by exact.
Sure.
But it doesn't, that's not affordable,
well,
that's just
supplementary question. Given that this information is available, for example, there are records of house sales, those records include the value of those homes, Barfoot and Thompson, various real estate agencies have that information, it is available. Why can't we access that information and report on it, and also show trend analysis? So if it's getting worse, we can show that. If it's not, can we do that?
I should have also said that the development strategy also produces an annual monitoring report, and they're very much focused on development, and they're required to consider market trends. So I think that issue would more appropriately be dealt with in their monitoring report, but it's certainly something we could raise with them.
Okay, I mean, I'm a little bit concerned about the number of monitoring reports that we've got. I could elucidate the numbers, but I would have thought that this was a logical place to have something as important as this. The other question I've got is there's been a decrease in cycling numbers, That's against the background where the expenditure on that is absolutely massive. Again, my gut tells me, based on observation, that there are very expensive cycleways that have little or no use. Do we have some trend analysis around that? And with respect to the various items of data, can we have some graphs and so on that project where things are going? And in particular, as it goes to the ongoing increase in greenhouse gas emissions in Auckland. So is it possible to have some simple graphical presentation so that somebody can pick it up? And it cuts to the question that Councillor Turner was raising.
Yes, we've included some graphs in the reports, particularly around cycling numbers, and we are seeing a downward trend. Unfortunately, we don't know why that's happening. We tend to look back at long-term trend data. We tend not to project forward into the future.
Okay, and my last question, Mr. Chair, and again, it follows on from Councillor Turner's question. I mean, monitoring is all very fine, but the purpose of monitoring is to lead to management and to lead to action and implementation so that you have got a management loop to sort things out, particularly if some of these issues like housing affordability, increasing greenhouse gas emissions are some of the most significant concerns that we face. So where do I find that information on what we need to do? Is that in this report or is that in some other report?
So as Karen talked about earlier, the Auckland plan provides the basis for alignment with the other strategies. So there are monitoring reports for some of those other areas. For example, the Te Taraki a Tāwhiri, which is another item on the agenda today, where those particular focus on specific issues are picked up.
Through the Chair, if I could just add as well, certainly in the advice that we come to you with around directions, around your opportunities for investment, your budget, where your money would go, and what kind of outcomes you want to achieve, we start with the Auckland plan. So ultimately it is the decisions that are made, by the governing body in particular, but also local boards, which would either continue to move, towards a particular outcome that we're wanting to achieve or not. And so that is what we start our advice with, and it is up to you about whether you continue, those kind of investments in certain areas or not, and that will either assist towards an outcome or not. We also know with the Auckland plan, it is Auckland's plan, it is not just Auckland Council's plan. So we also know that there are some outcomes and things which we have less control over than others, but where we do have control, I would hope that you would see our advice, that we would be very clear about what we're recommending that you would need to do, and then it's up to you about whether you do that and how quickly you move into those directions.
One last question, Mr. Chair, and it follows on from Megan's comment. Quite obviously we're reporting on the Auckland plan, but there are also things that the government has foisted on us, Plan Change 78 and the like. Again, my gut is that has significantly increased the cost of land. It's increasing unaffordability. Where do we report on that? And earlier, for example, there was another piece of government legislation. Another councillor might help me as to what it was. It was around also releasing areas of land that led to massive rounds of speculation and an increase in value and affordability. So where do we pick up on those things? And the reason I ask that is we receive no reporting whatever from government on the success of any of these schemes that the government puts in place. And I'm not just referring to Labour, National. They all come up with something, and if it's an abject failure, nobody wants to know about it. I would suggest we have a responsibility. So how are we monitoring that, given that it interacts directly and arguably overrides our Auckland plan? Thank you.
Kia ora through the chair. I might, if you're okay, talk to the chair and deputy chair of the committee about that and about how we can better provide advice. Just one broad comment, of course, some of this takes time, and you've heard Karen and Denise talk about trends. We may not know what the impact of Plan Change 78 is, for example, for a few years. We might know tomorrow. So we just know that some of these timeframes are harder to report on immediately than others. But if I can take that away and talk to the chair and deputy chair.
Again, just a supplementary comment. I would just refer the head of strategy to the real estate data, which is accurate, timely, free. We should be picking up on that because it's very revealing.
Thanks. We do use that. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. And just comment on the cycling data. Just make sure you caveat the data with we were going up 6 or 7% every single year. COVID hit. The drops are significant in 2020, and then further more dramatic in 2021 because of the 4-month Auckland lockdown, and a lot of our cycle count is coming into the city centre, and we saw a massive drop-off, obviously, and that is coming back now. But from, I think, 2014, we were seeing about 800,000 trips a year, and we got up to 3.8 million. So significant from the investment, but also acknowledge our investment in cycling is about 1% of the transport budget that is not even being rolled out. So just wanted to caveat that. Councillor Watson.
I'll wait and make a brief comment, I think. Thank you.
Cool. Any more questions? Kia ora, thank you. Well, I'll move, and Deputy Chair, Councillor Dalton will second. There are brief comments from Councillor Filipaina, and then we'll go to Councillor Watson and Walker. Thank you both. Thank you both. Sorry.
Just want to acknowledge the staff as they're walking away, because I know that this particular plan and being part of it from 2012 has been a hell of a lot of work. So I just want to acknowledge our staff going back to 2010, discussing it 2012, the first, 2018, the revised version. So I just want to acknowledge you in regards to that. Chair, I think we need to have a look at what happens, whether it be revisiting. I noticed that when we passed 2012, there was an indication that we will review the Auckland plan 6 years' time, and we did. And interesting on the website, the Auckland Council website, around the Auckland plan 2012 and why we revised it. And the comment there is, our fast-changing world meant that the 2012 plan no longer provided the necessary direction for decision-making. I believe we'll reach that stage as well. The whole world's changing. So it'll be good to get some information back around how we end up. No duplication. I heard what, excuse me, I must have been the run this morning that I went. It was a 5K run. So look, sorry about that. But I understand what Megan and yourself, Chair, have said around the plan and no duplication, so totally agree. I want to acknowledge at this stage Katie Bexley, because I raised it at the workshop around where the four well-beings are placed. In the presentation, I see them well placed. They were on the second slide with the PowerPoint, and they are placed because it's local government and the four well-beings. So, Chair, I'm hoping that there is going to be an opportunity for us, because I know, talking to a lot of the organisations that are part of the Safety Collective Tamaki Makaurau, which I chair, I know that a lot of the organisations there are looking forward to have another input, because since 2018 and today and even next year, things have changed, and changed quite a bit. And again, the results with our annual plan that we've just put through, the Auckland plan again played a part, and it is the whole of Auckland in regards to this. Chair, the reason I ended up wanting to acknowledge Katie is because she gave me the section, she gave me an email around section 80(3) of the Local Government Act 2009, and there is no legislation doesn't say that we have to review every 6 years. I'm hoping that at some stage, once we get what the government is doing, that we will revisit and we will consult with the whole of Auckland with the Auckland plan. So we'll definitely support the receiving of the plan, but I think there just needs to be work done and look forward to that piece of work in the next 2 years. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of the points that they might otherwise have asked in questions. That goes to the relevance of what's reported in this monitoring report and the council response, and I assume that response includes CCOs too. I'm assuming there's communication there. And the section that really stood out for me was the reporting on the Auckland's mental health and the proportion, in particular this survey that was done, Quality of Life I think, where the proportion of respondents who rated their mental health positively has declined from 72% to 65% in 2022. It might even be lower than that now, which roughly means there's a third of Auckland population who do not rate their mental health as good. And if you go and look at some of the other components, such as Pacific people, for instance, they were at 50%, which is pretty distressing, really. But as far as the council response goes and that awareness, I just sort of think of my own experience today, where I woke up and it was a beautiful sunny day. I thought I'll get the ferry in today. I'll cycle there, reduce my VKTs, get a bit of fresh air. It's a downhill run from where I live, right along Gulf Harbour, peering expectantly over to the sea. Lovely mill pond, absolutely flat as a bowling green. And just looking for that ferry coming up in the distance. That was in vain. Got to the marina, and instead of the beautiful ferry, there was 2 crowded minibuses. I was fortunate to get one of the last seats. A number of people were left there stranded. I don't know what happened to them or their mental health after that. Being recognised as a councillor, I then was subjected to about an hour and 10, 20 minutes, trapped in the minibus with some very agitated people who have been going through this for 2.5 years. And I just thought, these people are under stress. They're under mental stress. As much as I joke about it, it comes from the consequences that really impact upon their life, a number of whom have chosen to live in this suburb because there's a ferry service. And I think of the responses from the various parts of council, but in particular the one that's meant to take authority for that. And I think that's really agitating people. Usually the most relaxed, laid-back people on public transport are ferry patrons. They get off, they've had a nice commute down, and they do their work. It's a beautiful environment. They get off, unlike bus stations, unlike train stations where people are rushing. So in terms of the reporting here, Mr. Chair, I would suspect that in my suburb that I represent, that I'm trying to save their ferry service, they'll be probably the lowest ranked quotient of anyone, and that'll be saying something.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Turner.
Mr. Chair, I went through a learning curve when I voted against the monitoring report for the Waitaki Ranges Heritage Area. I'm going to vote against this for the same reason, and that is because I understand it's an informational report, but it doesn't contain all the information. We're missing a bunch of stuff here which allows us to make rational, constructive input into what the spirit of this thing is. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any sorry, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
Unlike Councillor Watson, I deliberately didn't take the Gulf Harbour ferry because I know that Auckland Transport receives vehicle movement sheets the day before that tells them whether it's even going to be running or not. But of course, the poor people that use the ferry aren't given that information, even though it's available well in advance. So I didn't bother, and frankly, I made the right choice. But I would suggest that if we take the sort of experience of Councillor Watson and we multiply it across the region and produce a snapshot of the life of many individuals, and I can remember we've had social reports from various agencies that have done that, we might actually achieve something that's very revealing. But my real concern across a whole range of metrics is we're not getting more affordable housing, our emissions are going up, congestion is going up, a whole lot of things are going up. And these are all trends against a background where other cities have got those trends going down. So as much and all as we can achieve this report, it is vital that we have benchmarking against other cities. I continue to ask for this. We do not get it. So we in Auckland are an outlier. We're one of the worst performing cities on the planet. And this is catastrophic. So we should be looking at the reasons behind this, the structural reasons, because as somebody said at the TERP meeting yesterday, if we keep doing what we've always been doing, and that's what we're doing, we're actually going to be in an even worse fix. If we add immigration figures to that, from a number of people, there are people leaving that I know, obviously there are people coming for various reasons, it is not a good look as a city. So I would expect that we have some rapid and fast reporting on our state. Otherwise, what use is monitoring if it doesn't lead to management and action? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I just wanted to draw attention to the somewhat invidious situation our staff are in with this report. And Councillor Philippaina's points about, you know, we do this exercise every 6 years. The last 6 years have been some of the most stressful for us as individuals in Auckland, but also for this organisation. We've been through an enormous amount of change at the central government level as well. You know, these have been incredibly challenging times, and it must have been very difficult to produce an annual monitoring report on a situation of such magnitude of change since the plan was last done in 2018. So I absolutely do not envy them that. I guess I'd point some of my colleagues to the fact that, as the Chair has pointed out, we will be doing this process or a similar process again probably next year that will catch a lot of those changes. But also, you know, I don't think it's fair to say that we are the worst performing city. I'm not quite sure what metric, one of, sorry, is that, anyway. I'm not sure what metric that refers to. I see the Wall Street Journal out today saying New Zealand's the easiest place to do business yet again. Auckland would be a big part of that, I imagine. That's international. I look at, you know, we do have a problem in the housing space, and that is intrinsically linked with our transport issues. And many of us at this table have been pushing for improvements in both of those areas. And I guess I would point my colleagues to the forthcoming work on the future development strategy as well, which will really help us, if we head in a good direction on that, will really help us to address some of those housing and transport issues by concentrating on a compact city model that we know will both reduce emissions and provide more affordable housing for people in places where they can access the services they need. So I think we are largely just receiving a monitoring report on this, but I did just want to make those points as we vote for this. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson. Thank you, Chair. Look, I'll be really quick because I just want to make sure that we're keeping positive about the fantastic city that we live in. Look, I think this is one of the best cities in the world. And the monitoring reports that we receive actually paint a picture of that every time. I think that when we're messaging to the public, we need to always be reminding people how lucky we are in Auckland. You know, of course there's challenges. You know, and I mean, we've had COVID, we've had huge inflation, which is still a monster yet to be tackled, although we're getting there. We've had storms, which have caused huge impact in my ward and others. We've got all manner of problems as a city, and yet despite that, we're still standing strong, aren't we? We're still providing things in these reports that we can really celebrate. I just wanted to point out the one of my particular favourite point here. Point 20, I'm going to read it out because I think it's very important to note. The number of new dwellings consented in Auckland continues to reach record highs. We've had a housing crisis, and that is well signposted. We've had years of housing problems, but every time we get reports about housing through this committee and others, the problem is getting smaller. Auckland is on the grow. We're providing housing for people, and council has a huge part to play in that in terms of its planning and its consenting and all the rest of it. We should be celebrating this. We're actually winning, right? So let's not lose sight of that, and let's actually celebrate all the good things about Auckland. Thanks, Chair. Kia ora, Councillor. Deputy Chair Dalton.
Well, I'm glad that I'm following happy Councillor Henderson today, who I believe is in congestion on shared paths. So that will show the popularity of our shared pathways. But just in that same vein, we can only move forward and reach these targets if we're going to make the right decisions. So when we're having our discussions around our plans, our climate action plan, around TERP, everything else, it's us that can continue to drive us forward in the right direction for the success of the city. This monitoring report, I feel, is better than the last one that we had. Well, that's the sense I got of it when I read it. I remember speaking to the last one and feeling a bit of despair. So I'll be voting to receive this report. I think you're right, Councillor Henderson, we're going gangbusters, and considering what we've had, the challenges that we've had both financially, socially, environmentally, economically over the past few years. So more power to us and Tamaki Makaurau to keep moving forward, but give us the strength to make the right decisions, stop saying no to stuff. You know, there's some decisions that are made just as, that are barriers to progress, and that's where we get disheartened and we don't. We try and stop housing, we try and stop cycleways. That stuff is going to mean we don't achieve the outcomes of the Auckland plan. So kia ora, thank you, Chair. I'll be voting for this.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Darby. Councillor Newman.
Yeah, look, I want to just acknowledge the officers. It's a very hard sort of report to prepare because you're preparing a report based on how people perceive the community around them and how they perceive the experiences around them. And, you know, it's not great at the moment, so it's hard to write a report on that basis because, gee whiz, you're reporting on a perception which you're in part responsible for, but not responsible for all of it. So I think every point's interesting, Chair. Chair, you're right. The council does have to give effect to change. That's why we pass a budget. And that's why we adopt the statement of intent with Auckland Transport, so we can actually move forward and negotiate the outcomes as per that budget to deliver progress, negotiate progress with whatever government, and if we don't do those things, nothing happens. I do think, Chair, that with respect to the Auckland plan, it is difficult to really consider whether the measurements are that relevant when you are talking at such a macro scale for such a broad footprint such as Auckland. I take on board what Ken has said, but it is a monitoring report. I'm not quite sure what will be achieved if we're voting not to receive that, but I do think that there are measures in the Auckland plan which are probably not fit for purpose and they'll need to be rethought as part of that next refresh. Thanks.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Any last requests?
I've taken on board what Councillor Newman says too, and I want to be in the debate going forward, so I'll be saying yes.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Just brief comment from me, and absolutely, I'll start with thanking the staff. I know there's a huge amount of work that goes into this. What we report on is what we've approved. So once again, I come back to making sure the opportunities we have to ask for more actions, more outcomes, more reporting, that's up to us. Staff report back on what we approve and what the feedback happened in the March committee. So just ensuring that those things are up to us. On Councillor Filipaina's point, yes, the recent passing through the third reading of the Spatial Planning Act and others will require all councils now to have a spatial plan. We have one, but the nuance is it is a slightly different way of doing things. So the issue for staff is trying to figure out in the next few months if we're able to do our 6-yearly refresh of the Auckland plan, or we have to create a whole new plan. That's still a bit uncertain, but there are some really good outcome-focused possibilities through that new law. But we obviously want to strengthen what we're already doing, but the awkwardness is just has been the lack of certainty for us and staff over would that bill pass, how does it fit in, and of course the 10-year kind of nature of how that change is going to happen with those two bills together. On benchmarking, that has come through to us, Tātaki, Auckland Unlimited, we do get benchmarking against other cities. In the last study, I think this year, we were 5th in the world for wellbeing against similar cities. Do we have problems? Yes, the Auckland plan will show that significantly. We rank very low in housing affordability and quite low on access to public transport, walking and cycling. These figures will also show our emissions are not going in the right direction, but we also don't get that clear data for 3 years. So there's an issue with getting that up-to-date data to show whether we're making a difference in that space. Why I mentioned the cycling data, that was clear the drop-off is to do with COVID, and hopefully that will come back, but it will require investment to ensure that we get those cycle numbers back. And we are seeing a difference in where people work. A lot of that data and those counters are all facing the city centre because we've always been thinking about people coming in, and we've seen that kind of relationship change. So is it about ensuring we have cycle counters in other areas? The other issue is we've seen deaths and serious injuries amongst cyclists and pedestrians rise. So that may also be an issue that we have to address if we want to encourage those moves to go on. But what we have seen is we've used the Auckland plan to invest in areas such as public transport, walking and cycling, and in those areas, such as the extension to the busway, what's going to happen with the city rail link, the northwestern cycleway that Councillor Henderson gets knocked over on his scooter, because it's so busy, where we have invested, and Tamaki Drive and others, Councillor Deputy Mayor will show, where we have invested, people gravitate to it. So it's about how we ensure that is spread across the rest of Auckland, like through our urban ngāhere and different focuses where we show where we are succeeding across the city, but where we have to tip that balance, like in South Auckland with our tree canopy at 6%, where somewhere in my neighbourhood it's 30%. So how do we ensure that kind of investment and those metrics are being seen across Auckland? But once again, these data points are going to be difficult for us to understand for the last 4 years. We've had COVID, we've had horrendous floods, we've had droughts, we've had everything else happen to our city, cost of living crisis, that will skew a lot of the data. We need to use that data to make better decisions going forward, but we also need to understand how they are something that no one in a generation has seen. So, take the good, but we also need to focus on those significant pieces of data. But it's up to us. It's up to us to invest. It's up to us to make the decisions. We can't always point the finger. If we're going to say we're going to do something, we need to continue to figure out how we can fund it, how we can work with our community to do it, and stop complaining about it. So, all those in favour? Aye. Any opposed?
Yes.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Walker. Any abstentions? No, thank you. Right, we move on to item 9. The annual update on Te Tarakia Tāwhiri, Auckland's climate plan. Kia ora, we've got Adrian, Petra and Lauren. Is Nick, Nick's not online? Cool. Thank you. So just want to, as you speak, introduce yourselves and your role, and then we'll go through the presentation. Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Ko Lauren Simpson Tukuinga. I'm the Acting Chief Sustainability Officer currently, and joining me is Petra Pearce, Lead Climate Adaptation Resilience Advisor. Lead Mitigation Advisor is Adrian Bersenville, and online is Nick McKenna. I'd just like to acknowledge Nick for coordinating the inputs from about, or at least 50 staff to bring this report together, so that was no mean feat. Online we also have Tim Adrianson and Rob Simpson from the Transport Strategy team who are there to support if needed. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is our roadmap of climate action. You can see it goes back to 2015 when we joined C40 cities. I'm not going to cover all of this history. I'm really just going to focus on the milestones of the last year. So starting at the bottom of the curve there, we have the adoption of the National Adaptation Plan. That is government's response to the priority risks in the National Climate Change Risk Assessment, and sets the long-term approach for government about adaptation. Next to that is the adoption of the Transport Emissions Reduction Pathway by Council. That was a huge milestone. That sets our pathway for the transformation of our transport system, which is our largest emissions source, and you heard all about that yesterday. Moving up, we've got the very tragic events of the Auckland anniversary weekend floods, followed by Cyclone Gabriel. Not milestones to be celebrated, but why they're important to climate action is that they did prompt the development of a number of programs across Council in resilience and adaptation. For example, the Storm Response Fund, which is a $20 million targeted rate that aims to increase resilience in our communities and increase our emergency response capability. And there was also the, which is not mentioned there, but the Making Space for Water project, which is about improving our resilience to floods in high-risk areas, and that ties in with the high-risk properties buyout that was agreed with government recently. So just quickly, this is the third annual progress report that we're bringing to you on Te Tata Kia Tāwhiri. It covers an evaluation of our progress on our action, summarising our successes and challenges, and provides an outline of our future focus areas. We try to bring this report to you each year in line with other related and significant report updates. For instance, you've just had the Auckland plan, and the next one you'll be hearing from is the water strategy. And just to note that this plan has been contributed to by teams from right across the group. So this is not just a report for the Chief Sustainability Office, but is actually delivered by the entire organisation. So many of you wouldn't have seen this before. So this is the governance structure for Te Tata Kia Tāwhiri. For start, across the bottom we have our priority areas outlined there. The natural environment, built environment, transport, economy, communities and coast, food, Te Pua Waitangi o Te Tātai, which is a Māori outcomes priority, and energy and industry. Above that we've got the action owners and partnerships. These are both internal to council and CCOs, and also external stakeholders, and these action owners are essential in driving the delivery of actions. Then we have the Chief Sustainability Office is the lead, so we're responsible for the facilitation or facilitating implementation of Te Tata Kia Tāwhiri and reporting on its progress. The boxes to the right-hand side represent our external stakeholders. So you've got the advisory panels there first. There are 5 demographic advisory panels, and there are representatives of each of those on a climate cross-panel advisory group, which forms or gets together as and when required to advise on climate action. Above that is the Rangatahi Ropu. That was a project funded through the LTP, and that has been established. That should actually be a solid box now that I look at it. And they have met numerous times in the last financial year developing action plans. Their purpose is to set up Māori-led projects, and we actually have, or Council is supporting 2 Māori-led projects that were set up by this Ropu. And then the top box there, the regional leadership group, that is in development currently. That will have stakeholders from across all sectors, and it is designed to focus on cross-sector partnership. Its purpose is to help accelerate action in areas that Council doesn't have direct control over. On the the left-hand side, those boxes relate to Council. So we developed the Climate Political Reference Group, which has representatives from elected members from Council and local boards, and that meets as and when required to advise on action development. And then, of course, we report into this committee. You'll note that mana whenua is not specifically mentioned in its own box in that governance structure, but is a very critical part to the delivery of Te Tarakia Tawhiri. So we partnered with, or Council partnered with, the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum in development of Te Tarakia Tawhiri, and we're now working with the INS Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum and Māori advisory staff on how we translate that governance model into, or that governance partnership into an operational delivery phase. And so we have been meeting with them in the last financial year and will continue to do so. So this is an overview of our monitoring and reporting framework, which is what we're reporting on to you, for you today. At the top there, we've got our emissions reduction targets, so 50% emissions reduction by 2030 and net zero emissions reduction by 2050. We have not specified any adaptation targets there. We do have a few related to the urban ngāhere canopy cover, water security and efficiency, and biodiversity, for example, but we have some gaps in some key areas in our adaptation target development, and we have completed phase 1 of that work. We will be moving into phase 2 of that work soon, and some of the projects that we have operating in Council at the moment, including Resilient Auckland and Making Space for Water, will help inform development of those targets. So across the table there, we've got our priorities listed across the top, and below that are 3 layers of reporting. And I'll produce a slide, I'll talk to a slide for each of these. But the action areas, you can see under the natural environment, there are 5 action areas and there are 25 actions within those areas. So I'll provide a high-level overview of how we're progressing on those actions, how many are on track, underway or not started. On the second layer of reporting are our progress indicators. So in the white boxes there are the total number, or white circles, sorry, the total number of indicators that we have in the plan that we report on, and we report on all of those every 3 years. The first report was last year. That was our baseline report for all indicators, so that was published later last year. In the red circles, those are the headline indicators. They're the ones that we report on annually, and I'll show you a slide on those shortly. So before I move on to the third layer, I'd just like to acknowledge Te Pua Waitangi o Te Tātai, the Māori Outcomes Priority. So it's different, there are no actions associated with it. It's a principles-based priority, so very different to the others. The idea is that these Te Ao Māori principles are integrated in the design and implementation of all of the other priority area and actions. And just relating to, again, Te Pua Waitangi o Te Tātai, at the progress indicator level. We currently do not have indicators for monitoring the implementation of those principles. I'm sure, as you can appreciate, there are challenges with developing a monitoring framework to adequately measure the implementation of a principles-based priority. We did start the work on that, and unfortunately we had staff movements that meant that we had to put that work on hold. We are in the process of recruiting for a Māori, specialist Māori advisor that will, where development of a monitoring and evaluation framework for this priority area will be a key focus for that person. So moving on to our third level of reporting, our cross-cutting indicators. These come from our greenhouse gas emissions inventory, and they provide the net emissions and gross emissions for the region, and our emissions by sector. So I'll just go into those three areas now. So starting with the actions. These bars, there's a bar there for each of the priority areas and an overall total bar at the top. What you're looking at is that the blue sectors represent the percentage of actions that are complete. The green sectors represent the actions that are on target. The dark blue sectors represent the actions that are partially underway and need more work, and the red represents action, or the percentage of actions that are not yet underway. So there are a total of 179 actions. It's a lot, that's why we don't report on them individually. And it's important to note that Council does not have full control over the implementation of all of these actions. So our span of control ranges from direct control, partial control, to just having an influencing role. And that does have some influence over how fast some of these action areas have progressed. So you can see, looking at the total bar at the top, we've got 3% of actions are completed, 31% of actions are on track, 52% of actions are underway but require more work, and 13% are not in progress. So comparing that with last year, the bar at the bottom of the screen there, if we combine the actions on track and underway, that gives us 86% for this reporting year versus 85% for the previous year. And we have reduced the percentage of actions not in progress from 15% to 13%. So there is some modest improvement there on the previous year. Okay, so the second layer of reporting, our progress indicators. So we've got our priority headings across the top there with the headline indicators underneath. The green dots represent a positive change, a change that is a trend that is good for climate. Yellow represents no change, and red represents a negative change or change that is not good for climate. It's painting quite a rosy picture. There are a lot of green dots. We can probably take this with a grain of salt this year for a couple of reasons. One is the impact of COVID. So some of these indicators were impacted by COVID for a couple of years. And also the fact that we've only got 3 years of reporting to base a trend on. So just to drill into a couple of these to give you an example, if we look at the millions of litres of petrol and diesel purchased annually, that's showing a positive trend in that, in theory, we are using less. In reality, what is happening there is that between the reporting years 2021 and 2022, consumption reduced in fuel, and then fuel consumption increased between 22 and 23 reporting years. It's still showing a positive trend, but obviously the fact that it's gone up from last year is not great, but it's also not surprising because fuel use was impacted by COVID in the first 2 years. Similarly, the public transport boardings are a really great result, moving from 41 million boardings last year to 71 in this reporting year, 71 million in this reporting year. So it's great to see that's bouncing back from the impacts of COVID. And just to point you, I guess, toward another good news story would be the tonnes of domestic food scraps diverted from landfill. So that was just over 1,000 tonnes diverted in the previous year versus over 1,800 tonnes in this reporting year, and that's a result of increased implementation of our food scraps collection program. And you'll notice there is a red dot on the energy and industry priority there for the electricity consumption. That is based on our inventory data, which I'll show you next, which is based on 2019 data. So it's showing an increase because at that time we had dry weather, and that's to do with the proportion of coal and hydro. So that's not very recent. Okay. So third layer of reporting is our greenhouse gas emissions inventory. What you can see there, zigzaggy line going upward, are our emissions inventories that we've been reporting since 2009. So we've got a really good record there. Unfortunately, it's going up. Our targets are based on a 2016 baseline, and you can see 2016 marked on the line there. So since 2016, our emissions have raised 5.4%. But just to note also that is based on 2019 data, so there is a lag, unfortunately. We are working to improve that lag. The difficulties come around acquiring the data, and process improvements have meant that, so the 2019 inventory was published late last year. Later this year, we'll be able to publish both the 2020 and 2021 data sets. So that's certainly an improvement, and we'll continue to work on that to reduce that lag time. What you can see there with since 2016 and subsequent inventories that have been published is that our trajectory down to our 2030 target keeps steepening, and that will continue to happen if we do not sharply reduce our emissions. And the steeper that curve gets, the more disruptive and costly the action will become. So it's really important that we make really concerted and ambitious efforts to reduce our emissions very soon. And just down the bottom there, we've got by sector our three biggest emitting sectors, which, not surprising, transport is our highest one at 45.6%, energy at 28%, and our industrial processes at 18%. Yeah. So that's a very sobering look at our situation. I'm going to move on to some feel-good highlights. This is just a snapshot of some of the really good work that's happening across the organisation. There is a lot more in the progress report, so I do encourage you to go and have a look and see all the good work that is being done. So the climate action targeted transport targeted rate, which used to be the climate action targeted rate, was adopted in June last year. It has, in its last year, just starting, it's in its planning and pre-implementation phase, so not a huge amount of action delivered yet, but it's setting itself up to deliver a lot more action in the next financial year. So things that it has been working on are the design of the charging infrastructure for the electric ferries at 3 different locations, and there is a new electric ferry on order with more to be ordered in the next financial year. 2 new frequent bus routes came online, and they have contributed an extra 4,000 boardings per day. And the Urban Ngāhere program has for the next planting season, which will be next winter. The long-term plan climate action investment package, that is really ramping up now. It's recovering from the struggles it had with recruiting staff and with COVID lockdowns, and it's really going along quite well now. So the climate action grant was fully subscribed, and 45 community groups were supported through those grants, and 20% of those were underserved communities. There were 22 hectares of tree planting undertaken. There were 53 additional zero emission buses added to the fleet, and the essential vehicle zone on Queen Street was established. And there's been a lot of really good work done around corporate emissions reduction, and that's including putting solar on aquatic centres, converting gas boilers, and also converting some of our heating and water systems from gas. Okay, so where do we need to focus on? So in the coming year, obviously we've seen we need to do a whole lot more work, and council will need to be responsible for a lot of that work, but we can't do it on our own, and we're going to need to work with stakeholders right across the region. So an important part of accelerating that delivery, one of the things that we will be working on is developing the regional leadership group. We also need to continue to work with mana whenua to deliver on Te Tarakia Tawhiri, and making sure that we are honouring that partnership that we had in the development of Te Tarakia Tawhiri and bringing that into the implementation phase as well. So we'll continue to work with the INS Mana Whenua Forum and Māori specialist staff. If we're going to make the really significant change that we need to make, we need to ensure that climate is central to every decision we make across our policy, strategy and investments. And there are a number of things that we have been doing. For instance, the Future Development Strategy, which supports a compact urban form, as well as moving away from developing in hazard areas. We also need to, we've also been working on local board plans, so rather than moving away from the dedicated climate plan that some of the local boards have, we've now worked with local boards to integrate climate into all local board plans. Things that we'll be continuing to do in the next financial year will be working on the development of the long-term plan, and we'll be doing that through the investment impact assessment, which contains criteria around climate that all our investments will be assessed against. And we'll also be developing policy around dynamic adaptive policy pathways to help council make better decisions about the resilience of its assets and the community for the future. We need to be focusing on high impact areas, so we've talked a lot about the flood work that's happening across the organisation. We'll continue to do that work, and how important, you've been hearing yesterday as well, how important our transport system is to delivering on our climate goals. So we'll be focusing there, and we know that there are lots of really great options for taking action that are cost effective. And the last thing there is improving our monitoring and evaluation. So we need to be making sure that the measures that we're using are fit for purpose, that we're better able to measure how individual actions are contributing to our goals. So that will be a key focus going forward. So I'll leave it there. I'll hand back to the Chair for questions. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Lauren and team. Huge amount of work to bring this all together. Again, I have 4 questions so far. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Just aware that the run rate required on climate emissions is getting pretty steep for 2030. Is there a reason why we're using 2019 data, given the changes since 2019?
There is a lag time in our emissions inventory development. So it's mostly around the acquiring of data. So there's a large number of organisations we need to work with to acquire the data for the inventory. They likely have quite a delay in acquiring the data themselves from within the organisations. So they have a delay, we have a delay getting it from them. Then there's the synthesis of the data and the development of the report. I don't know if Adrian, if you have anything to add to that. Yep. Yeah, so we are working with the stakeholders and our own processes to reduce that lag. So that's why this year we're able to provide both the 2020 and 2021 inventories, acknowledging there is still a lag there, but it's improving.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kia ora, Councillor. Yes, I found out quite early in the development that we can measure air quality very easily and get that data pretty quick, but carbon emissions is a much far longer lag for all organisations. Member Ashby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. some good work in there, and some good outcomes and some worrying trends. So thank you to Councillor Henderson for asking one of the questions. Just a couple from me. One, I'm interested in the tree cover metric. You've got no update there, if you could speak to that. And also, I'm just curious, given increasingly we can't, we need to think of the biodiversity side of climate change as well, and this seems like one indicator where it would make sense to combine them. Obviously, in the rush to tree cover, we're going to end up, if we're not careful, with a very mono-species sort of coverage. You can only have so many harakeke and manuka that our ecosystems actually need. So if you could speak to that briefly. And I just have two other questions. One is obviously we've gone through our recent annual budget. Has it impacted the rollout of any of this, i.e. slowed it down? And the second question, or third I guess, is you have spoken about continuing to work in partnership with mana whenua through the forum. What other ways are you going to engage with mana whenua? Just being cognizant of the fact not all iwi turn up to those forums? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ashby, through the chair. So starting with the tree cover, similar situation to the inventory actually. The LiDAR, the canopy cover is determined by LiDAR surveys, so it's done by, I think that's aeroplane, was it satellite? Satellite, aeroplane flyover? And they're done every six or so years. So that's why that data is old. They're very time consuming and expensive, so they're not done very often. The biodiversity question around the varieties used in the Urban Ngāhere program, I'm sorry, I can't speak to that, and we don't have any of the biodiversity team here today, but it's something we can respond to.
Kia ora, Member Ashby. Have Councillor Dalton and I have met with the Urban Ngāhere team, and we're looking to hopefully have it at the next full presentation on the rollout and ability to answer all those questions, because there's some fantastic, you'll see 1.6 million trees planted, through some of these actions, but the detail there, I can tell you on the 200 hectares of planting in regional parks, that was originally a plan just for, as you say, trees, but then now it's about the funding was changed to ensure understory and kind of different types of trees that help each other. So there was far broader, it meant a few less hectares at the beginning, but it'll get that more kind of thoughtful ecosystem rather than just chucking down, species, because we have found that in the past those didn't survive as well. So, but there'll be more information to come.
Thank you. Related to the annual budget, freeze on spending, yes, both the freeze and budget cuts have impacted delivery of some of the programs. Behaviour change is one that comes to mind. I know there were several others, and I'm sorry, we've actually noted them in the report, and I can't remember them off the top of my mind. But yeah, they are actually listed as impacts in the annual budget in the report itself. And the last question, engagement with mana whenua. So, for example, we on the development of the regional leadership group, we have been engaging with the Healthy Waters mana whenua advisory group. I'm sorry, I can't remember their exact name. It's a group of staff, Māori advisors that advise on engagement with mana whenua. We have received advice from them to engage with iwi individually, or to engage with what was the I think it's now the Tamaki Mikoto mana whenua forum, which is what used to be the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki forum.
but that hasn't been operating in recent times, and so the next option is likely to then go and engage with the individual iwi on the development of that group. The INES, it was felt that the operational nature of the INES Mana Whenua Forum wasn't possibly the right forum for that particular project. So we will be adapting our engagement approach depending on the nature of the work that we're doing.
You'll remember, and that is something that we need to focus on, because there was Lauren, Alec and Matthew and team worked really hard to work with individual iwi chairs the whole way through the development. Obviously it's time consuming for those iwi chairs and their staff, so it's about how we make sure it's good use of people's time, but also we need to discuss through our Māori outcomes focus around resourcing groups to do this work, because we do expect a lot of them. Kia ora, Councillor Walker.
I've got a few questions. Part of the context is that I led out the Council's first climate change strategy in the first term under Len Brown, and we had a whole range of teams, a huge amount of expertise, which has been jettisoned. But if I hark back to some of that, we've currently got a trajectory that's going up, okay? Fundamentally, the changes to stationary energy and particularly transport require the electrification of everything. That's a fundamental, I'd suggest, that is accepted, correct? Is there any reference in this strategy to the necessity for an energy strategy for Auckland? And my question around that is, one, where does the electricity come from? What is the planning for it? In particular, in order to meet peak demand across ferries, buses, cars, rail, and everything, and peak demand in itself is significant. So where is the buffering capacity in terms of batteries? What's the forecast increase in deployment of solar, wind, and whatever else is necessary to do this? And if those plans are not here, how can we come anywhere remotely in driving down that curve? So I'm actually interested in seeing that. If the answer is no, we don't have any of that information, we don't have any planning for any of it, then it would be useful to know. So a fairly simple question that goes initially to electrification.
Through the chair, if I can just answer just broadly around an energy strategy, then I'm happy for the team to add anything more. No, we are not doing any work on an energy strategy for Auckland. There is no resource for that. If this is a desire of the committee or the governing body, then we'll need to hear that. But no, we're not doing any work. We know there are organisations, including government organisations, Vector and others, that are working on this. And as always, we work with lots of organisations. Lauren mentioned that in her presentation. But there is no work we're specifically doing around that.
Okay.
And the MB...
I am putting this up, Mr. Chair, as something that you might consider in moving, because I talk to other parties like Vector and private parties and others, and they approached us and looked for a lead from us, and we haven't got back to them. So I'll come back to that later. So there is no plan, there is no energy strategy for Auckland. The consequence is, at this point, it's an impossibility to actually take that curve down. The other question I've got is around what are the actual reductions in emissions that we're getting, and I'm not referring to a number of things that are happening, but what are we actually delivering on, and how are we measuring that on an annual basis so that we've got some real-time tracking? Is there any of that occurring?
I might answer the second question first on the real-time tracking. That's something we've been working on over the past year, knowing that we've got a significant gap in terms of our annual reporting, and that's definitely not assisting our decision making to have an inventory which is dated 2019 when we are in 2023. So we are closing off that gap as much as we can, and we are reaching the 2021, which is not enough to be able to do some live tracking. So what we are working on now is more to implement some more real live data tracking with some proxy data which are more accessible to the public, accessible to the decision makers and to us as well as staff, to make sure that we are seeing the trend, seeing the pictures and tracking the uptake of renewable energy across the region quite clearly on a daily, monthly basis as much as we can. So we are definitely working on that to really focus on proxy indicators and trends and meaningful change instead of just focusing on that end goal indicator about the greenhouse gas for the region. Regarding the way we bend that greenhouse gas curve, I would be probably a bit more nuanced about that one-for-one replacement from energy or fuel energy to electric energy. It's usually not a one-for-one, and that one-for-one does not work all the time. So you usually need to work around avoiding the emission, avoiding the need for the travel, for example. Do we actually need to travel by a car with an individual car with one person in the car, or can we carpool? Can we use public transport a bit more? So to reduce the need for the travel demand would reduce the need for that electricity demand to then be able to replace that fuel by an electrical fuel after. So we recognize that the electricity is not going to supply the full energy demand that we have currently, but we need to plan accordingly by reducing as much as we can. And then once we've reduced as much as we can, then we can replace that. And that's the same principle for the built environment in housing. We need to insulate more instead of just putting heat pump and let the energy go away. So that's energy efficiency and then replacement.
Okay, the other question I've got just goes to benchmarking, which I asked earlier. We may be a member of C40 and a number of those cities are tracking quite well, but equally there are smaller cities, particularly when we're a member of ICLEI, that we have not joined. So what benchmarking do we do across a number of things, electrification, buffer capacity for batteries, urban tree cover, and the like, compared to other cities that have active programs and in many instances are reporting annually? Are we benchmarking ourselves against other cities on an ongoing basis? And I'm not just referring to C40 because those cities, many of them are out of our league.
I can touch briefly on the C40, which is definitely not the objective of the C40 is more knowledge sharing and trying to learn together instead of benchmarking and trying to compare cities against each other. It's more trying to get the city together in working groups or sharing practices and some learnings. So we are evolving in different social environment, geographical environment, economic environment with different pressure, different context. So it's hard to benchmark and have a real comparison of one criteria because the situations are so different. So it's really trying to pick the good initiatives from the different cities and learn from the learnings or the mistakes from others as well to make sure that we are progressing as fast as we can, learning from others. So in that sense, we are not necessarily focused on that benchmarking, but more on that upskilling and learning.
Okay, the other question I've got just goes to the issue that Member Ashby raised about loss of tree cover. Other cities do heat mapping and the like. There's an enormous amount of satellite data that's available, much of it in real time. Can we not produce that data that would indicate where we're achieving tree loss? For example, right now we're achieving enormous tree loss across our munga because the trees are being actively removed, and I'm talking about trees that are many, many years old, in some instances over 100 years, with an enormous amount of stored carbon and very little likelihood of any replacement around that, and the ongoing loss of tree cover around Auckland. So as much as we can plant a lot of trees, what reporting are we doing around actuals as it goes to that?
Every 6 years we're doing the LiDAR monitoring, but in between the monitoring is around how many trees are being planted. I'm not aware of the other technologies that are available for more frequent monitoring, but that's something we can approach the Urban Ngāhere team about.
And again, that question just goes to benchmarking. Once you benchmark with other cities, you see what they're doing, and it's a virtuous loop. So the last question I've got just goes to the deployment of some specific areas that other cities are doing. Do we have anybody working on the deployment of solar panels across Auckland and wind? And how many people do we have across the organisation, and I'm thinking in particular of Auckland Transport, that are actually engaged in electrification?
I'm sorry, I couldn't speak to the numbers, but certainly we have funded projects to install solar panels on council facilities, and I'm not sure, Adrian, are you able to comment on any
how would we rate, for example, compared to Australian cities around solar deployment?
Oh, sorry, Nick, did you have a comment?
Nick, you keen to
through the chair. And just in response to the question, firstly, just going back to the Ngāhere, I just want to make the point that within the report there is some commentary around some new software that has been developed to estimate tree planting structure and ecosystems and relating risks to Ngāhere, and that also estimates carbon storage and sequestration values as well. So can definitely send through some more information on that council iTree software that has been developed in the natural environment priority. Just to the second point around the, I guess, the solar panel, there is funding within the LTP Climate Action investment that is looking to reduce council's footprint by 50% in line with the climate targets. So there is a number of projects outlined in the report in the energy and industry section that shows all the really good work around the different projects that have solar panels being installed, along with other work around decarbonising the use of gas within council properties. I don't have the exact numbers of people working on hand, but I can definitely find some more information out and come back to you on that.
Reserve my rights.
Kia ora, Councillor. Just on the Ngāhere around rapid reduction, I think the 2020 survey, 2019 survey that we got the data in 2020 showed a 0.5% increase in tree cover across Auckland. The difference, though, was that it was increasing quite well on public land, but those larger trees on private land, since the law was changed that removed general tree protection, that has reduced quite significantly over time. But we will get that. I think it's the data from next year. On the energy strategy, there is the government, the MB one is being led next year for the whole of New Zealand. We will be part of that, whether we can get a picture for Auckland rather than duplicating that quite, it's a significant body of work, but we will be working with MB on the whole New Zealand strategy. I think through Te Tarakia Tāwhiri, we did consider a lot of focus on solar, but the discussion was bang for buck of emissions, because we're not like Australia. They have very, very high fossil fuel energy, whereas at the moment, I think with all the rain, we're sitting in the 90s, or down to 80% on average. So it's around where we focus our time. Obviously, we do want to reduce our energy reliance, but because so much of our network is renewable already, that wasn't a huge focus for council's money. But the MOU with Vector with AT has been a really, really good partnership. We couldn't do that we couldn't electrify the fleet until Vector and AT had that agreement in place. That was 2020, and working on there. So there's good happening, but it's how we can connect that all up. Right, Councillor Dalton, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report and the presentation. I just wanted to talk about that regional stakeholder group that is currently being formed. So we know that we can't do this alone, and we know that we need to be the leaders in this for our city, and that requires political advocacy as well as management leadership as well. And I think we had part of that when we were developing the TERP, that we were checking in with some of those external companies. So we see the steel mill doing some good work out there in terms of reducing emissions. We see it with Countdown, lots of good stuff going on. So is that regional stakeholder group going to be how we show that leadership for the rest of the city, that we learn a best practice that was just spoken about, that we really drive that forward? And is that something that requires additional funding to be able to happen? And what is the time frame so far?
Sorry, through the chair. Thank you for the question. I'll start with the timeline. So the intention is to have the regional leadership set up in the next year. In terms of additional funding, I'm not sure yet. It's possible we may need more for its ongoing operation. So at the moment, the funding is for its initial setup, I think, and it will depend on its, I guess, eventual structure. And yes, the intention is for us to show leadership, but also for us to be able to partner with other organisations that have access, resource and knowledge to work together to nut out some of the really challenging areas that we've not been able to break through. And while we can't do this alone, a lot of the industry sectors can't do it alone either, and it does require that partnership, so that's where the real value is. But certainly we will be sharing the knowledge that we bring from our memberships through Climate Leaders Coalition, the C40 Cities membership as well, and sharing that with other stakeholders to help accelerate that action.
Thank you for that, and I reserve my right to speak too. Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. I realise it's another monitoring report and my concerns are sort of the same as last time, but I'm looking here at the headline indicators, trying to work out how that information helps council construct decision making which affects what we're trying to get on the ground. So for instance, a 4% decrease or worse figures for emissions from stationary fuel consumption. I presume behind each of these figures you have a bunch of data where you've built up there. What's causing that? What's causing the disappointing results? Obviously an increase. You know, it's got a decrease in emissions here, but it's on a negative figure. So I presume there's an increase in stationary fuel usage.
So that's a positive. The decrease of 4% is a positive. It's less fuel being used, and therefore it's a benefit to the
So how did? So last night I was in West Auckland at a meeting with people and Vector, and they asked the room how many people have a stationary generator, and almost everybody put their hands up. My immediate family has 3 now where we never had one. I have a 6 kVA, one of my sons has a 6 kVA, and the other son has a 12 kVA. And if you try to buy a generator in Auckland at the moment, you've got to put yourself in an order because there's so much demand. We've got the Black Generator Company out in the concourse, huge company now, they're generators all over town. Vector tells us they have a stationary generator that now is going to be a permanent fixture at Piha. And that's in part, and I have the graph here they gave us, that's because their power outages are almost 60% vegetation and power line problems. I understand the role that vegetation and our forests have as sequential, but it gets really complicated how we make sure our overarching policies actually deliver good results on the ground. So how do we, where in here, where would you write the policy or tell us to do the things needed to achieve those more micro adjustments?
Through the chair, I think that would be an action for Vector. You're talking about...
Well, Vector told us last night that it's because they're not allowed to trim under the trees properly.
Oh.
And we've got tree rules which are good in one place, although they're not being followed on the mongers, but then under the power lines, everyone's scared to cut anything. So how do we, and that is having an absolute tangible result to how much diesel people use. People see that out there in the community. There was comments made about it last night. So I go on to the next thing.
Maybe I could, just on, Lauren, maybe I could help on that one, Councillor Turner, and maybe we set up a meeting, because what I have, 2 years ago we did a deal with Vector, so now it's community facilities because of this issue, and they have been, I think, more responsive at what I've heard on these issues and cutting right back to ensure the protection of the infrastructure. So I'm keen to check on that and see some instances. If someone in Vector is saying that they don't have, because the issue was Vector was doing it before and they've asked us to come in and do this work. So I will, we need to sit down and work that out if there's some confusion there or some issues. It's probably more a difficult one for Lauren to answer, but
okay.
Yeah, but that's been in place 2 years, so it should be working better than what that sounds like.
So the next question, food scraps, 41% of that is now going into landfill. What's the advantage in that? Is it an emission advantage or?
Through the chair, sorry. It's an emissions reduction from landfills. So when organic matter breaks down in the landfill, it produces methane. So if we can reduce or remove all of the organic matter going to landfill, we can reduce our landfill emissions.
So Redvale landfill, which isn't finished yet, is powering 18,000 homes up there on gas-generated electricity, which they can't do if they don't have food scraps in it, because its production, the landfill's production of methane is much, much lower. As a result, we're collecting it in plastic bins which are made in Australia without using any recycled New Zealand plastic, and liners which are made in China, and we're trucking it to Reparoa to put into a digester. And then we're trucking back the leachate that comes out the bottom to sell here in Auckland. So I want to see the figures so that because I've seen some figures. All I'm saying is that the public on the ground, what they see is totally out of step with this really high stuff I'm discussing with you here today, and I'm hoping that we can connect that better.
Through the chair, there is a study which has been done by the waste minimization team to demonstrate that the food scrap collection was still beneficial in terms of greenhouse gas compared to sending that to landfill. So that cost-benefit assessment has been done in terms of greenhouse gas point of view. And the collection of waste is actually, I wouldn't say negligible, but small compared to the wider emission of the food scraps. I don't know if you've been to visit a landfill or if you've been over one. The way it's managed, it's not fully sealed, it's not fully capped. There are some leaks in terms of greenhouse gas, including methane, before the methane is trapped and burned and transformed into electricity. So in terms of energy generation, a landfill is not the optimum way of capturing, collecting and transforming that into electricity. A biodigester is definitely more confined and controlled in terms of the energy you produce from the same amount of waste. So yeah, that has been done. It's definitely good practice from across the world to divert as much waste from landfill as much as you can, organic waste, but others as well. So we understand the need and the benefits that can have the electricity generation out of a landfill, but that's really the end product of what should have been avoided in the first place. So the same, if we can avoid food scrap at the first stage, we won't end up with a waste minimization or waste generation or waste collection in the end. So yeah, hope that answered your question. Yeah, happy to discuss.
Cool, thanks, Councillor Turner. And the waste team, Parole can provide all the data, because there was a lot of questions about that at the beginning. And it is, once again, how do we get that 100,000 tonnes a year out of, which are currently going to landfill? This, there isn't a very easy, this was kind of the main approach. I had a lot of doubts and questions too, but that it's 100,000 tonnes of food waste a year that we need to have removed from the landfill. This will only cover about a month of that, won't it? And the full rollout hasn't been complete, so that's, we're not, it's good to have it there, but I think it would only be showing a very tiny part of what's going on. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick ones that follow from the slides that were up. At one point there, you referred to 63% of Aucklanders being engaged in living a lower carbon lifestyle, and a similarly high percentage for engaging with schools to do with sustainability. One of the key challenges, of course, is getting Aucklanders to follow and getting them to active and getting them to respond. So I'm very interested to know what the nature of that engagement was. What does that engagement with those Aucklanders amount to in terms of actions?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Watson. So, are you asking the question around what types of engagement they've done? So, they've got a few different methods. Sorry. So they have a Live Lightly program, which is an engagement program. It's a combination of online engagement as well as hosting events in the community. They have a Future Fit program, which is designed for businesses to take on to engage their staff in more low carbon sustainable living. Those are the main areas. In terms of schools, there is the Enviro School program, where they are working with in numerous, quite large numbers of schools to encourage children and their families to live more sustainably.
Okay, thank you. And I guess part of the reason I bring that up, Mr. Chair, is often to signal that if we are to reach or progress in any way to some of these goals, the nature and level of engagement with the people of Auckland has to undergo a transformational change. My other question just goes to the section on, I think it was one of your last comments here, to do with the transport goals and the actions that are cost effective, and I think, excuse me, following on from yesterday, that are also quickly implementable, like quick wins if we go. Could you just give us a quick example of the kind of suite of things you're anticipating there that are actions that can be done quickly and cost effectively across the region or in certain parts of the region?
Thank you for the question. Go ahead, Tim.
Thanks, Lauren. By the chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. I think our eminent focus at the moment is similar to the long-term plan outcomes, to take a look at the existing network that we have and see how we're getting maximum efficiency out of that network, and to take a look at the investment programs that we've already got in place and assess how we might get better outcomes out of the expenditure that we've already got going forward. So really, it's definitely looking at that renewals budget and how we can leverage that for betterment and improvements, but also checking and sense checking that our current investment programs align with the outcomes of Te Tarukia Tawhiri and the TERP. So that includes a whole wide variety of things, but particularly when we're coming along and we're making changes to the streetscape or our transport system, just double checking that we are moving towards the outcomes that we know we need to get in terms of emissions reduction. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks, Tim. Just to make that a little bit more accessible to people that may be listening to that, what might that mean in a typical ward across Auckland? What works would you be doing? What projects? How quickly have they done? What sort of things? Seeing that's going to be our focus clearly, as you know, as indicated yesterday.
Thank you. Yes, by the chair. Without pre-concluding what we need to do in any specific location, because it definitely needs to be tailor-made to each community's needs, and we need to consult with the community on that and involve them. But in particular, we'd be looking for opportunities where maybe we're not making the best use of existing street space. We might be able to get better efficiency in terms of bus lanes in particular, whether they're temporal, like time allocated bus lanes and an extension of the bus lane network. Cheaper and faster delivery of cycleways by either leveraging shared use pathways or pop-up cycleways. Better use of resources in terms of how we allocate and manage on-street parking and these sorts of things are a kind of direction that we can move in. I think there's possibly a step that comes before that, which is internal work that we can do with our organizations in terms of upskilling the knowledge base and our ability to engage with our communities to build support for these types of interventions. These are early actions that we can take to develop our own skill sets and our own organizational culture towards achieving these outcomes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I had a question around trees as well, which is just going back to the urban ngāhere work, and apologies, this may not sit with your team, but I'm taking the opportunity to ask now. The council reached a settlement with the Tree Council, who've been doing a lot of important work in this space, around protection. We talk a lot about the planting aspects, and I think that's good and we need to do that. But in the protection space, there was a settlement reached in court between out of court, between the Tree Council and Auckland Council. I've been trying to get a bit of an update on that, and I'm going to raise it now to be cheeky and ask how it fits in with the climate plan work. And I reserve my right to speak when we get to comment. Thank you.
Through the chair. Sorry, Megan, do you have a response to that?
I'm just checking, was that one around some work to more fully do some work on the tree rules and the scheduling and things? Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I've just remembered something else about it. So obviously we had Plan Change 83, but this should be in addition to that. I don't think the team or I have an update for you now, but I'm very happy to get you one. Are you okay if I can come back to you, that'd
please?
Be great. Thank you.
And we might be able to wrap it into the urban ngāhere plan we hope to bring to the next committee. Yeah, I mean, we can get you information before that, but for the public. Cool. Councillor Williamson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask if we could slide back to number 8, the graph, the exponentially decaying graph?
Figure 6.
Is it figure 6? Okay, that's it, yeah. The first question I want to ask before I get to some of this is, in paragraph 22 of the document, you finish off with saying, nevertheless, more funding will be required if significant progress toward TERP objectives is to be achieved. That begs a number of questions, and the first one is, how much funding is there already towards TERP if we're going to have more? So I'll ask that as my first question.
I'm wondering if I can pass that to Nick.
Through the chair, I don't actually have an update, but Tim may be better to answer the question around funding allocated for TERP.
It's Robert Simpson here, perhaps I can have a first stab at that. So there's we haven't made that calculation, what's been allocated to TERP specifically. We do know that in excess of $30 billion is earmarked to be spent on, invested in transport over 10 years, some of which will take us in the right direction in terms of TERP objectives, and some of it maybe less so.
Okay. If you say that you don't have a specific number, that then again begs the question further when it says, nevertheless, more funding will be required. And I guess my question is, how much more than the current amount for which we don't know?
Through the chair, Robert, I'll take this one. Councillor Williamson, I understand your questions. Overall, maybe I could say, and just following on from Robert's response, yes, there may well be some additional spend required for TERP, but TERP is also about doing things differently and or stopping things. So it's very hard to cost exactly what that pathway would cost over, say, a 20 or 30 year period. We know we have money right now. We know that that money, a lot of it will continue to be spent on, you know, stuff that it's earmarked for. There are opportunities, though, to use that money differently, to either not do that work or to do that work in a different way. So with all of this, and this is the complexity, I think, of climate generally in what you're hearing from the team, but particularly in terms of transport emissions, there is a lot about what we can do differently that may not need any more money. It's just money that's put in different ways. But there will be some things like, for example, I guess, whether it's electric buses or some kit like that, which probably is more money. There's a lot of money, though, that will need to be repurposed if this council and Auckland want it to be so.
Right. The reason I ask this is I'm really concerned about the number of times something is put into a document and then at a meeting 2 months later they said, oh, well, that was already done 2 months ago in July. We said there'd be more money needed. I don't think a sentence like, nevertheless, more funding will be required if significant progress towards TERP objectives is to be achieved, should be in a document like this unless it says how much more and on what and where is that based on what we're currently spending. Because otherwise it's all things to all people.
Look, sorry, through the chair, probably not that you care. Look, I agree with your point. I mean, I'm not saying that you don't care what my point is. Okay. But no, I totally agree with your point. The difficulty we have with this, as I've said, is that it's such a mixture of doing things differently. Yes, there may be some new fun, but don't ever hear us say that the way to achieve TERP or our emission pathway reduction in transport is all about new money.
No.
You will never hear us say that, but there may well be some new investment that does need to come at certain points.
Okay, if I can come back to that graph, there are 11 data points on the graph. And I studied a very obscure form of mathematics called catastrophe theory. Yeah. And if you want to look it up, you can see that catastrophe theory will tell you how much of a change do you need to make in order to meet your target. And I had a look at that last night and ran it through some algorithms that I've got. It basically said the chances of hitting your 50% by 2030 based on that line is less than 0.01 of 1%, even with a catastrophic change to your circumstances. And it's a little bit like with 3 overs left of a cricket match and you're 109 runs behind, you can't win, because even with 3 overs and 6s on it for every ball, you'll only get 108 runs. When will we make a decision that we cannot make that target and a new one be set? Because quite frankly, your chances of hitting that now, even with quite catastrophic changes, are still very, very low.
Through the chair, yes, you're right, and it gets harder and harder every year. Through Te Tarakia Tawhiri and the emission pathway is to say, in order to achieve that 2050 goal, this is the kind of pathway that's needed. Every year, and possibly every month to catastrophize it, but certainly every year that we don't make some big changes as a region, it will get harder and harder. If this committee wants to reconsider this, of course, this target reflects both a national target in terms of gross greenhouse gas emissions and, of course, international targets. We know that for Auckland, the transport emission is the biggest part of our response to that, as opposed to other parts of the country might have some different parameters. So if this council wants to change or rethink this target, then it is entirely up to to them to do it. We'll just need to hear that from you. But at the moment, this is the target. We are trying to describe how difficult, yes, this will be. We haven't given up hope yet. We do think we can get a long way, but the longer it takes us, the steeper is, as you know, the ability for us to do that in the curve.
All right, I'll leave it at that. I just think that the required run rate gets to a point where you can't actually make the run rate.
Through the chair, I was just, cricket analogies are up my alley.
Yeah. I guess, like a sports game, the target's set during the match, and hopefully if you're a good team, you don't leave the field, which it sounds like some people want us to do. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, because I totally switched off when people started talking about cricket. I wanted to ask my question, in terms of climate action, right? We really do, it does need to be about what we do in the transport space. That's my understanding. This is where my brain is at right now. But how do we do this? And I suppose the question is more for Megan, like how can we achieve what we have up there for transport emissions when a lot of the responses seem to be coming back that we don't have the capacity? And I look at the cycling team is reduced, the numbers of staff there to be able to work on our, cycling program. Our transport advisors are so low in the council hierarchy, like we're not really giving transport much oomph ourselves within the organisation. And then on top of that, we really do need our communities on board with the big picture. And when I raised it yesterday in the workshop, the responses were that we don't have the capacity to do community engagement around climate and around our transport projects, and we lose people. And that's the only way we're going to achieve these transport targets, is if we have our communities understanding why we're putting that bus lane there, why we're putting that cycle lane there, why we're trying to remove parking in some places, and we just lose them because all people see is their disruption to their daily life. They don't see the big picture. So I do think community engagement is vital. When I was told we don't have the capacity, what about our, I'm kind of almost being the mayor and being practical with my response, but what about using our community brokers and strategic brokers and our community development team who are already out there in the communities? Like, is there a way to solve this so we can achieve our next steps that was in the slide up there?
Kia ora, through the chair. Thanks for the question. Of course, this is not about council having to do everything, and we must work with the community. And of course, the community does things better and differently than we can ever do as well. So, Tim, I might throw to you though. I know that you've working with Auckland Transport. You've probably got some ideas. Thanks.
Well done by the chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor, and I think really well articulates the scale of the challenge in the transport space. So obviously there's no quick answer to this, but I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. And I think it's helpful to start by looking at how we've got to where we are and what we have. And what we have is that we've spent a very long time investing in a whole network of transport assets that make it relatively easy to get around in a way that is dependent on fossil fuels. For most people, they have a private motor vehicle. So in terms of the technical answer to the challenge, it's about taking the assets that we've already generated and that we already have and repurposing them as best we can into a low carbon way, whether that's through electrifying those existing vehicles or using the existing assets in a different way. So that's a little bit of the technical answer. But I think the interesting part of the question is really what's our cultural capacity and how can we build our cultural capacity to tackle the scale of change required in the transport space. And the important lesson from this is that we do have tools available. There is some really good research out there in terms of what we need to do in order to bring communities along on this journey. We know that leadership is very, very important and that, basically platforming and empowering that leadership, whether it comes from our communities, whether it comes from within our organizations, whether it comes from our elected representatives, is one of the best things that we can do. And that clearly communicating a vision and coming up with a strategy to help build support for that vision is a really effective way to help engage our communities and bring them along on the journey that we need. So I do see the decarbonisation of our transport sector as a really fantastic opportunity. There is a lot to do, but if we can communicate the vision with our communities that we're not just reducing the carbon emissions from our transport system, but we're simultaneously addressing those road crash trauma injuries, and that we're simultaneously creating an environment where more people can move around more easily, that this addresses equity issues, that this addresses accessibility and traffic congestion issues, we do find that we get community support. So we've got a number of programs running in that, and I won't elaborate too much for you right now, but one of the interesting things we had last Saturday was a deliberative forum where we brought together a wide variety of Aucklanders to discuss the problems that we have in the transport space and gather insights from a greater dispersion of Aucklanders. And it's one example of the kind of things that we're advancing in the transport space alongside the VKT reduction program to build that cultural capacity and really tackle it. So the important thing is we do know that there are tools there, and we're working on developing a strategy that uses those tools to try and build community support. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you, but it doesn't really answer my question. That's more about, like what you're going to be talking about to communities, but it's not about community engagement. So, like I still, we lose people when we're pretty much setting ourselves up to fail because we haven't gone out and engaged with them properly. And that, what Tim's talking about is what we can talk to them about, but it's not about community engagement. And then my other question was more around internally, how are we taking it seriously? And I don't think Tim can answer that question about how do we elevate transport within the organisation? How do we bring in other parts of the council whānau to help with this kind of kaupapa, this work, like the community services team who are already out in our communities? Like as Chief of Strategy, like I was hoping for an answer from you.
Kia ora, through the chair. Look, the factors, there have been a number of factors we've been talking about today that have happened over the last few years, and really what we're seeing is a societal change now starting across the world and certainly into Auckland as well, probably over the next couple of decades. Council, in my view, should be a leader of this and empower others, a little bit like Tim was saying and others have said, to work through this change, which is coming, and particularly to make it an equitable change, if at all possible. And so there are things that Council does really well in that area. So part of that is also working with communities, both our own staff and our expertise, but also enabling communities to do what they do best for themselves and with each other. So I guess my answer is, yes, I'm sure we can do better as we're starting this journey. I'd like to, take your points. I'd also be great to talk with you, more about this. But I do know that both Auckland Transport and Auckland Council work well and work across our communities and across our different departments that work in our communities to try and, say two birds with one stone. But if we're going out to consult on something, we can also bring in other parts of the organisation or transport at the same time to talk to communities about 2 or 3 different things at the same time. So we need to get better at that, but that is something that we do and we try and do as much as we can.
Okay, yep, I'm happy to leave it there, but we have the expertise in council. I've seen them in our communities, and we just need to pair it all up. So the information, the intel, the expertise that Tim brings, but then also what our community development team are doing with our churches and our diverse communities, it needs to come into play. So thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Member Ashby.
Thank you. Just a quick one, just trying to help in the tree space out in Waitakere, been involved with trying to develop some machine learning for tree sensors, and that doesn't necessarily rely on that LiDAR data set. So happy to have a conversation with your teams about that, just offline. Thanks.
Thanks, Member Ashby. Councillor Walker.
That graph up there, I would suggest that it is highly likely that the 11 data points that Councillor Williamson has referred to, if you add approximately another 5 data points, which brings us to now, produce a graph that is somewhat like a cliff. We all know that cliffs are highly risky. The probability is great, and in this instance, the magnitude is significant. So I would suggest that that's actually where we're at. We need to know that as quickly as possible. I think it's a no-brainer that those data points track up, they may be even worse, in which case we have a cliff.
What is the question, Councillor?
No, this is a statement now. I'm assuming I'm allowed to speak.
No, we're still on questions.
Would you like me to speak or not? I can do it now, I can do it
Not
later.
until we've got one more question from Councillor Newman, and then we can go into the debate.
Okay, I'll pick up then.
Councillor Newman, thank you.
Yeah, I'll join the comments at the end of it, but I did have a question with respect to storm recovery. So, just looking at that graph there, the BAU, can I ask, have you got any sort of data to capture what is the likely impact of emissions that will be triggered from storm recovery? I assume that cost of demolition, cost to rebuild will be very, very carbon intensive. I don't think anybody's anticipating that people are going to go and live in communal tents here, but there is going to be a significant impact, even if you build the most 6-star, Green Star, environmentally friendly houses, and you've got all new networks and what have you, it's still going to be extremely carbon intensive. You will not be able to avoid that. You can't sequester carbon for this purpose. But have you got any of that data? Because I feel like that the broken yellow line that's tracking up is actually much higher than that, because just for the storm recovery alone. So what do you know about that?
We are setting up some tools and calculation to make sure that we anticipate those upcoming costs or expenses or decision in terms of what are the likely carbon impact on those. So we are trying to move away from that backward-looking curve to something a bit more forward-looking, and to try to anticipate those greenhouse gas impact of the decision making. So that's definitely something around the long-term plan that is integrated into the long-term plan now. In terms of storm recovery for that, yes, it's going to have some impact on that. We are still at the early learning planning stage, so we have the opportunity to do it differently and to have some resilient measures, or to build differently and to build back better in a way that it's climate resilient but also low carbon. So we are at that point where we need to rebuild some stuff, and we have the ability to take that decision about do we build the same way we used to build before, and then we track against again that BAU curve, or we do things a bit differently and have a different approach, integrate a bit more nature-based solution, integrate a bit more carbon sequestration in the mix, and use different materials that can be reused, that can be repurposed, that can be sequestrating carbon as well. So we are at that pathway, I guess, for the storm recovery, where we could have a strong opportunity to integrate climate mitigation and climate resilience in the decision making. I don't know if you want to add anything, Petra?
That's not on the curve yet, is it? You haven't got that in there? Is that a yes or a no?
I will have it in 2 months' time to present for the LTP.
Okay, no today, yes, in a couple of months, that's fine. Do you think that your aspiration for, you know, a complete re-look at this and do the whole thing differently, that's lovely, but do you think that the affected communities might think that that's just not going to work for them? They want a recovery so they can get on with their lives here, and they're going to want to get back, they're going to see some betterment, some renewal, which might end up looking a bit of business as usual in terms of what we had before, and we will have some change, but you're going to have to do something that's going to generate a lot of carbon. And so do you have any sort of back of napkin numbers at the moment, or you're just basically needing the additional 2 months to come up with some numbers and some science to back that up?
I will need to have some more data to back that up once the storm recovery program is a bit more formalized, but once we've got some direction in terms of the program, we can definitely estimate the...
If I can make a comment later, Chair, thanks.
Yep, you're already on the list for that, Councillor. Thank you. I'll just get the staff to move back. Thank you very much for that. We'll move into debate. I'll just move the recommendations Councillor Dalton would like to second. And we'll go straight to Councillor Walker.
So I'll just pick up. So if we extrapolate the data, essentially we have a graph that looks like a cliff. You pretty much take yourself out close to 2025. It's a sharp line. There are a number of things that we can do. If we accept that the conversion of stationary energy and transport requires the electrification of everything, we have to deploy a phenomenal amount of electricity. Where's it going to come from? Where's the buffering capacity in terms of batteries to cope with the peak loads that we experience across cars, buses, trains, planes, ferries, households, everything? We need an energy strategy for Auckland. I've been approaching people like Simon Bridges, and I spoke to Vector, was it late last year or earlier, Auckland Airport Ports. Everybody's up for it. They're looking for some leadership from the council. It's not there. We need to provide that leadership. Fundamentally, the deployment of those things takes time. So, picking up on Councillor Williamson's comment, we already know that there's a physical impossibility of achieving that target now unless we start preparing for it. And if you talk with energy experts and so on, as I do, they will tell you that. So please, can we move to have an energy strategy for Auckland? We don't even need to resource it significantly, we just need to facilitate it. It is urgent, because otherwise we can't deliver on rail, because the CRL requires more peak capacity. We certainly can't deliver on buses or ferries or anything for that matter. So we need that. The other thing that we should be doing is doing what other cities do, collaborate and actively talk with other parties, like Tesla, for example, who put in batteries in South Australia and solve their problem. Those sorts of companies can deploy fast and immediate. The solutions are actually there. What are we doing about it? Yesterday, I asked Auckland Transport who's working on electrification. There was one person, together with other things. They were in the room. So that gives you some idea of just where we're at in terms of arriving at these targets. We need to collaborate with other cities, and we've dropped off the map there. We used to be a member of ICLEI, smaller cities, cities involved with political leadership, so we could pick up off that. Political leadership in this space, frankly, is not sufficient. Certainly in the 10 years or more since I led out the first climate strategy, we're in implementation phase, but we don't have implementation targets. Councillor Watson asked some questions. What are the short-term fixes? The answer was basically no. There wasn't anything anybody could come up with. So There's some urgency here, picking up on Councillor Williamson's comments. We need to know what the return on investment is, because we have to interest other parties in this. They need to invest capital. This is all about the deployment of a significant amount of capital in technology. That is the only way that we can solve these problems. So I'm making a plea to my fellow councillors to actually put some recommendations so that we show some leadership and start driving things. Go back to the graph. We're on the edge of a cliff. Are you up for it? I think Auckland's up for it, but are we? Is Auckland Transport? I'll leave you to answer those questions. So I am uncomfortable to just keep putting things off to other meetings, other strategies, almost all of which are disjointed. There's clear leadership required. There's clear collaboration on the part of the business sector and others out there. And there's actually money to be made out of this if you can actually do it the right way. So I am at a point where I personally am very disturbed at what I see. I continue to raise these issues and make suggestions on an ongoing basis. Is anybody going to pick up on it? Where is the leadership? Thank you.
Councillor Ferry.
Sorry, I thought I was going to have to wave my hand again, so I wasn't quite prepared there. No, that's fine. So one of the things that's quite stark to me in these conversations, it's something I noticed in local board land as well, is sometimes we say you a lot in these conversations, and actually we should be saying we. And I guess I would just point some of my colleagues to the fact that we actually hold the leadership here. We have the ability to direct resources towards these things. We have the chance to make change. And that we encompasses those of us at the table, it encompasses the broader organisation and our communities as well. So I guess I just challenge a few people to start thinking about shifting from you to we, because that's how we're going to get there. I did just want to say a few things about trees, and I'm really interested in your point, Ed, about how we can do some of that mapping better and so on. So we do now have, through the Natural and Built Environment Act, which was just passed through the third reading recently, the opportunity for a national planning framework around urban trees. We have the opportunity coming up for us as a council to look at reinstating general tree protection, which was removed some years ago. And so that will hopefully help in the protection space. But I do just want to put a shout out there for the work that the Tupuna Maunga Authority has been doing. I get really concerned when I hear people talking about them cutting down a lot of trees, that they're not following the rules. They actually, on Oairaka, Mount Albert alone, have a plan to put in 13,000 natives. And we've been talking about the removal of under 400 trees in that context. So, people do need to look at the whole picture. They need to look at the aspiration Tupuna Maunga Authority have, which they constantly reiterate and are keeping to, of cloaking our maunga in native flora and fauna, acknowledging that sometimes that requires building an understory before you can plant the bigger, more mature trees, and that will take time. But recently, we had posted in a Facebook group in Mount Albert some pictures of the tree growth from a planting that I actually took part in, I think it was 5 years ago, and already showing the significant growth. And we all will have areas that we're aware of, whether they're maunga or in local parks, where we've seen great growth from the plantings we're doing. So while we do need to do protection and we do need to do growth, I guess I would just point to the fact that a lot of this work is amazing and is happening, and it'd be great if we could tell more of those positive stories. Instead of focusing on a very small number of trees that are going as part of a comprehensive plan to massively increase the number of trees on those sites. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Newman.
Yeah, look, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll leave the Tupuna Maunga Authority debate to people to my right, but with respect to, yeah, we do things. We pass a budget and we pass statements of intent to make this happen. That's what we do, or we should do. And I think that's a very important point because the decisions that we took in relation to this year's budget were very hard. But there were things that were decided at that time in May when we had those debates that were designed to try and enable some of the stuff that we're talking about here. So that's why I voted for the budget, one of the reasons. But I did want to just pick up one point, and I'm a little sensitive to this, that with respect to the waste to energy eco-gas work in relation to anaerobic digestion of food waste, I accept the anxiety of some people here that they not sure that it's a value for money. I think that the sorting site in Hunua Road, and I think that the site at Reparoa, that is quite good. I think that there is certainly a benefit to division of waste from landfill, turning it into energy biogas. But I take the challenge. I mean, the reason I love sitting next to Councillor Turner is he takes the debate from the esoteric, which it so often is around here, back to the hard implementation conversation, which it should be. And I do admire you, Ken. I think that it would be really good to spend some time out at that Hunua Road site. The trucks, I think, that go down to Reparoa, I think they're hydrogen, I'm not sure. Well, they will be in the future, I'm sure, but
They run on food scraps.
but there is an issue insofar as the recovery is going to be carbon intensive. These roads that are taking these electric vehicles and electric buses in the future are going to be very expensive, and that will trigger more requirement for funding for renewals of the existing road network, which will be expensive and it will be carbon intensive, because that is the price for what will be the key method for moving people and freight, which will continue to be via vehicles, whether it be buses or privately owned. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I wasn't planning on speaking up, but we're talking about cricket analogies, so I thought I had to jump in. Look, I've played cricket since I was 6 years old. I know very well about run chases, and I just wanted to address the point earlier made that, you know, if the run rate's going up and you're chasing, you can't cut the target. You know, you have to just swing for the fences and you have to fight even harder than you were before. And so this is the situation that we're in. I don't for a moment believe that there is a safe assumption that we're continuing to go up since 2019. I think the data needs to come in before we can make an assumption like that, especially when you consider 2020 when half of us were working from home anyway. So we'll just see about that. There's a long tail on that sort of data. But I reiterate the point that I made the other day. You know, we've got to recommit to things like TERP, where we're putting more people into mass rapid transit, which has huge positive climate implications. Local boards are doing really wonderful work. Shout out to places like Puketapapa, a place like Henderson Massey, I'm sure there's others as well, that are doing climate action plans that are fantastic, that have no funding attached. We're talking about the LTP, and we're doing this right now. We need to be continually at the front of our mind, I think, considering climate change emissions, considering what expenditure we need to take on to actually cut those emissions and meet the targets that we promised Aucklanders. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Deputy Chair Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points I wanted to talk to. One of them is around that regional stakeholder group, and what I would like to request is that we sit down, you and I, perhaps with Megan, and just talk about what this looks like, because it does need political advocacy. We really need to, wrong terminology, but put a V8 engine in the in getting that up and going, because this is absolutely bigger than all of us, and we need to figure out how we're going to do that across Auckland. So it's a conversation we need to progress ahead of the LTP. We talked about, well, Councillor Bartley talked about communication with communities, and as what we have done, what we all did, was cut the budget, and what a significant impact that had. So when the majority of this council voted for a freeze, this is what happened. spending was cut to community engagement. So spending on professional services and constraints and moving forward with the specialist work was cut in 23. On top of that pause, there had to be savings found within the financial year 24 budget, and that just exacerbated things. So that was around behaviour change, which is connecting with community. So specifically around that, there was $1 million reduction from the LTP Climate Action Programme as part of the financial year 24 budget. That was a specific focus on behaviour change climate initiatives. Work to support Māori-led climate action as part of the Kia ora te Tātai programme was paused. So we were unable to move to progress marae funding agreements with iwi mana whenua and delivery of the rangatahi climate projects. The Enabling Auckland's program was delayed by the pause on spending. So, you know, as political leaders, we need to understand what we're doing when we say we're going to have a freeze or we're going to cut money out of the next year's budget when it comes to our responsibilities that we spoke about yesterday around climate action. We're hanging on the edge of a cliff in terms of that graph because we haven't made the right decisions. This is us. We did this, even those of us that weren't sitting around the table at that time. That graph is going down because the investment hasn't been made. And so if we talk about TERP, and Megan summed it up really well, this is about repurposing the budget. It always was. It was always about repurposing existing budgets. But until people can make that shift in their minds or in their politics, that graph, we're going to continue hanging off the edge of it. And yes, there will be more money required as we have to invest in the infrastructure, whether it's budgets or not. But you're right.
Is there something wrong, Councillor Lee?
Just an aside, sorry, to my colleague.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Dodd.
Microphone off.
Some local boards are doing really well and some not so well. So we do have some local boards out there that are not supportive of repurposing roads. They're not supportive of protected cycleways. They're not supportive of housing near public transport. They're stopping all of those things. They're saying no all the time. All the time they're saying no. I feel for those communities that don't have the political leadership to be able to take them into the future. They're stuck. They're absolutely handbraked. And even opposing the climate action targeted rate. What sort of leadership is that? We can see we have a dilemma and we need to resolve it. And we need to take the whole city with us. But it's very difficult when there isn't a political will to be able to show that leadership. So I thank the officers again for the report, for all the work that's been done. The achievements that haven't been made is because they're not funded, because we're not funding it, we're cutting the funding, and we aren't all agreeing. And that's been said many times before. This is an ideology, this isn't going to work, we're not going to, my people don't want that, so we're not going to do it. We have a responsibility to the whole city. And the majority of the city voted for the Climate Action Plan, and they want us to move them forward. And that's our responsibility to do that. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, Deputy Chair, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'm happy to support this. I want to thank the staff for their work that they've done. A lot of what I was going to say probably has been said, and a lot of it is based around money, but baby steps are better than no steps at all, you know. And I think, you know, I've spoken to you, as you know, about the comms around this, and respectfully to any media in the room, I just think collectively we need to do some communication out, because if the Deputy Chair of this committee wants to deliver on what she says, we actually have to use all 170 plus of us to make the change that we need. Look, in the interest of being positive, I was just going to highlight how the good folk of the Ōrākei ward have made some positive contributions, i.e. the shared path, GI to Tamaki Drive, with my colleague, Councillor Bartley, the Tamaki Drive improvements, so walking there. The winter gardens, a little thing, but the boiler change there saves over 100 tonnes of carbon dioxide because we've changed the way we do that. We've got more buses. We're lucky to be an area that have, had more frequency around the buses. So, look, they are baby steps, but they're things that are happening. And I think we need to talk about those positive steps and put it from a comms perspective in the interests of what we're trying to achieve and why. And then, hopefully, as the Deputy Chair says, we will take Auckland with us. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Watson, last speaker, unless anyone else wants to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be very long, and I agree with those positive comments from Councillor Simpson there. Just to take the cricket analogy just one little step forward, I hope it's not one of those games where the team's chasing a big score, 400, and they're 8 or 9 wickets down, and there's still 10 or 15 overs to go, and they're just batting out for survival. So I hope we're not like that. I hope we do have a Lance Kearns or a Finn Allen coming in at number 8 or 9 to activate the run chase, because that's definitely what's needed here. And in my questions, although there was a degree of jest earlier on, we have to start with the so-called small actions and then speak to our wider Auckland community as a whole. I don't see a lot of evidence of that small actions around to get people going. When proposals are put up like, utilising the existing pavement network, particularly out in the outer suburbs, perhaps not, not around the central city or the inner suburbs, there's almost, a categoric dismissal. Yet for me, there's infrastructure there. It's not getting used in a lot of places. It happens overseas in places like Tokyo. Why aren't we pushing for that? It is an accessible street, so Waka Kotahi put that up as a solution, a very detailed solution that could be implemented in a safe way. That's gone nowhere. But I don't want to, repeat the cannot do. We've got to get to the can do. We've got to provide some leadership, like Councillor Walker was saying, to bring the willing and able along initially, and then progressive numbers of people thereafter. But we have to get, it's no just point us talking about it within the confines of this room. We have to get out to all those people out in the community, a number of whom are too busy concentrating on trying to survive at the moment, but amongst them there are significant numbers. So, I look forward to Finn or Lance when they stride to the crease, and when they stride to the crease, they'll just have a bat. They can't bring in another element, it's got to be a cricket bat. We've already got that bat here in terms of our public transport system, our CRL coming online, our Northern Busway, our ferry services in most places. Most people have got reasonable mobility. They could be walking now, they could be cycling, if indeed that's the future. So that bat's already there. It needs to be persuaded for the relative players to pick it up and start using it. Therein ends the cricket analogy.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, Westies just asked, what's the Duckworth-Lewis method? Is that a way we could get round this?
I think that's far too complex for this committee. Before I close up, I'm just checking, is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Right. Thank you. Thanks again to the staff. Thanks for the spirited debate around the table, but it is all of the things everyone is saying. I will thank Councillor Williamson again for being the only member around the table that actually signed the Paris Agreement as part of the government he was part of, which was acknowledged by Minister Paula Bennett at the time as a heroic document, an unfunded mandate, as she pointed out, but it was a target. It was a target that 160 countries, and the government at that time, thank you, Morris, again, were one of the first 55 countries to sign up to that. So I really appreciate your leadership there, Councillor Williamson, for climate change. But I guess that is what we're here as well. The issue is that we are on a pathway. We have had a lot of difficult situations hit us as a country and as a city in the last 4 years that are putting pressure on dealing with this issue. But it's not going away. The targets we have in Te Tarakia Tawhiri, which we at that time unanimously approved, and no one is putting up a notice of motion to remove it yet, as far as I've seen, that they are science-based. They are science-based and they are based on the Paris Agreement. They are based on those targets, and we are trying to point out to Aucklanders and to ourselves what it takes to achieve that. When we talk about more funding for the TERP, that is around public transport, walking and cycling. So it's not, even before the TERP, we were always saying, I wish we had more funding for public transport, walking and cycling. That's always going to be the case. As we discussed at the workshop yesterday, there is other things that we can do to change behaviours or add budgets to renewal funding to ensure we're doing one dig once and not upsetting communities by digging streets up every couple of years to add things. But there are good things we have done. I mean, if we talk about leadership, a number of us pushed for that $150 million extra in 2021, which rapidly started our decarbonisation of our public transport fleet. Then, at that time, I tried for the climate action targeted rate, but no one was that keen. But a year later, we passed with 80% or 70 or 80% support from the people who submitted, wanted $1 billion to go for climate action. Obviously, there are good co-benefits with that, around 78 new bus routes or improved bus routes with 10 frequent bus routes. We've seen those 2 that have started recently have 4,000 people a day taking them. That is a tangible, it's not huge, but it's a tangible change that we will see. I did, get a little annoyed with the comments around our cycling before because the figures are affected by COVID. Obviously, there were far fewer people coming into the centre, the city centre. But by investment in cycling, which once again, I have thanked Morris before for this. We did get more cycle budget from the last national government than we have from this current government, and that helped us increase our cycle counts from around 800,000 in 2014 to pre-COVID was 3.75 million, which is huge. And it doesn't measure the whole city, it's measuring specific routes based on the investment. People did not believe that people on the North Shore were going to take public transport. 2009, I think we were around 600,000 users a year on the Northern Busway. Before COVID, we were at 8.5 million trips a year. That is phenomenal, and it reduced the number of cars coming over the bridge every morning by a significant amount. So that's obviously saving us money, and we will need to do something there. There is a lot going on, 1.6 million trees planted this year. The focus in our regional parks will make a difference. We're about to embark on a Making Space for Water program, which, yes, will have great adaptation focus, but it will also provide a lot of carbon benefits for our city. Opening up those awa again, getting more greening of our city, having more access of walking and cycling around our communities. We saw during lockdowns that kids were out everywhere in my community walking and cycling around the streets because it was safe. So there is things we need to do to get people back enthused, to feel like confident, to do great things in our city, which also happen to reduce our emissions. But I'm not keen to change our targets because the targets are based on what the rest of the world is supposed to be aiming for. And if every one of us removed our action, then no one would be reducing our emissions. Yes, it does look like a cliff, but that's the reality. So we're not anywhere near where we're supposed to be, but there is a lot of good happening and we just need to ramp that up. I'm opening the Waido Community Recycling Centre on Saturday. We are halfway through our Community Recycling Centre rollout, which will be 23 by the end of the LTP. We're up to halfway through, which was hard to believe a few years ago. There is a lot going on, but we need to do this and we need to continue. Right, all those in favour?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Thank you. I'll have that declared unanimously. Right, we're going to go for lunch for half an hour and be back at 2. We have Tess and Olivia and Dave. We've got Georgie in the back, and I'm sure people watching on as well. And we've got our annual update on the delivery of the Auckland Water Strategy. If you want to introduce yourselves as we go and just start the beginning of the slideshow. Thank you.
Kia ora, Dave Allen, Manager Natural Environment Strategy. Just wanted to make some opening observations on this annual report for the Auckland Water Strategy. This is, of course, is a requirement of the committee to bring you a annual progress report. This is the first year we've done this since the strategy was approved in March 22. And so it has taken a bit of work to bring this together in the last couple of months by my team here. We're only reporting on the water strategy, of course, and this is not about specific projects in particular locations necessarily. This is about the themes of work that the council needs to look at in terms of making progress on better water outcomes for the region. And I guess it's important to just reflect on the fact that the former governing body spent about 20 workshops together focusing on what were the priority issues that needed to be addressed in a strategy. And a strategy document looks to then inform a number of other tertiary documents within the organisation that will actually direct activity on the ground. So that could be an asset management plan, it could be some of the local board plans, it could be some of the other department or CCO plans for interventions. And I guess the strategy as such is a very useful document to help with integration across a number of different themes of work with water. It also makes more transparent the council's response to water challenges across the region. It also speaks to some of the other things that may be not seen as immediately connected, such as biodiversity outcomes or how we look at infrastructure renewals or things like that. So it actually speaks to a range of different influencing factors on water outcomes more generally. So this is, as I said, the first report. It just gives you a pretty good idea as to how it's been kicking off since March 22 when the strategy was approved by the governing body. And I'll now hand it across to the team here to introduce themselves before they get underway with the presentation. So, Tess or Liv.
Kia ora, Dave. Ko Olivia Blanchett, tōku ingoa. I'm a Senior Analyst with the Natural Environment Strategy Unit.
And Marlowe Lele, my name is Tess Langworthy. I'm the Project Manager Water with the Natural Environment Strategy Unit as well. So we might jump straight into it. Okay, so as you know, we are here to provide you with the inaugural annual progress on the Auckland Water Strategy for 2022-2023. Over the course of this particular presentation, we will touch on a snapshot of the progress over the first year of implementation of this 30-year strategy, highlight areas of risk for Council to address over the long term, and also identify priorities for the coming year. Okay, so as I mentioned before, the water strategy does span over 30 years and was adopted by Auckland Council to direct council group activities relating to water. The strategy is guided by the vision Te Mauri o Te Wai, the life-sustaining capacity of Auckland's water is protected and enhanced. And the strategy directs actions through 8 strategic shifts that you'll see in front of you. These shifts represent transformational change along specific themes, and those shifts are Shift 1, Te Tiriti Partnership, Shift 2, Empowered Aucklanders, Shift 3, Sustainable Allocation and Equitable Access, Shift 4, Regenerative Water Infrastructure, Shift 5, Water Security, Shift 6, Integrated Land Use and Water Planning, Shift 7, Restoring and Enhancing Water Ecosystems, and Shift 8, Pooling Knowledge. Each of those strategic shifts is also underpinned by a further 6 to 10 actions with indicative timeframes that are set out in the implementation plan of the strategy to help us achieve those actions. Note also that some of these shifts also have specific quantitative targets attached to them. For example, Shift 5 does have targets around water consumption and water collection through to 2050. This annual report, however, does focus on how we're tracking against specific actions that underpin the shifts and targets that we're able to quantify in year 1. So a little bit of a history on the development and engagement of the strategy. So discussions initially started in 2017 with a focus on three waters: drinking, storm and wastewater. However, engagement with mana whenua specifically directed us towards a more holistic strategy for Auckland, and the vision of Te Mauri o Te Wai was gifted in 2019. Development of the content occurred particularly in 2021 with regular workshops with the governing body, as well as 2 series of hui with individual mana whenua entities on content, together with the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management Plan Change team. In 2021, the targets were adopted, and in 2022, the strategy was adopted by the Environment and Climate Change Committee. Following adoption, Year 1 of implementation commenced on the 1st of July 2022, and throughout the last year, engagement with mana whenua continued through Pānui and 2 additional series of hui together with the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management and Water Services Reform teams. And finally, in June 2023, we did present on the progress of the strategy to Te Pōtaio. In regards to alignment of the strategy, council group staff do need to respond to various drivers in fulfilling our obligations under the Local Government and Resource Management Acts, including central government obligations, council objectives and commitments to the public through our ongoing operations and initiatives. The strategy helps us to align those various drivers for the holistic outcomes that we want for Auckland. For example, central government's National Policy Statement for Urban Development requires us to develop a future development strategy that took direction from the Auckland Water Strategy's Shift 6, Integrated Land Use and Water Planning. This was specifically around improving spatial planning to consider water consistently, and reduce development in high-risk areas. This was alongside direction from Te Tarukia Tāwhiri, Auckland's climate plan. Additionally, the Resilient Auckland initiative, which includes making space for water, also responds to flooding impacts and took direction from the water strategy. The initiative will advance its direction around blue-green network planning and water-sensitive design going forward.
Kia ora. I'll move into an overview of progress in Year 1, summarising the information that's included in the annual report and its appendices. And before diving in, I do think it's helpful just to recap the operating context for the year that this report covers, which was an eventful one for Auckland, particularly in the water space. We had local government elections late in 2022 and the subsequent development of a new annual budget, which required staff to adjust to some shifting priorities in the new term. Additionally, in early 2023, we had the flooding impacts of January, February, and March, which required significant resourcing and responses by staff at an operational and strategy level. And then throughout the course of this year, ongoing central government reforms, particularly in the water services space, but also to resource management, introduced some uncertainty for long-term planning. Nonetheless, staff have implemented the strategy over the course of Year 1, primarily in these 2 ways: embedding its direction in our ongoing work, noting that strategy is just one thing among a number of factors that staff consider in carrying out our functions related to water, and Tess has highlighted some of the great ways through drafting of the future development strategy and implementing the NPS for freshwater management that staff have done this over the course of this year. And the second way is through initiating new work programs to deliver specific actions. And the report has great examples around piloting empowerment approaches with Aucklanders, developing our understanding of water literacy, and adding MODI as an investment criteria in the annual budget process for capital expenditures. The annual report really focuses on tracking strategic shift in actions, as it's just looking at the first year of implementation, as well as targets for which we have metrics. And so this slide provides a very high-level overview of how actions are tracking at the end of Year 1. So you can see here across the top the 8 different strategic shifts and then the actions that underpin them. There are 58 actions in total in the strategy, and half of those are underway at the end of Year 1, noting that many are not scoped to begin until Year 2 or later. Actions that are underway are given a red, amber, green status, and that's primarily based on how they're tracking against the timeframes that are set out in the implementation plan that accompanies the water strategy. Red indicates that an action is overdue at the time of reporting. Amber indicates that it's tracking within the timeframes given but has some identified risks or challenges. And green indicates that it's tracking well within the timeframes, or in some cases might be functionally complete. Of the actions scoped to begin in year one, 90% of those are tracking as green or amber at the time of reporting, which is positive news. Of the 10% that are not, there are 3 actions that make up those overdue red items. And the intention for all of those is to complete them in year 2, and all 3 of them are underway at the time of reporting. These 3 actions were impacted by inconsistent or insufficient resourcing over the course of this year, with some specifically impacted by the reallocation of staff following the flooding events of 2023. 4 actions have been marked as complete or functionally complete, and functionally complete just indicates that the action has an ongoing nature, and so significant progress was made in year 1, but they'll need to continue to be reviewed, and those are indicated on the slide with stars. Another tool for tracking implementation is monitoring our progress towards quantitative targets that are set out in the strategy. The water security targets focus on per capita consumption and non-reservoir recycled and rainwater capacity for beneficial use. And water care metrics over the course of this year show that we have achieved the targets we set out for ourselves by 2030. The average consumption of drinking water in Auckland over the course of this year was 241.33 litres per day per person, based on a rolling 12-month average. And we acknowledge that the reporting documents reflect this number in millions of litres per capita, which is an error. We would be well off our targets if our consumption was in millions of litres per person. And so we will be correcting that for the final report that's going to be published. The recycled water capacity for Auckland over the course of this year was 21.7 million litres per day, and that does not include rainwater tank volumes across Auckland, and therefore we estimate that that number is probably even greater. And so this is really positive news that we're tracking well against these targets. However, we do note the record rainfall that was experienced across Auckland over the course of early 2023, and a need to continue to focus on supporting water efficiency and diversifying our water supply through implementation of the strategy going forward. One of the purposes of reporting annually on the progress of the strategy is to be able to identify and mitigate risks early on. And over the course of year 1, we've identified 2 main risks to ongoing implementation. The strategy isn't supported by a targeted rate or a significant budget. It really relies on the commitment of staff to prioritize its direction in our ongoing work. And limited resourcing is the most commonly cited risk by implementing staff, especially with the demands this year around the water services reform and the flooding responses. We've identified 2 mitigation approaches here. One involves supporting staff that are making difficult decisions about where to allocate limited resourcing by identifying high priority actions for implementation. And another approach is to seek funding for priority actions through the long-term plan. Another related risk to flag is that the strategy lacks an enforcement mechanism. It's not a statutory obligation, it's a commitment by Auckland Council Group staff, and therefore competing demands can present a risk for accountability for delivery. An identified mitigation approach here is to consider an internal governance mechanism that could support buy-in across the council group over the course of year 2. And now that we've covered some of the key areas of implementation, I'll move into the next steps. I mentioned that one of our mitigation approaches was supporting staff with implementation by identifying some of the highest priority actions. These are the criteria that were used in that assessment for year 2, and the results were intended to prioritize actions that deliver on the vision of the strategy of Te Mauri o Te Wai within the timeframes that are given, and that have opportunities for efficient delivery by linking up and having strategic alignment with other high priority council initiatives. And the next slide will show some of the priority actions that resulted for year 2 and that will be prioritized going forward. And it's important to note that this doesn't mean that these are the only actions that will progress over the course of year 2 and ongoing. It just means that this is a tool to help identify where limited resources could be allocated for maximum impact. And so these are the top 10 priority actions for next year. They're not in priority order, they're in the order that they appear in the water strategy. And at a glance, they reflect our statutory obligations with things like implementing the Essential Freshwater Package and National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, opportunities for linkages with other programs, including direction around a Blue-Green Network spatial plan and resilience building, and prioritization of Te Mauri o Te Wai.
And before we conclude this presentation, we would like to reiterate that the organisation is going through significant changes in the water space, and particularly as we transition into Entity A. And so the strategy is an Auckland-specific product that guides us through these changes with a central vision for Auckland. And as I just mentioned before, the water services reform is a good example of that. As we transition to Entity A, we will work together with them to ensure that the regulatory requirements are achieved, along with Council's own strategic objectives being met. And going forward, Council staff will continue to monitor and track progress of strategic actions, shifts and targets, continue to engage with and update local board members and mana whenua through briefing hui and appropriate fora, continue to report to the governing body annually each September, and if I can draw your attention to the gold circles on the screen in front of you, we will also act on the additional deliverables such as the dual benchmarking approach, which will score the city against the Water Sensitive Cities Index and the Mātauranga Māori benchmarking framework. Thank you.
We're happy to take questions now as well. Thanks.
Kia ora, thank you very much. And once again, huge amount of work, lots of progress from where we were a year ago, and some of those figures are pretty impressive too. Did you have the overall daily figure? I hadn't got from Watercare for this city at the moment.
We weren't able to get a specific figure just because Watercare's data was a bit unreliable based on the flooding impacts from this year, although they did say that consumer consumption dropped about 1% based on their evaluation this year. But we weren't able to get a gross citywide consumption metric.
Cool. Thank you. They did, yeah, probably one bit of feedback from me back to them, and I'm happy to send it through Ken, is that they did through the drought have that so easily available, all that data, and I quite liked having access, and I'm sure many people did too. So how we can get that back, that accessible data of water use across the city is quite, I think, important. Councillor Walker.
Would it be helpful if we joined the Water Sensitive Cities Network? I've raised this before. It could involve collaboration, as occurs in other cities, with the local university. I know Auckland University is up for it, and various parties, you know, more from environmental and others. So would that be helpful? I mean, we're already benchmarking. What do you think of that?
Through the chair, we have considered that, and it was something the Water Sensitive Cities Index guided the development of the strategy and is embedded throughout the direction that it gives. We actually conducted a Water Sensitive Cities Index through the development of the strategy in 2021, and the results of that helped inform the direction that the strategy took. That being said, I think council group staff are investigating that. They're looking into it a bit more. There's some trade-offs to be weighed about the cost of joining the grouping of water sensitive cities, which I believe comes out to about 50,000 Australian dollars per year and 1 FTE of staff resourcing. And weighing that cost against some of the other potential areas of the strategy that could be implemented with that resourcing to help us move towards becoming a water-sensitive city. And there is direction and advice being developed by council group staff to weigh those costs and benefits, with some of the main benefits of joining the water-sensitive cities grouping to be additional training and knowledge management for staff. And so those are being considered, and I think a memo is going to be presented to the committee in several months' time.
I mean, would there be some possibility in reporting to us? I mean, that amount of money compared to Watercare's budget is literally a drop in the bucket. I question whether it would cost that much, and I do note that some of our sister cities, Brisbane, for example, Melbourne, not a sister city, but actively involved in water-sensitive cities. There's a unit that I visited in Monash University. So would it be possible to bring something to us, at least in some form of rough draft, to advance things?
I mean, I took it as that's what Olivia said. So yes, there is issues, and it was discussed through the water strategy that the way it is set up means it's difficult with our Indigenous lens, the Mātauranga Māori focus of the strategy is it doesn't exactly match to the water sensitive cities strategy. So we felt like at the time when we went through the water strategy that we were getting the best of both worlds, is that having the data, having the way we could match up and benchmark, but also ensuring that we kept our totality focused plan. So that is coming, Councillor, but it, you know, I think it's, you can't doubt the figures are the figures, and that's an extra cost always on top of what the staff are already doing. As we've already heard, they're all doing this work across the organisation without extra funding right now. So, yeah.
Just a supplementary question. It would be my understanding that many other cities have Indigenous populations, not much different to ours, and with similar concepts across water. They're generally common across Indigenous societies. So I'll just leave that. The other question I've got that goes to the water strategy is the recent events have probably emphasised a need for more of a catchment-based approach, which was something that was considered initially, but the water strategy doesn't adequately take that approach on. Is that something that you've considered? And by that, if I just expand, what it means is that you make the observation that there's this amount of water falling on the region, in much the same way as you could adopt that around, you know, sunlight and solar, and then you actively look at what happens with that water. And for example, if you do that and you take a catchment-based approach, it's immediately apparent that Auckland could be entirely self-sufficient in water and not require water from the Waikato. And you can also deploy that approach in respect of stormwater management and the like, so that we're actually making much better use of stormwater and water generally. So is a catchment-based approach something that's under consideration more as the strategy goes forward?
So the strategy does have clear reference to a number of the catchment management activities of council. So it does actually include those sorts of considerations. I guess it's about the nuance that you might look at in terms of whether you're starting to speak about some of those other things that, like supply of water for drinking water, let's say. So I guess it's probably more a case of the focus really being on some of the outcomes that we would like to articulate for the future in terms of how we look at catchment management planning and some of the inputs into the system, into a catchment, and how they're managed. So I think that's probably more the interest for the council, and just bearing in mind that we've got a water services reform progressing that will, you know, make some sort of implications for how that's managed as well. So just wanted to just acknowledge that we are taking it on board, Councillor Walker, but obviously there's a lot happening, and we've got our statutory program through the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management.
The last question I've got is whether we're considering further introduction of, let's call them industry standards. So the water cleaning, exterior cleaning industry has developed its own standards, training and the like. They've worked with Watercare on that. There are many other industries, for example, horticulture and others, that could do that. As it stands now, Watercare has no requirement to ensure that any of its water users actually have industry best practice. So the follow-on from that is an enormous amount of water can be wasted with no checks and balances. So is that something that could be considered as integrating into the water strategy, so that we're actually moving into implementation phase around a number of these things? Thanks.
Through the chair, yes. Underneath the water security strategic shift 5, there's an action around developing regulations and targeted information to support Aucklanders, including homes and businesses, around efficient use of water. That action is scoped from years 2 to 5, and it's a joint action by Council and Watercare. So it is something that we'll be looking at in the coming years, definitely.
Yeah, it's definitely already there, Councillor. Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Tess. You know what's coming. So thanks for the information the other day. So obviously within the document, there's an action noting that it's in years 4 to 10 in regard to the use of recycled water, waste treatment water for the likes of irrigation on our playing fields. and there's a feasibility study done where Auckland Council is the second largest commercial user of water in Auckland, and we've got a 30% reduction target over the next 10 years. How can we, and I realise that there is a requirement for government to potentially, well, to change their regulations in regards to how we recycle and reuse wastewater. How can we expedite that when you've got, you know, we do have a potential trial or up at Rosedale, and now with an offer of a developer in Cracker across the road from the sports park there to put in the pipes at their cost to connect the waste treatment plant that they're putting in there to enable the Cracker Sports Park, which is is going to be a very large sand-based, needing a lot of water. How can we expedite this? How can we get this in when we're looking at a 30% reduction and we're looking at our aquifers where that water would come from? How are we able to expedite this as part of the strategy? It's already there as being enabled. How can we bring that forward, or how can we push that along?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, there is direction in the strategy around enhancing our wastewater reuse and also how we can use urban roof area to collect rainwater, and there are specific targets in the strategy for those. And we've been working over the past year internally within Council to extend those to our own council group operations, and that's something that we'd like to do. In the specific reference to the Karaka Sports Field wastewater reuse for irrigation, we do note that there's a lack of regulatory guidance and regulations around the reuse of wastewater for irrigating sports fields, and that through some of those programs going forward, that's something that will be explored. Additionally, WaterCare is collecting data from the Central Interceptor recycled wastewater treatment plant to inform future regulatory discussions in that space to help clear up some of the regulatory barriers there.
Well, thank you. So just a second question in regards to the water harvesting. And so with this strategy, do our rules within the unitary plan align with our desire to harvest water from rainwater? And I'm thinking in particular with in rural settings where our rules can be somewhat contradictory to our desire to protect our water when we have a free dumping, and our own rules preclude us from, or preclude people from being able to do that. Can we align them better?
Yes, absolutely. There's direction in the strategy that's going to have us look at the Auckland Unitary Plan and review it alongside some of the other reforms that will be happening through the freshwater plan change, and then in 2026, the review of the Auckland Unitary Plan. And specifically over the past year, there has been some investigation of the barriers for mandating things like rainwater tanks, for example, some of the legislative barriers that are involved there. So it is something that will be focused on going forward.
Yeah, I'll just add that, you know, there's a number of different other scenarios that Councillor Baker is referring to here, which is, I think, where we need to move to in terms of thinking about those. So I think there's an opportunity through the unitary plan and also our discussions in terms of the central government regulatory framework as to how that might be improved, bearing in mind again that there's a lot of discussion going on at a higher level about how water should be managed more broadly. But we do take your point, and we will take whatever opportunity we can to look at that in the next couple of years.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner.
Sorry, Councillor Baker basically asked. Thanks.
Any other questions? All good. Well, thank you very much for all the work again, and maybe we'll have a bit of a discussion before the end of the year on how we can get more down to the nitty-gritty of the actions or anything we can do through the LTP, as Councillor Walker said, and other opportunities, because there is a lot to be celebrated beneath all the high-level stuff that's here. So, kia ora.
Kia ora.
Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Turner. Second, Councillor Baker. Kia ora. Is there any debate on this? No? Perfect. Thanks. Very clear. Thank you. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Thank you. Thanks, team. Right, on to item, where am I? Sorry. 11 Got the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Update and Pre-Notification of Engagement Approach. Warren. Oh, and Kath is on. Oh, nice to see you, Kath. Kia ora. Oh, just your mic, Warren, please. Thanks.
I'll just briefly introduce this, and Kath will take you through the detail of it. This is a pretty short report. There's two parts of it. Firstly, it provides an update on the National Policy Statement Freshwater Management. We've provided you with an update last was 6 months ago in March, and so there's this one due as well. So that will tell you what the team's been doing for the last 6 months. And the second part is to give you some background on the engagement material that we're preparing at the moment for public engagement in early November to early December, about 5 weeks of it. And that will, and there's quite a lot of work in the discussion document. You'll recall we've got an NPS Freshwater Management Political Working Group, and the idea is that this report gives delegation to that working group to finalise the words in the documentation. Kath, did you want to add anything?
Thank you, Warren. Kia ora. I was just going to note that since the last update to the committee on progress with the MPSFM, we have moved into starting to draft provisions, so actual RPS provisions relating to Te Mano Te Wai visions and environmental outcome statements, and those will be included as drafts for comment when we go out for the community engagement later this year. We've also been doing a lot of technical and policy work on issues and options papers relating to all the different MPSFM requirements relating to the National Objectives Framework and the new requirements for how we manage streams and wetlands, and identifying specific bodies of significance such as outstanding water bodies, habitats of threatened species, and primary contact sites. We've also had a really good session of stakeholder engagement recently, with 11 workshops held with policy stakeholders over August. Really good feedback on how that all went, with people seeing it as a good open forum for engaging ideas and understanding where we're at with our current knowledge on the requirements and what data we've got in Auckland. And so what we're moving into now is preparing for that community engagement. So that will be focused around a discussion document, which is currently around 50 something pages long, presenting a lot of information about what's required under the National Policy Statement, what we already know about what the entry plan provides or where it needs to change, and then some direction on the areas that we're looking at changing. And then we've also got quite a lot of technical work still going on about target attribute states and starting to draft plan changes and the action plans that go with it, recognising the need for both regulatory and non-regulatory actions. So in the resolutions, we just want to set out the general framework of engagement that we've got, noting the first primary point there is the ongoing engagement with mana whenua. We've been having hui since 2021. The most recent was that combined hui that was noted with the water strategy work. Whereas it's a staged approach with the community engagement. So some quite general engagement last year, asking people how they used freshwater in Auckland and what their aspirations are. And then this November engagement will be a lot more detailed, presenting information that people can comment on. Whereas there's quite a different approach then with policy and local stakeholders, with workshops and communications targeted to their interest. And then a regular program of workshops and meetings with the committee, with the working group and local boards to report on the feedback that we receive from that process. And then aiming to get a plan change notified by the 31st of December next year. So still a lot of work to do, both in engagement and in the technical work behind it. But that's the general outline of plan. And then seeking that you note that or confirm the timing for that engagement, and then delegate to the political working group the approval of the final wording of the discussion document. That's all I was going to note. I think now Warren and I can take questions.
Kia ora, Kath, and thank you for joining us. I know you haven't been well last week, or this week.
Thank you.
Kia ora, I think it's pretty straightforward. Do we have any questions here? We've gone through this in a lot of detail with the working group. Councillor Baker's moved, and Councillor Ferry seconded. Any questions? Perfect. Thank you both for the work on this and for this paper. Don't think there's any debate. Thank you. All in favour?
Thank you.
Anyone opposed? No. Perfect. Thank you. Right, so we have item 12. Get my papers here. David and Warren.
I think Peter's on his way.
Peter's on his way, hopefully.
Kia ora to you both. We've got the consideration of a private plan change for Warkworth South. I think there's a bit of a presentation and then you'll go through the details and then I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First thing I will do is introduce David Wren to the committee. David has been working on the plan change as a plan change request as a consultant for a while. He's been involved in the report that you have before you, and we've got a bit of a presentation, and shortly Peter Vary will join us as well. So, if you want to, do you want to start the presentation?
Yeah, I might as well. It's just waiting around. Kia ora, good afternoon, everybody. This relates to a private plan change request in Warkworth, and you can see the land there. It's located to the south of the existing urban area. It's the area approximately in that red outlined area. Right, it's going to work, which is this red area here. As you can see there, it's 159 hectares, and it would accommodate, through the plan change, approximately 1,600 new household units and a 3.4 hectare business land local centre. The majority of that land is zoned future urban zone, that's shown in yellow up there. There's a small area of open space conservation in that area, and it also includes about 4.5 hectares of rural production land. We'll come to that in a minute.
Kia ora, Peter. Sorry, we went through a bit faster than you might have thought. Yeah.
Do you want to continue doing this?
Start from slide 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, just your microphone. Sorry, Peter. Thank you.
Talk. So you've seen the slide that outlines the 159 hectares of land, future urban zone that's to be rezoned in this private plan change application. What you've got on screen in front of you is an aerial photo showing, sorry, I've run up the stairs, the sort of physical characteristics there. So you can see the land in relation to the remainder of the urban area of Warkworth. And you'll see there's a slight separation there, but one of the important points is, of course, that it bisects the state highway, and that's been an important point because the access to this land is entirely on the old state highway, and we've got the new motorway that you can see there to the north of the picture. You'll see the new motorway. So, sorry. Yes, so that's an important point because one of the things that has been important is we've had to assess basically under clause 25 if there are any reasons or rationale for
rejecting the private plan change. There are very limited grounds for doing that, but one of the grounds was infrastructure. And so we've assessed this application against the grounds in clause 25. We've concluded that there are no grounds in relation to that. And so the actual recommendation here is to accept the request for processing as a plan change, so it will be notified and be subject to a submission and hearing process. So just as I say, I don't know what David has said to date, but 159 hectares, 1,600 household units proposed in a variety of zonings proposed through that. So if we move to the next slide, you'll see what they're proposed in terms of zoning. The pink purple colour is the town centre. The darker orange is terrace house and apartment building zone, more intensive development around that. And the brown is mixed housing urban, spreading out to less dense zones as we get to the various north and south of the plan change area. One thing with the plan change is they're requesting a change to the extent of the rural-urban boundary. You can see the current rural-urban boundary in the red dash line, and what they're proposing is to change it to the blue line, which you can see at the bottom of the diagram. So there's a 6.4 hectare shift in the rub, and I apologise, but in the report it refers to 6,400 square metres. It's actually 64,000 square metres, which is 6.4 hectares. So that's the shift in the rub. That is part of the plan change request. So we've assessed the plan change against the Walkwith structure plan, which was done a few years ago, and the application really tries to match what the council's planning document, the structure plan, shows for the area. So you can see that, for example, it's in general accordance with the structure plan, and so we've got landscape areas that are shown on the right-hand side of the picture there. That's the structure plan, and the left-hand side is what they're proposing. And generally those, in the wider context, those things, they basically match that. And in terms of timing, this area of Walkwith was proposed to be development ready from 2028, and when we've assessed how long the plan change process might take, how long it takes to develop land with bulk earthworks and so on, we think that they're not going to be too far shy of that date. They'll be a little bit early, but basically in line with that timing. And this is just to show what they're proposing, which is two precincts. The blue hatched area is the Morrison's Orchard, a historic heritage orchard, and basically they're asking that have a precinct over it, protecting it, allowing some development, but it remain with a rural zone, and the remainder takes on the other zones, the variety of residential zones that are there. And just one other important point, I suppose, is that in terms of key infrastructure, we've talked to Watercare, we've talked to who have a proposal, who have a wastewater upgrade proposal halfway through. So the Snells Beach treatment plant has been upgraded, and they're in the process of building a pipeline which will be ready in 2025 to redirect the wastewater from Walkwith to Snells Beach, that Snells Beach plant. And so there are rules in this plan change that prevent any development happening until that piece of infrastructure is in place. And likewise, in terms of transport, one issue that we see here is that the Supporting Growth Alliance have proposed a number of new roads around Walkwith, and so they've put in notices of requirement to designate that land. What they've done here is they're recognising that this plan change will provide one of the arterial routes themselves, so they have not designated what you see in yellow. The outline is red, is where on the right hand side of the picture is the State Highway 1 the applicants here are required to upgrade that intersection onto the old state highway with the box around it. They will build the road with a yellow dash line around it, and that will link into what SGA have, the Supporting Growth Alliance have designated in the red. So they're confident that this applicant, or they're requiring this applicant to build that road rather than going through the normal designation process for that stretch. And so, as I say, the key thing is that there are a whole lot of triggers that require that infrastructure, the wastewater, the water supply, and stormwater and so on, to be in place before any development can occur. So we've looked at that, where the conclusion is there are no real sound reasons to the limited range of reasons set out in clause 25 to reject this application. So then we need to decide whether we accept it or adopt it as a council plan change. We don't think there's any reason to adopt it as a council plan change. Therefore, we're saying it should be accepted and go through the normal plan change process with the notifications, submissions, and so on. So that's the recommendation before you. And just the final slide, I think, is just showing the master plan, where we show the variety of densities, the town centre, the green space, the Morrison Orchard kept as a heritage orchard, as a feature for the town, which is recognised in our own planning in the structure plan, and the lower densities to preserve the landscape at both ends of the development area. So, thank you. David and I are available for any questions.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Very well explained the changes there. Are there any questions on this? Member Ashby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. It's just a quick one from me. I note Ngāti Manahiri was involved and provided a CIA. So it's probably just a question for you as officers. In terms of the RPS provision B652 subclause 7, which is around structure planning, plan change processes, reflecting mana whenua values and identifying sites, places and areas that might be appropriate for scheduling. Is this master plan, how does it perform against that quite directive?
As far as we're aware, there's been no places that have been identified for scheduling by the iwi. In respect of the consultation that the applicant has done, they've contacted and been in consultation with all the relevant iwi groups, and they've all referred back to Ngāti Manahiri. So, and they haven't identified any, as far as we're aware, any places for scheduling. They've asked to be involved ongoing, and that will continue through the plan change process, and they'll be able to make a submission if they identify any places that they want to schedule.
Sorry, just a quick supplementary, that the other part of that is just reflecting the values, and I know the CIA talks to the importance of the waterways, which look like they're being thought about. So it's, I know that this isn't a forum for assessing the relevance of it, this is just accepting it into the process. But I'm just trying to make sure that that provision's been...
It's been included, yes, yeah.
Kia ora, Member Ashby. Are there any other questions? Seems very odd, but that's okay. Should I be worried? We're just... sorry. We're just, Councillor, I'll just make sure that Councillor Sayers and Councillor Baker are happy with, I've just got an additional note around that staff will prepare a council submission on this private plan change, particularly on infrastructure requirements and funding. It is just, it won't be a, it's just won't be a political one, it will be more technical, just around the triggers and subdivisions, things like that. So.
That's fine by me, Richard. That's Councillor Sayers.
Cool. Councillor Sayers and Councillor Baker. Right. Would you like to say anything on this one, Councillor Sayers?
No, I think the officers, covered it very well. It's only slightly out of sync with it going live anyway Mr. Chair, the infrastructure or large chunks of the infrastructure costs are being covered by the developer, and there's no real legal grounds not to recommend it. So it's fairly straightforward from my point of view. Thank you.
Very clear points, Councillor. Thank you. Anyone else? Right. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Thank you very much. Awesome. Right, straight to item 13, which is a similar but quite different process, making operative plan change 84 Omaha South. Kia ora, Austin.
Kia ora. So I'm here today to complete the final steps in the plan change process for PT 84 at Omaha South. For those that know, Omaha South is a small coastal community in Rodney, approximately 12 kilometres northeast of Warkworth. PT 84 is a private plan change from the Omaha Beach Residents Society, seeking changes to yard definitions within Unitary Plan's existing Omaha South precinct, along with additional text to ensure the precinct standards replace standards in the wider Unitary Plan. This current step we're here today to decide on is a procedural one, being the final stage in the plan change process. This private plan change has gone through the standard process to date, including being accepted by Council, then notified for submissions in September last year. A public hearing on the plan change was then held in April this year. Following that public hearing, the independent hearing commissioners issued their decision to approve the plan change in May. No appeals to that decision have been received, with the appeal period closing in July. So I am now before you seeking that the plan change be formally approved and to allow staff to publicly notify the decision and make the plan change operative. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Cool. Sorry, Deputy Chair, it was Councillor Sayers, I think, wanted to move, and Deputy Mayor wanted a second. No questions. I think it's pretty straightforward. Also making it operative. Thank you very much. Is there any debate on this one? All those in favour? All right, perfect. Thank you. We'll go straight to item 14. We've got Jess and Erin. Similar to item 13, but different. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and councillors and IMSB members. It's my pleasure today to introduce to the committee Jess Rohami, who has led the completion of this plan change, and I'll leave it up to Jess to talk you through this.
Thanks, Erin. Kia ora, Jess. I just want to, the talk button on the right.
Yeah, press it, okay. Today's agenda item relates to making plan change 71 and plan modification 14 operative. These are both council initiated plan changes that came about following the removal of car parking minimums in February last year, which was a requirement of policy 11 of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. So following the removal of minimums, there were a number of gaps and inconsistencies throughout the plan. So PC 71 and PM 14 proposed text amendments across various chapters throughout the plan to ensure that it could be continued to be administered in an effective and efficient manner. So both plan changes have gone through the Schedule 1 RMA plan change process. They went to hearing in October last year, where PC 71 was approved with modifications and plan modification 14 was approved as notified. One appeal was received on plan change 71. That was in relation to a text amendment that was proposed to a policy in chapter E27, which is the transport chapter of AUP. That appeal has since been resolved via Environment Court consent order, which was issued in July. So we're now at the end of the process. There are no outstanding matters to be resolved, and as such, the recommendation to the committee today is to approve plan change 71 and plan modification 14 and to make them operative. Yeah, thank you for your time today and open to receiving any questions.
Perfect. Very. I think that's very clear. Jess, is there any questions on this one? Member Ashby.
Sorry, just one quick one. I know that there was engagement with the Kaitiaki Forum and the usual, concerns around stormwater and stuff. Could you just speak really, take me through how that feedback was reflected in the...
To be honest, that was before I took on the plan change, so I wasn't fully involved with that. I know that all iwi were notified of the text amendments. There were no submissions received. But I wasn't involved at that stage of the plan change.
Thank you, Member Ashby. Right, could I have I think that's all, no questions. Thank you both for the presentation and the work on this one. Could I have a mover? Deputy Chair, Angela Dalton, seconder. Oh, Councillor Foley. Right, any debate? Right, perfect, easy. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. Cool. Right, so the next one is item 15. I don't hope Nick's not running here too. Got Dave and Pippa. Yeah, I would like to move, and Deputy Mayor has signalled she'd like to second. Do we need to wait for Nick's done a lot of work on this? Yeah, sorry, we've rushed you probably watched the earlier part of the agenda and thought we'd be here till goodness knows when. So I'll give a couple seconds, maybe a 5-second drinks. To this one, oh sorry, just while we're waiting, just to let you know, thanks Nick, sorry that we rushed ahead faster than you might have thought. Just on the proposed Chair's Recs, I have had some conversations and then also what's it called? Sorry, my brain today. Remember, Councillor Turner and Councillor Henderson had sent through an amendment a couple of days ago, very clear, of increasing fully funding the applicant for Waitakere Cricket Club. We've discussed it and decided to find a happy middle ground, and instead of fully going up to the top, adding 10,000 to that. There is funding for it, but I'm happy to include that in the direction instead of the 29, but instead of the 10 that was proposed, on the proviso that they do need to, they still need to look for additional funding. Could that be from the local board? Could that be from others? But thank you to Councillor Turner and Councillor Henderson for asking lots of questions and working and coming and asking me pretty clearly for that. I think that it is a small amount of money and it does bring it up to the 20,000 of the other similar recommended application on that as well. Right, so we will go to questions first. Oh wait, no, you're going to do a presentation, apologies. Right, just was explaining in case people wondered what the change was. So we'll go back to the beginning of the item and go to a presentation and discussion, then we'll go to questions. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, ko Dave Stewart Takaunga, so I'm the General Manager of Active Communities, and Nick Harris will be doing the substantive presentation of this item, and we've got Pippa here as well, who's the Manager of Sport and Recreation. So I'll just do a quick intro for you here. So this item is about the Sport and Recreation Facilities Investment Fund. So this fund was created through the 2018 long-term plan, and the purpose for it is to, I guess, address some of the sport and recreation infrastructure challenges that we have around the region. So making sure that we're working with the sports sector to make sure that we've got the right facilities in the right places to enable quality participation experiences for our communities. It seeks to respond to the changing participation preferences that we have seen within the sector. So as time's gone on, there's sort of been some movement away from some sports that were the more popular activities of the past into other sporting endeavours and also some recreational opportunities as well. A principal purpose behind this fund is to not just have council being the sole investor into these facilities, it's to grant funding to external parties, largely sport and rec organisations, and then have them seek leverage funding from the broader giving market that there is out there. So it's to return a really good value for money proposition to Auckland Council by leveraging other investment out there in the market and ultimately supporting our sport and recreation sector to have a really strong voice in what type of facilities they need and what locations. And the primary purpose of this is to support, I guess, participation. So to really help Aucklanders live that active and well lifestyle, to be able to have the appropriate opportunities in their local communities, and to be able to really see the benefits that come with living an active lifestyle, which obviously is around the physical health. It also has really strong mental well-being outcomes and has really good outcomes in terms of the social cohesion, the bringing communities together. So this fund is a really key way that we do that. In this financial year, there's a $13.4 million budget available for these processes, and Nick will talk to you more about that and the process that the team have been through to bring these recommendations to you today. So thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Chair Hills, councillors, IMSB members, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Ko Nick Harris toku ingoa. I'm the Sport and Recreation team leader. And yes, we're here to speak to the agenda report. There are two purposes for the presentation and for the report. Firstly, to allocate the Sport and Recreation Facilities Investment Fund for 23-24, and secondly, to approve amendments to two existing grant recipients. Just moving to a quick review on the performance of the previous funding rounds. So far, since the first funding round in FY19, we have allocated grants to 48 projects. Made allocations to 48 projects. That's 43 grants and 5 council-owned projects. We have allocated 29.6 million and paid out 15.37. And achieved a leverage investment of $2.20 third-party investment for every dollar invested by council through the fund. Just a quick note on that figure, we've given you the most conservative leverage figure there. We think that there's, depending on the interpretation of leverage, where you count it from, that figure can go up significantly. Just for instance, if you remove the 5 council-owned projects, that leverage figure would go up to around about $3.40 or so. Moving on to the allocation of this year's contestable Sport and Rec Facility Investment Fund. The way it's a contestable fund, we publish guidelines at the beginning of the fund. Those are available online and then promoted through the usual channels. The fund explains the priority funding criteria. Sorry, the guidelines explain the priority criteria for funding, the application process, the assessment process, so on and so forth. It explains our system of gateways. The gateways are intended to guide applicants to focus on the right areas of work that their projects need. Just quickly, those are investigation and analysis, so that's the early stage feasibility studies, business plan, concept design, so on and so forth. Second stage is design consent, and finally, Gateway 3, construction. So those guidelines are published, the fund is open, and then we have a 2-stage application process. So this year we received 47 stage 1 applications. That's down significantly from over 100 last year. I think the main explanation for that would be that we changed the stage 1 application to seek more information. So it was a more challenging set of questions, and I think that had there was fewer tire kickers perhaps. Those stage 1 applications are processed, and 20 of the
of the strongest applications were invited to move through to stage 2, and all 20 applicants submitted a full application. That happened in April 2023, and the total value of their applications came to 26 million. The applications were processed, run past local boards and mana whenua, and then circulated to an independent assessment panel. That panel had the applications for a month and then considered them in a moderation meeting in July and produced the recommendations for funding. Those recommendations were workshopped with the committee in August, and that is how we come to be here today, seeking a decision on allocation of the fund. The recommendations of the independent assessment panel are provided in attachment C to the agenda report. What's produced there is just a sample, that's not the complete lot. But yeah, that's where the figures and commentary from the panel is available. And that brings me to the second purpose for today's report. That is to approve amendments to 2 existing sport and recreation facilities investment fund grants. There are 2 existing recipients that need a resolution to approve certain changes required for their projects to progress. First of all, Howick Bowling Club, they received funds in the FY21 funding round, have had issues with progressing, and have requested that they reduce the scope of their project from 2 covered greens to 1 covered green. That's our recommendation that be approved, because the reduced scope project still will align with the funding criteria, deliver positive benefits to that community, and it also secures a significant investment from Auckland Bowls. There's also a sizable contribution from Howick Local Board. So there's the ingredients of that project are sound enough that we'd recommend that to proceed. The second project is Auckland Hockey Association Incorporated. They received their significant grant in last year's funding round, FY23. It has come to light that is their intention that the facility, once completed, will be owned by Auckland Hockey Facilities Trust. In order for the contracts to work and for council's investment to be properly protected, we need to make the grant to the owner of the facility. So we're recommending that the recipient of the grant be changed from Auckland Hockey Association to the Auckland Hockey Facilities Trust. This is at the request of Auckland Hockey, and it's our recommendation that proceed. So that brings me to the end of my presentation, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. Very clear, Nick, and thank you for also doing those drop-ins for members of the committee to drop in, ask more deep dive questions, and understand some of the applications and where also this policy has come from, and where the grant focus has come from. So that was really helpful for many of the members of the committee, so thanks for adding that additional bit of work. We have a question so far from Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to just raise a few things about the decisions taken here, and first of all to say I want to, like the other councillors, I'm going to move an amendment for one thing, and I'll explain it in a minute. But the first thing I wanted to ask the officials, are you aware that well over half of all of this funding round, well over half of it, goes to one ward?
Through the chair, thank you for your question, councillor. Yeah, hi. This happens from that has happened in previous funding rounds also. It is our circumstance is that it being a contestable fund, we can only respond to the applications that we receive. And so it is somewhat organic what comes to us in any given funding round. And certainly, like last time as an example, there's a significant amount of money that was invested into one local board area. It is the nature of these community-led projects. They tend to have quite a long germination period. So when they are ready...
Carry on.
When they are ready to receive funding, make applications to us, there's an element of chance, certainly last time, that two significant projects came through together. So similar thing can be said for this funding round, and that's where we are.
Well, I'll take it further because I've got back to the 2019 start, and there are local boards like Devonport and Albert Eden and indeed Howick that are into the 800,000 for the whole time. And there are others like Oraki that's up to 8 million, and Upper Harbour up to 6 million over those 5 years. And it just seems to me that it can't be just 1 year when there has been quite heavily funded towards certain local boards over a very long period of time, but others right down the very bottom of the heap. And I'll remind you that the Howick local board has the biggest population of any local boards in the city. But what I wanted to do is say to you, I accept that the project called the Howick and Pakuranga Community Sports Centre is not shovel ready or construction ready for the project it's going to do. You've made a determination of 100,000. It's going to be my intention, and I know Councillor Stewart supports it, to at least make that 250,000, which means they can get on with doing the design work that's needed, and then they'd come back for another year's round. Now, before anybody thinks that this is Howick and you're a...
Councillor Williamson, we're just still in question time at the moment. If you just want to maybe ask a question about that funding to get some...
do I do the amendment now, or do I do it when we get to the...
It's after question time, so it's part of the debate.
Okay.
But are you keen to understand how it was come to the 100 grand, or what?
Well, no, I see they say in there that they're not construction ready. In fact, I've got the exact wording about it's not up to GW3 construction ready. We're going to give a partial funding to allow funding to support confirming leases, designs, consents, governance, costings and timelines. So I do know why. All I'm telling you is when I spoke to the people this morning, both the chief executive and the chairman, they said, if we just got to 250, we could begin the design and the consents and everything. 100,000 means we actually can't even get started. And that's why I'm going to move the amendment.
Thanks. Maybe, Nick, did you want to maybe comment on how the, before we get into the debate, which will be after questions, but just a bit of advice to help the rest of the committee understand how it was come to the 100 grand and how early the project is and what's actually needed, or any other comments on this project?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the councillor for the question. All applications are assessed against the funding criteria which are published in the guidelines. Those funding criteria are in themselves informed by a suite of policies that have been adopted by Council, including increasing Aucklanders' participation in sport investment plan and the Auckland strategic, sport and recreation strategic action plan. So alongside, inside the criteria, there are a number of things that we're looking for in terms of a project's eligibility and its achievability and alignment to the criteria. So wherever an application might come from across the region, it gets treated the same and is expected to provide evidence, sufficient evidence to show that it aligns to the criteria, that it's an eligible project, and that there's an achievable project there. Once the panels, the independent assessment panel, sits down together, having reviewed the applications, they discuss their thoughts about how an application is eligible, is aligned, and is achievable, and then make a recommendation on A, whether or not it should receive any funding at all, and then B, what is a suitable amount of money given the panel's views on where the project is up to. In this particular case, it was the panel's sense that there were what we would call Gateway 2 criteria that were, it's Gateway 3 criteria. So work in design and consent works that hadn't been completed. There wasn't evidence that certain things were in place for the project to receive the construction funding that had been requested. And so this particular figure was decided upon as a contribution towards the costs that the immediate costs that they are likely to face. That's the panel's recommendation. That was what we brought to the committee in workshop, and is now informs the recommendation in the report. Yeah.
Thank you. Go to Councillor Ferry. Questions? Now we're just asking questions on the overall. You can ask questions based on the amendment coming up too, but we'll just keep it on the overall, and then we'll come to the debate and go straight to the proposed amendment.
Thanks. My question is on the overall, so that's helpful context. Thank you. So obviously I'm quite new to governing body, but I was involved in local board land for a while, and I recall earlier iterations of this fund that came from the legacy councils. And I just wondered if you had any comment on how the system now is more equitable across the region than perhaps the previous legacy funds were, where, no offence to my good neighbour in Orake, but they used to get a lot more of the funds than Puketapapa, for example. So I wondered if you had a comment on that at all.
Kia ora, thanks for the question. So through the chair, you're right, legacy councils had different ways of investing into community sport and recreation and facility asset development. Those funds didn't continue after the amalgamation of Auckland Council, and so they went into what's now LDI within local board land. So this is where this fund was created in 2018. So that's just a little bit of context of the journey we've come to this point. In terms of the allocation and how we look at the strategic drivers behind this and make sure that we're allocating it effectively and on an equitable basis, we go to the policy drivers that inform this work, and so that's the policy that Nick referenced earlier, which is the investing in sport, increasing participation in sport investment plan document, which has a really strong weighting on equity. So that's a key driver. It's the strongest weighting driver within the investment plan, which is the agreed policy that's been adopted by former iterations of this committee. So that then informs the guidelines that are in the appendices to this paper that drive the logic model behind the allocation here and how the various projects are assessed against criteria to inform the recommendations. So there's a really strong weighting around equity. As Nick's pointed out, one of the challenges that we've got with this is that it's a contestable fund, so we respond back against the applications that come from our communities. We're aware that whilst that is a good approach in some senses, there are some real challenges with it as well. So the team are doing a lot of work around considering what some recommendations that might come back to this committee about a future way forward to make sure that we're both responding to the needs that we're being told from the communities, from the sport and recreation organisations exist, but also being able to proactively work with communities where we know there are facility shortfalls as well, to be able to address them and make sure that we're more equitably distributing the funding and the development across the region.
Thank you. Supplementary. So is it fair to say that one of the issues around addressing the equity over time is that a lot of these projects have really quite long timescales? I'm thinking particularly of the Auckland United club rooms, which took over 15 years to get off the ground.
Yeah, kia ora. Through the chair. So that's a really good point. So these projects do take a long time. And so one of the purposes behind this fund was to try and shorten the development time frame from what we saw in cases like Auckland United to a much shorter turnaround time to really assist them in terms of, I guess, a really strong cornerstone investment from Auckland Council, because we're often the funder of first resort, I guess, that people go to, and we're a funder that others look to see that we're investing before they'll put their investment into projects as well. So there's a number of things that we are doing there. Also working with our partners in the sports sector around things like an investors forum, where there's opportunity for other funders to come together and to hear what we're all investing into in a non-committal environment, but a way of sharing knowledge between funders into the sector. So that's one way that we're looking to shorten the time frame, both with the advent of this fund, and secondly with other things outside that. I guess the final point is around the dollar figure that we see invested into different areas is probably not necessarily a really good determinant of the through time level of investment that will result, because what we see is we invest at 3 different points in the project life cycle here. So investment up front in terms of the initial gateway or the feasibility studies, investigations and those sort of things can be really hard to get elsewhere. And so it's one way that we're often the catalyst to be able to enable these projects to get started, to do some initial work to understand what their needs are, and then they can come back at supplementary stages for investment into things like detailed design and then ultimately capital development. And so what we need to do in terms of the context of an investment like this is look at it in the long term about the investment that comes out through multiple phases of the fund before we'll really see the reach across the wider region. And as you point out, sometimes projects do take a long time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Very good question, and thanks for the answers there. Councillor Baker.
Thanks, team. So questions on the kart sport. Just in the table there, it talks about that they don't align with the people and community priority criteria. Can you tell me what it is exactly that they don't align with, and how it is, and what data that was formulated on?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. So the people and community criteria in the funding guidelines, and you'll find them at pages 6 and 7. That's attachment A to the agenda report. There are 5 criteria under this heading. First of all is about is communities of greatest need. Second, strong benefit to Māori. Third, inactive communities. Fourth, high participation. And 6, partnerships. So it was the view of the panel, having reviewed the application, that although it understood the regional kind of context around Collindale Park, and that the kart sport application scores quite well on the other 11 priority criteria, that on the criteria under these headings, that it doesn't score well relative to other applications. So yeah, I think I've covered the points of your question, Councillor.
Oh, it's just the data, and so what information is that? Is that the breakdown of their membership, the number of their membership, what their membership looks like?
Through the chair, thank you. It's the information that's provided in the application is what the panelists use to develop their recommendation. And in particular, they're looking at participants. So the people coming to watch, as an example, are not included in the participation impact, or the calculation of participation impact. So I think it's reasonably well understood that there's a lot of people involved in motorsport, but the number of people who are participating in the actual competition is relatively low. So that was suppose the feedback that came from the panel was that that this is an issue that that in their view affects motorsport generally, kart sport included, and so I suppose there's something of a challenge to us in the recommendation that they've sent back, that they've said that they think motorsport will always struggle to align with these particular criteria, and not that council should not invest in it at all, but whether or not this particular funding source, because of the criteria that they are asked to consider, might not be the right place. And I think that's the message that they've been trying to send. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Because that sort of folds into my next question, is in that the panel has suggested that there are other funding sources that council can consider. Are they able to tell us what those other funding sources that we might be able to consider for them?
It's very helpful of the panel. No, the panel did not go that far. Yeah.
Not really helpful then. And then, so I guess just going back to then the whole motorsport thing, and do you think that there's the opportunity for us, would you be supportive of us actually diving into looking at some sort of strategy for motorsport, if it's going to be something that we're telling motorsport you've got to go to Collindale Park, and then we're doing nothing to support them when they get there? Yeah. And so, so is there what would you suggest? Would it be workshopping, and would it be a strategy in terms of motorsport? Because otherwise we're just going to continually see them applying and us continually telling them no. And what does that look for our reputation as we're shoving quite a popular sport, whether we like it or not, and we're not really assisting them in any way?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. Once again, so if you don't mind me dodging the question ever so slightly, I think you're right that there is a discussion to be had. Can I tell you the answer sitting right here? No, but yeah, I do agree with you. I think that there is something for us to, we have to find some sort of solution. It could be as simple as asking this applicant to reapply next year, and I suppose we can't predetermine the outcome of the application, but we're still to set the guidelines and the application form and so on and so forth up for next year. And so were the application to come back, then we could talk about it again under better circumstances. So I suppose the answer, Councillor, is yes, we should talk about what a solution might be.
And that's good, Matt. I mean, I was just floating something out there just to see, just to get it out there.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Filipina.
Thank you, Chair. And tēnā koutou katoa. Nick, I just want to get a supplementary question out based on Councillor Baker, and that is, did you say that it fit the 11, but it was only the 5 around that particular application?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. Yes, I did. So if you're looking in the guidelines from page 8 onwards, you'll see 8 and 9, infrastructure priorities and strategic and financial priorities. So the kart sport application does well on those criteria. The weighting in the scoring leans towards the people and community criteria, and that's under the guidance of the policy guidance from increasing Aucklanders' participation in sport investment plan, which directs us to put a 40% weighting on the equity criteria. So that sort of covers those. So it's important in the context of this fund that projects can show impact on those people and community priorities because of the weighting makes them so important.
So just based on your answer, wouldn't it be advantageous for any increase in participation would be to help as much as we can if they're doing a development in, for example, Collindale Park, surely which is a regional park, surely whether it be go-karts or any other sport that's at Collindale Park, that the way to increase participation, if that is what they want, is to assist as much as we can. Wouldn't you sort of say that that is one means of increasing participation regionally?
Kia ora, Councillor, through the chair. So you're right. All the projects that we have that make applications to us result in some level of participation increase. And we're really fortunate that there are so many great applicant organisations out there. As Nick touched upon, there was $40 million worth of applications at phase 1, 26 million at phase 2 of the assessment process. And with that sort of level of requirement out there from the broader market, it means that we unfortunately need to make some trade-off decisions around how we invest the funding. We don't have the level of funding to be able to invest into all of these. So whilst there are other meritorious projects out there, they're unfortunately not the recommendation of the panel that they're invested into this year. It doesn't mean that they're not good projects. It doesn't mean that they won't have an impact on participation and the choice for our communities to be able to participate in locations near them as well. So you're right that if we invested into this, it would certainly provide an opportunity. But I guess when that's traded off against some of the other applicants that scored more highly, hence the recommendations through from the panel.
Yeah, I won't debate the point around scoring more highly, because some of the projects that I've read in this particular agenda item through you, Chair, doesn't score highly in the 11 that the go-kart did. That's why I won't debate that. Chair, I've got two more very quick questions. The panel, the independent panel, when or how often are the members on that particular panel, except for the council member, Lee, who I believe is somebody that should be on there. The independent members, how often are they sort of changed, for want of a better term?
Through the chair, thank you. Thank you. Yes, the panellists this year have, there were two who sat on the panel, sorry, 3 including Lee, sat last year, and 1 who was new. We haven't thought about the constitution of the panel for the next funding round at this point.
Okay, cool. Now, look, I want to go to what Councillor Williamson, his question or the amendment that is possibly coming through. And it's, I think, if I've heard correctly, it's an extra 150,000. That's if I heard correctly, and I did, because Councillor Williamson is nodding his head. So what is the amount that was on the application for the detailed plan for them to get through Gateway 3? What is the cost that was in the application? Because I'm assuming that it would have been in there for them to get through to assist with the resource consenting process. Do we know the costs to that?
Through the chair. So, councillor, the application, this particular application, didn't break down the costs in that manner. The costings that they included in the application was quite focused on construction costs, and so breaking down the Gateway 2 costs was a little harder to see. Also, just I think probably to flesh the answer out a little bit, and to link it to my understanding of the panel's recommendation. There seemed to be a number of Gateway 2 items, which are criteria to progress to Gateway to construction, that hadn't been completed when the application was considered, and so there's the way I understand the panel's recommendation is there's quite a bit of work to be done, and they need to start at the they need to go back a little bit, and that the grant recommendation that was made was an indication that there's some belief in the potential of the project, and to indicate that that's the case, but to I guess to create some focus on what needs to happen next.
Yeah, I'm not trying to ask these questions to put you on the spot, Nick. I really just wanted to get my head around, and I look forward, sorry, Chair, I just wanted to make that clear to Nick, because I went to the second opportunity around these applications and spoke to you directly with that. That's why I didn't want to put you on the spot. But I look forward to Councillor Williamson explaining how much is required for the detailed plan from the organisation, so then they could get through Gateway 3. That's all it was, Nick. So, Chair, thank you so much, and I reserve my right to speak. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a quick return to some of the wider process issues here. So just checking. So this is a contestable fund over 10 years, isn't it? 150 million over the long-term plan 21 to 31. So that's a big chunk of money. But to date, we've already had 26 projects through this fund. That's correct. Completed. 26 projects completed during that time, with about 16 million paid out. So just to stress the quantity of the fund here, and the fact that prior to today we've had quite a lot of projects through and approved and completed.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. Yes, that's correct. So in terms of completed projects, yeah, correct, it's 26.
Okay, great. So as far as some of the ones here today, I mean, I know from my own observation that some of them have been around for about 10 years, I think, if not more. So I think it's important to stress the kind of quite detailed and demanding process that each and every one of these has to go through to get to various stages. And I just wondered, to that end, and I see there's an independent assessment panel who are making the calls on this. So could you just explain in terms of progressing through to the stage here today? I realise they've got to have a funding plan in place. They have to demonstrate the necessary skills and expertise to actually deliver the project, and there can be a delay in that and actually receiving the funding, so they don't get the funding until we don't release it until they're absolutely ready to go. So the one I want to just ask about is then kind of last stage before I get to this point is that what are these relevant project milestones that that they have to jump through in terms of, I know like site tenure and consents and that, but I know Councillor Filipino was referring to various gateways and things. So what are those actual kind of steps or that often can be over the nature of many years to get to that point today? Because I don't think that's maybe come out quite as clear as it could have.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thanks again, Councillor. Yeah, so at page 12 of the guidelines, you'll see a flow chart, which is it's a high level, provides some high level guidance about the project life cycle for the projects that we're dealing with. It's, you know, we've fit it onto one page, so obviously it doesn't capture all the complexity of a construction project, but it does illustrate where we have placed our funding gateways and what the nature of the work that we're looking for at each gateway. So particularly once for projects who are applying through Gateway 2 to do design and consent works, and just off the top of my head, the quick list of milestones that we'd be looking to see achieved during that phase would be looking to see that the land tenure is locked in. So generally speaking, we're talking about a lease, and that the footprint of the building sits within the leased area that they have, that the lease, you know, lasts for a satisfactory amount of time, given the amount of investment that's being sought, so on and so forth. You also need landowner approval from whoever the landowner is. Quite often it's a local board. You need resource consents, all the necessary resource consents secured, detailed design completed, and then building consent obtained as well. So that's a quick run through of what we're looking for at Gateway 2.
So thanks for that, and I think I don't know if everyone's got access to that, but that's a pretty rigorous process. I don't know how any of them get to the end of it, to be honest with that, but you've got sort of predating that needs assessment, about 6, 8 things through there, feasibility study with another 8, the business case, the concept design and consent, before we get to construction. So I guess just the final question was that in terms of the release of funds at the very end of that, then we don't let out a single brass reserve until all the various requirements have been met. That's the other thing, isn't it?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. So just to distinguish between a construction context and a pre-construction context, we will release funds into a Gateway 1 or potentially a Gateway 2 project, provided we see that they have the resource to complete the phases that they've asked us to support. Yeah. In construction, we won't release money until they have 100% of the funds that are required, and plus contingency. So, yeah.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor. Member Ashby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Good stuff. Just a quick question from me. So that you have an annual allocation and people can apply, but there's no cap on what that application is in terms of the value?
Through the chair, thank you. Good question. No, there's no cap on how much an applicant can seek other than the total amount available in that funding round. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And can you just explain to me why there isn't a cap?
Again, through the chair, there's no cap because the fund in its original setup was aimed to support regional and sub-regional facility development. These were expensive at the time, and it's just gotten worse. So the price tag on some of these projects is high, and it's really about retaining flexibility to respond to projects that will deliver the biggest impact. I think that's probably
so it's about regional and sub-regional, I guess, some strategic importance, flexibility, scale. So that's why there's no cap of, say, $170,000 per piece of infrastructure.
Nick may not pick up on the connection you're making with the Culture Initiatives Fund, which caps things out 174 for individual marae projects. So that's a very good point, member, and I think that is something that we should continue discussion through the Māori Outcomes LTP focus situation on why there are caps there and not caps here. So yeah, Nick might have wondered what that was, but yeah, good point. Sorry, were you finished, Member Ashby? Yes, thank you. Clever connection there. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about, it is the equitable distribution of investment amongst local boards. If I look at my local board, there's only been one, and that's One Tree Hill. But I have communities of greatest need in my local board area. I have demographics who are inactive participants of sport. And I know that I have sports organisations, community, groups that don't have the capacity to do this kind of application. So are they just going to continually miss out? Like we're just maintaining that inequity then? Like how can we address it?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I mean, you're putting your finger on one of the greatest challenges with this fund.
That's not my local board area. That's the governing body.
What we are finding as staff administering a contestable fund is we see that there seems to be a challenge with the project development phase. That happens before the applications come into our process, and I think it's probably where the fund is falling down, in that the project development, particularly in communities of greatest need, is not strong enough to meet the thresholds that are set for these type of construction projects. So because it's a contestable fund, as staff we have to tread very carefully about keeping the integrity of the process tight. The process needs to be fair and transparent and rigorous. But that limits our ability to go out for us to provide proactive help to groups that need support with project development. So the resourcing of that function is a question. It's not currently covered. It's something that we see as an issue that we should address for future iterations of the fund. So, what might be the solutions for that? Well, that's probably a discussion for us to have at another time with the proper advice available. yeah, we're conscious of the of that as an issue. Having said all that, our initial sort of analysis of the fund's performance so far indicates we've got approximately, or over between 40 and 50% of the allocations and the funds so far, not including this current funding round, have gone to high deprivation communities. So that's good, but it's not consistently distributed across local boards. So, for instance, the Maunga Keke Tamaki local board has had one successful application. So it's not, we think that inside the contestable process itself, we've tried to make the settings as favourable as we can to, you know, in alignment with the policy direction that we have. But because the nature of the construction projects, the costs and the risks involved, we need to set the bar high, and then we need to maintain the contestable process as fair, transparent and rigorous. So that makes it a challenge for some communities. Yeah. So I think a good topic for future discussion. You'll note in the agenda report under next steps that we signal a intention to come back to the committee to discuss the future settings. We have a little bit more work to do to inform that, but we're keen for it to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'm going to ask about Waikaraka Park. So the last round, they didn't make it, but they were going to be put in a pipeline to hopefully be successful this time round. But then this time round, they didn't even make the initial phase. So, yeah, what are they going to be in the same boat as Collindale? Like they keep applying, they keep getting knocked back. When this is about the whole facility at Waikaraka Park, the soccer, the cricket, the shared sports, you know, in the Maunga Keke side, not just about the motorsport side. So, yeah, well, what if they're knocking on the wrong door, what is the right door?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. I'm thinking back to that stage of the process. The application from Waikaraka Park is admirable insofar as it proposed to include community provision supporting council sports fields. I think the bulk of the cost in the project seemed to relate to sort of motorsport specific costs, and in particular, if I recall correctly, that it related to sort of supporting spectator provision, not the competition surface, but essentially a sort of a grandstand type building. Now that might be a good idea, a good project, and so on and so forth, but I think it was felt that in terms of alignment with the criteria for this fund, that it wasn't a strong argument. So there's, yeah, you know, how do they get around that? Yeah, well, it's a good question. It's a challenge, and I suppose we can tag it to the motorsport question generally. Yeah, and so you know, perhaps it's a discussion that we can come back to you on to try and explore how can indeed I can make that offer to generally if councillors are interested in a particular project, trying to find a pathway, then we're happy to talk to you offline.
Good. Thank you, Nick. And yes, Councillor Butley, I think we are probably verging away from what we had to decide today, and we could probably have another workshop like we had about the details that flesh out a more broader issue with where we think the fund is going, especially with the LTP, and how we can ensure that broader spread and things like that. Kia ora. Thanks, Councillor. We just need to do an extension of time. Mover, Deputy Chair, Councillor Dalton. Second, Councillor Filipaina. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? Cool, thank you. Have a question. Deputy Mayor has to go.
Sorry, just a question to you, Chair. I have to go and I've seconded this, so if I'm leaving, I think somebody else needs a second. So my question, I only second it because none of the things were in my ward, so I thought that putting my regional hat on it would be nice to second. So if somebody else would like to second, I'm sorry, I have to go.
Your second can stay when you leave.
Oh, can it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I'll second. There we go. Sorry, team. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Sure. In the absence of a motorsport strategy, and following up on the questions that Andy Baker has asked, do we factor in not just the participants in motorsport and let's say they're the drivers, but also the crew, the marshals? There's a huge ecosystem. There are many businesses that are involved and employ people that are actively involved in motorsport sponsors. And then you've got television viewers, often not just in New Zealand but overseas. So how do you categorise participation across motorsport, which is quite different in many respects to a lot of other sports, and it also provides a career pathway to people like Scott Dixon and others. So, question.
Through the Chair, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, so the definition of community sport comes from the policy documents. So in the Increasing Aucklanders Participation in Sport Investment Plan, that defines community sport, and it's focused on active participants. And so, yeah, you know, I think we try to translate that to the motorsport context. We would see that as the drivers.
Okay, well that's
the wider things about sorry, I apologise. The wider questions about viewership, about career pathways, and so on and so forth are not a consideration in this particular fund. Yeah.
Just supplementary, I would make the observation that a number of these people are actively involved. That is, the mechanics and all of these people, they're active, sometimes expending considerable amounts of energy. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner, last question.
So I'll make it a quick comment then. I keep listening to all this, okay? What do you think of the words unintended bias? Because that's what was running through my mind the whole time I listened to this debate. And I'm really looking forward to a workshop, because I think this is kind of broken in some ways. And that term unintentional bias, I'm not aiming it to anyone, but there's so much consideration. I certainly think maybe the motorsport industry is suffering, and sport is suffering from it. Looking forward to a workshop where we reevaluate how this is all juggled. It's hard, I can see that. Thanks.
Kia ora, Councillor. So just one question before I let you step back, before we jump into the debate, which will start with the possible amendment. Just on the item that's foreshadowed as an amendment, so the $100,000 was a contribution to starting the work. You know, obviously $6 million was asked for, but the panel had, as I understand it, decided it wasn't far enough advanced to progress, and this was about showing that we were interested in helping, but they weren't quite there. But they would be able to come and reapply for that, you know, future works.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's correct.
and we still didn't have any idea exactly how much sort of resource consents or the design work would cost at that point.
The application was, as you say, for 6 million pitched at construction costs, but it was felt by the panel that the project was not ready to face construction costs. Unfortunately, the gateway to the design consent costs wasn't, they weren't broken out in the application. Thinking about I don't recall the panel thinking that they would pay all of the costs for design consent, but that they would make a contribution that would support the club to make a start, bearing in mind that we're seeking leverage and that I think there was an expectation that some other funds would be sought to finish off those design consent works.
Thank you. Right, I'll just get you to step back from the, thank you for all the work here. So technically the first line of debate will be, have you sent the amendment through to staff, Councillor Williamson? Oh, if that's usually the case, but we'll...
It's very simple, it's to amend the 100 to 250, that's all it's going to be.
Okay.
For which application? For which application?
Okay, it's for
Okay, so I'll just, so this will be your speaking turn, so if you want to speak to that, and then we can, then we'll be debating the amendment only. So this will be amendment by...
Okay.
Not addition, but it is replacing that. Yep.
Yeah, so the amendment will be to change the 100,000 that's in the funding allocated column to 250,000. First, I'm going to make a bit of an apology. I was unaware of this particular fund altogether until a few weeks ago.
Seconder, sorry, Councillor.
Oh, I'll second it.
I thought you would. Yeah, and it was just absolute serendipity. We met with a local board chairman, Councillor Stewart and I did. He was saying about some things and about the Howick Sports Club not getting up to construction ready approval yet, and we said, oh, okay, I didn't know that. Well, then we went down to meet with the new chief executive, and he said, oh, we're all ready to go and excited about it. And I said, well, I understand you don't meet the construction G3 gateway. And just all hell broke loose. Next thing, he's on the speakerphone to his chairman and the board. They were all expecting it. So look, we've all dropped the ball along the way. I will never let SRFIF go past me again in a year. It'll be on my bring-up diary. But I think our local board let us down. I think that the actual organisation themselves didn't do enough to counter some action. However, and I do believe there's a big issue that this body has to face with regards to equity, because historically some of you are missing out really badly and others are getting lots and lots and lots. And I would have thought one of the criteria or coefficients that should be added to all of them that are there now, I don't want to take any of them away, but one should be about what's historically been going somewhere and not. Now, this is an amazing project. I want to just give you a bit of an idea. It's to do with a very big multi-purpose gymnasium. The first thing I have, a number of you will be thinking, oh, this is for all the privileged people of Howick and so on. Absolutely not. A huge cohort of the people that go there right now and play sport and so on, Pacific Island and Māori from South Auckland, from Central, Onehunga, Otahu, teams of people that would never normally get to facilities are loving it, and the parents are there. It's probably the best community thing I've ever seen. It's not the rugby club. I want to stress to you now, this is to do with a whole lot of sports other than what goes on in the rugby club. Let me read you out a few of the ones that it will include. Volleyball, basketball, table tennis, futsal. I didn't know what futsal was, but it's indoor soccer, indoor netball. The big one, and I just want to explain to councillors this, pickleball is now bigger in America than tennis. And where I lived in Santa Monica, the Santa Monica pickleball final, the first prize was $250,000 US to win the local pickleball. And so tennis players like, he used to come here to the Heineken Open every year, a guy called Jack Sock. He's quit tennis and is now just playing pickleball and earning several million a year from pickleball. I promise you, It's coming with you. You will not believe the size. As I said, more people playing it than playing tennis there. So I think this is a phenomenal project. What I've argued, because you know I'm a Dr. No on money and no, but they do need to get their consents and their design sorted so that at the next go-round, they can then bring it through Gateway 3. To answer to Alf's question, it's actually 450k they need to complete the consents and the design. I don't think they should get it all. I think they should have to try and find some of it their own self. But I'm going to make, as I said, the amendment for me is to give them that extra 150, because with 250 they can actually progress to the point that they can be next year construction ready and bring it back. I'll leave it at that. I don't know how long I need to convince people.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Councillor. Is there any debate on the amendment? It's just on the amendment. Councillor Philippine.
Thank you, Chair. One, I am not going to declare conflict of interest that my son, who takes after his mother, who is very skinny, coaches one of the underweight teams. So I'm not going to declare conflict, but I just wanted to support what Councillor Williamson has said, which is I know I used to referee there. Yes, I used to run. I used to referee there as touch for many, many years. Was one of the first touch referees to end up going to Pakuranga Rugby. Actually, one round of touch, I actually refereed in my police uniform and got no arguments at all from both sides of the teams. They all just said, yes, sir, good decision. So I know the amount of people who go there, but also I know the ethnicity breakdown. And Councillor Williamson is correct. I also know that the actual detailed plan that is required here is around 450,000. I'm just saying, and look, I need to take my hat off to both Councillor Turner and Councillor Henderson. From a percentage-wise, that extra 10,000 I know is going to make a heck of a difference to the cricket club. And that increase for the 29 that's required is around 70%. But that $10,000, and I congratulate you both, is going to make a difference. But again, like this particular amendment, there has to be some more money that has to be found. That's the extra 9,000 for the cricket, and that's an extra 100 or 200, 250, 200,000 that has to be found by Pakuranga. And this is why I'm supporting it. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other comments? Oh, Councillor Foley.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. For me, this is a difficult one because I do support, supporting our community groups and our sports groups. And I'm really mindful, for example, we've got Colmar there, and the local board supported Colmar in those initial stages to get them to the point where they're at. So, thinking about Councillor Bartley's comments around capacity, my area is one of the areas of highest deprivation, and that capacity to be able to even apply is a really, really big issue, as officers have noted. And for me here, it's just the arbitrariness of this amount that we're being told. And I wonder why the organisation, Pakuranga United Rugby, who I'm sure is a great organisation, I wonder why they didn't provide that evidence in their application of how much it would cost for the design and the consenting. And I'm really mindful in my other roles, my other decision-making roles, my judicial roles, when parties come before me and they say, oh, it's going to cost me this much, and you've got two parties in a dispute arguing over costs, I always ask them for evidence. And if I don't have the evidence, then I have to dismiss their claims. That's sort of, the world that I come from. And so for me, it's very difficult to accept, especially when it's already gone through a process, a very robust process, through an independent selection committee. They've looked at all the criteria, looked at all of the evidence, looked at the applications, and weighed it up against the other applications, and then made a decision. So for me, it's very difficult to then come to this amount without seeing any evidence to prove that that's actually how much it would have cost. If our officers had said, yes, they'd given a breakdown and they'd provided evidence, and this is how much it was going to cost for that part of their application, then I might be more minded to side with the amendment. But that's not what's happened here. So I just wanted to make that comment, Chair. Kia ora. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My local board area hardly gets anything from this fund, only one. And this is the closest to my area. And I know that a lot of people in my area go to this facility. How many times I've had to go there for a 60th and a 21st, and I was surprised. I didn't realise that so many people from my community are connected to this place. So I'm following Councillor Alf, and I'm going to support you, even though you, Councillor Williamson, are always going on about money and cutting things. You are, and now here you are asking for an extra 150K. But I look past that and I look at the use here, who's needing it, who's using it, the community good that's going to come from it, and so that's what I'm looking at, because I know you're right about who's using that facility, and they fall under the groups of communities of greatest need and active participation. So thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. I'll just speak last on this, and I have listened to everyone. I guess my first concern would be I just would have loved if Councillor Williamson and Councillor Stewart approached me and discussed this like Councillor Turner and Councillor Henderson did. Then we got some robust information there about this, and I would have liked to have had that ability to get some and have some good discussions with staff. Normally the approach is that we support the panel's guidance. There's a long process that's been involved. Obviously 20 applications missed out completely, so we aren't even discussing the applications that missed out because they weren't far along the track. I do feel like we had been, because of the way the application was written, it's kind of all we can go from, and the way that it was focused on the construction, I feel I can't support. Definitely not that 150. It is it's larger than the considered offer from the grant itself, the proposed grant. So I guess for me, because the staff don't have a clear idea of exactly how this will be spent, I couldn't support it at this point. Whereas the Waitakere one is obviously a much smaller amount, $10,000, but was pretty specific to where we are. I do believe this will come because we are giving $100,000, which is a lot of money, to this application to help get them to the next spot and make sure that investment continues. But for me, I couldn't support it for much similar reasons for what Councillor Foley said, just the way it's come. So I do understand the passion behind this, but we do have to look at the process to get here, and that is a significant amount compared to the proposal. So I will move all those in favour on the amendment.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. So I've had a division called for. I don't think it was clear on the voices. So this will be support or opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, members. Chair Hills.
No, sorry.
Member Ashby.
Yes.
Councillor Baker.
Yes.
Councillor Bartley.
Yes.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
No.
Councillor Ferry.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Foley.
Against.
Councillor Henderson.
No.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Leone.
Against.
Councillor Newman.
Yep.
Councillor Sayers.
Or
Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Councillor Turner.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson. Councillor Williamson.
Yes. I'm not Dr.
Kia ora. So that was
12 to 7.
12 to 7. So that will go to the substantive. I think we will have to change the top line figure
Yeah, so what's that?
to 150 extra to the. I can't remember the actual.
It was.
All right.
13,040, is that right?
Yeah. Yes, that's the.
So it's 880 plus 10.
Yep, 13,030. Oh, 040 with the 10
Yep.
for the other. Right, so is there any debate on the Kia ora, Councillor Filipaina?
Thank you, Chair. I've now been put in an enviable position because at the moment I want to vote against, and especially in light of your comments, Chair, around the increase of $10,000 based on the principle that whether it's $10,000 or an extra $150,000, the fact remains that we're going against the panel's decision. And I'm now in a position where I'm trying to end up saying to myself, what do I do now? And where I put myself is that I will be voting for it based on Councillor Turner, you voting for the amendment that Councillor Williamson has put in. So I just wanted to mention that, Chair, because whether it's 10,000 or whether it's 150,000 was the principle from my perspective. Kia ora.
We're not voting on an amendment, it's just the overall.
No, I'm talking about what you said around why you're not voting for the 150, but are supporting the extra 10,000 for Henderson. That's what I'm saying. Because you voted for the 150,000, didn't you?
No.
You didn't?
I'm confused. Are we debating the item or are you?
No, I thought we were debating the item, sorry, the rest of the agenda.
No, we're back onto this.
And that's why I said what I've said.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Chair, we're debating the rest of the agenda, aren't we? This is why I've said what I've said. That's why I've said what I've said in regards to what you had said prior to that vote on the amendment. Yeah, that you voted against the 150. That's my point I wanted to raise.
Cool. Is there, so Councillor Newman?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, look, Councillor Bartley is right. The problem is that this is structured designed to be very, very hard, and there are groups in our community who deserve to be there, but who are missing out because the requirements for the gateways are so tough for some of these clubs and organisations that should be applying, and they are not getting there. And the hard bit, Chair, is that I mean, I think that it would be helpful for Nick and the team to sit down with Councillor Bartley and to work through a list of potential applicants and then see what support could be got to undertake the needs assessment to get through those initial gateways, which, I mean, the application round I think opens up in November, in January, and that's, but the preparatory work that needs to be done now is quite important. I would like to see some of those projects that she's referred to get up. The other thing, Chair, is whilst Colmar has received funding and that's good, I know there's a shortfall. I had wondered if there was an opportunity for us to be able to expend a little bit more if there was a shortfall and under allocation against what could have been delivered. But actually Colmar, it looks like they're getting the amount that they applied for, but I think there is still a gap there. I don't know if there's going to be a further application next year for Colmar, but I think that should happen, because a bit like Pakuranga Rugby Club, the Hauakan Pakuranga Community Sports Centre, which I know about as well. It's a fantastic facility. Colmar too is a real cornerstone in that part of the world. I'd like to see that up as well. But thank you, Chair, for facilitating the discussion. I think it's been interesting, but I do think that there continue to be challenges in terms of those initial gateways that are preventing some really worthy groups from getting up into this debate. And I think that Councillor Bartley would benefit from having the time, if Nick and the team could provide that to her, so that she can work with those clubs in her ward to support applications. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Deputy Chair Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I just want to go back to having a discussion around the policy going forward. And I say that in the context of the changes or the decisions we've made recently around council not investing in new facilities, and also the context of the local board plans, which I think gets lost because the funder, the third-party funder, we're at their whim as to what they're going to fund. Yet we might find it's not a priority in the local board plan for that area, and it's not even a priority in our own strategic facilities plan. So there's a bit of a rub there, you know, if we're trying to achieve what we see as one, equity around sport, around the number of participants, and I take the point that sometimes we don't get participants until something exists, but we've got to get some sort of context around local board plans, third-party funders, and our own strategic outcomes in terms of the facilities that we have that we've agreed we're not going to build any more of. So the policy is outdated. The policy is perhaps not, it might be achieving equity in some board areas, but within that board area, is that equity actually right? So I'd welcome, whenever the time is right, to have a discussion around policy. Because otherwise we're going to continue to get a bit of a mismatch in the facilities that we're funding against actually what the need is, because the facilities might be very, very popular for a minority group or for some other reason, but not actually delivering on the broader outcomes of the participants. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add on to the kōrero by Councillor Newman around that work going forward with the team to help our groups that need that capacity building. In my experience, it's been the local boards that have stood in that gap, and it's been the local boards who have shown a desire to do that and have provided funding, but that's quite a big chunk out of their very small budgets. So if we can do something regionally, I definitely support that. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, yeah. Look, we've had a discussion around process, and I kind of feel like I need to respond to that briefly, that, you know, I raised this issue that we had with this grant, as did Councillor Turner, at the workshop repeatedly. I raised it with the chair repeatedly. I worked with staff on this pre this meeting. We did everything that we could, Councillor Turner and I, to work on a solution that was comfortable and relaxed and more in line with what is a standard process around this council. So I find the comments, frankly, unhelpful around that situation, because, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, do correct me, because I didn't hear anything discussed about this particular amendment that had just gone through at the workshop, unlike what we raised. So we signposted this, you know. The other thing I want to talk about briefly is equity. Waitakere is about 10% of the population of the city. I just want to, you know, if you run through the fund, I don't want to be advocating for ward this and ward that and splitting things up, but if you do split it up, then you would find that Waitakere is considerably less than 10% of this fund. And we have never received, you know, a huge amount from this fund in my memory at all either. So, you know, I just find some of the comments pretty unhelpful, Chair, and I just wanted to say that publicly. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. I'm going to somewhat reluctantly support the substantive. Obviously, I voted against the amendment, and I do have some concerns about that process. And, noting we had a workshop, we also had a drop-in session that was done in addition. There have been email discussions too. So it is frustrating to have something raised at the last minute, as happened with the amendment. However, lost that on the votes. So then I turned my mind to, am I sufficiently against the amendment to vote against the substantive? And at the end of the day, I'm not, because there's a whole lot of really good projects that are getting funding in here, really good projects that unfortunately are also missing out on funding or not getting as much as we would like. I'd like to address a little bit some of the stuff around there's a real time lag with equity in this space. And that's one of the reasons why I raised in question time, and it's a shame not all members were paying attention to the answer to that, around how these funds used to work, and how over time they have become more equitable, but they still have a way to go. And the longevity of a lot of these processes means that if you start a project like this tomorrow, it probably won't come to us for funding for another 3 or 4 years at least, right? And that will probably be the feasibility study. So the projects we're deciding on construction costs for now are actually ones that often started 10, 15 years ago. Maybe less, but often that's that kind of time lag. So the work that happened in earlier terms to increase the capacity of many groups to apply for these funds has not yet woven its way through the system. And I guess I would encourage people to also have a conversation with their local boards. When I was on the Puketapapa local board, one of the reasons we supported the previous joint fund, the legacy fund from Auckland City, going out to local boards individually was because Puketapapa usually got a very small portion of what was a legacy city fund. Our clubs just did not have the wherewithal compared to ones in more well-heeled areas who had people on their boards who were accountants and lawyers, and and were able to pull in large sponsorship money as well for partnership. And so our groups were always missing out. So we supported the devolution of those funds down to local board level to have a more equitable approach, and that's happened and is slowly but surely working its way through. The other thing that we did at the local board level was we ran workshops for our groups on how to do funding grants, on how to upskill themselves and get the capacity to foot it on a more level playing field with those who were better resourced. So those are all things that we should probably look at doing at the regional level, and I'm pretty sure a lot of staff already do that. A lot of regional sports organisations already supply that support, but it's going to take time for those things to work through. And we can't give money to projects that don't exist yet or that people haven't applied for. So that's something to keep in mind. And I guess we all have a role of being aspirational out in our communities and sharing these opportunities too. Finally, I just wanted to reflect on the independent assessment panel. We have that for a reason. Those of us who have come from local boardland will recall having groups who would apply time after time after time for the wrong fund, with the best of intentions. Local board staff, council staff would try to work with them on making them, how can you get your application across the line? How do we make it better? Is this the right fund? And some of them would still apply for the wrong fund time after time. And unfortunately, it looks like that sometimes happens at this level too. No one fund is going to be the right fund for every application, and I feel that way about some of the ones that we've declined. It's just the wrong fund, and that's the way we have to do it strategically. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Any other comments? Cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, just briefly from me, of course I'll support these fantastic projects for our city. There was no animosity between the amendment. It has been approved. Councillor Filipaina, to his credit, did call me about the item. My concerns were still just on the two different changes there couldn't quantify what that extra money would be spent on, but I know the team will work closely with the applicant, and I'm sure they will come back for, hopefully, for the construction side of things, because that is a really, really exciting project for our city. We will work on how we can ensure the policy could be potentially updated or changed if there are concerns. As Councillor Ferry and others have said, though, this does rely on applications to come forward, and because it's contestable, it does put the staff in a difficult situation if we are helping coach or give advice. Obviously, people can come to staff for advice, but we need to be careful that we're not going out to seek people to put things in or give advice on how to give the best application. So we do need to look at how we can support our community better to do that, and how we keep our staff safe, that they are not picking and choosing applications. But I take that feedback on. Right, we will go all those in favour? Any opposed? No? Perfect. Right, we'll go on to, where are we? Item 16, our summary of planning and environment. Info and memos, workshops and briefings. Move. I'll move. Second. Member Ashby. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. We'll go to the forward work programme. Councillor Walker, and second Councillor Foley, and we have a question from Councillor Darby.
I emailed the same 6 months ago, so I'll leave it to me.
Councillor Darby, thank you. And I've just responded, sorry, I just saw it. So, but happy to take responsibility. You asked me about 6 months ago to add about 7 or 8, 10 items to the forward work program. I've not prioritised that like I should. I have no further update for you. So that's on me, but I will take this and I'll work on it over the coming month. I'm also happy to talk with you directly. Thanks.
Okay, the items I outlined were carryovers from before and things that the committee had wanted to hear more on. So look, my view of the committee is too large and it's losing its way in some key areas. Now, some might not want to hear that, but there are some fundamental items in the work stream that have been dropped off. We're not hearing from Kāinga Ora, we're not hearing from the Ministry of Education, we're not hearing on the quality of housing, we're not hearing on a whole range of things. And it really begs the question of just the enormity of this committee.
I guess from my perspective, Councillor Darby, I'd respectfully disagree. And the main issue I found in discussing this in your questions is the fact that we purposefully in February redirected staff quite considerably to change direction to focus on the natural hazards work and the work that is going on there. So although Megan is blaming herself, both of us have tried to look at it, but to prioritise a bunch of other things right now on top of the FDS, all the government work program that has come in, the various changes we've had on Plan Change 78, and the fact we redirected staff considerably to the natural hazards work. But I'm keen in the next, by the next agenda, we will have a few more answers for you on that. But it has been a year where we have redirected staff to be focused on other things as well as on top of the current work. So, but thank you for that. All those in favour? Cool. And lastly, before we close, just I think you'll see there's some food. I think Councillor Stewart complained to CEO about the lack of food at the meeting, and food has been delivered, so please don't let it go to waste. I will just say that happy to discuss this item. No one approached me about this, and I had made the decision earlier in the year that we wouldn't have food at this committee, mainly just...
can I just clarify something?
No, it's okay.
No, you just said that I asked for food. I actually asked if we could have some food that we could order and we're happy to pay for. We were here all day.
Don't want a free lunch.
We don't want a free lunch, but I think that was a bit mean saying that.
No, it's fine. I'm just clarifying because someone asked why there was food here and I didn't actually
you put me in it. Thank you.
Through the chair, I take responsibility. Okay, frankly, I looked at your agenda earlier and I thought you're going to be going really late. I apologise to the chair. I was aware that you had earlier had that conversation. I was simply anticipating quite a late finish in your situation, so definitely on me.
Right, we're closing the meeting now, moving to confidential. There's two quite important items, so I hope everyone can stay to. Those online will have to switch to the confidential link. Thank you. The move in second. All right, I'll move to confidential. Councillor Dalton, second. All those in favour?
And we just need